story opens in a room in a residential building, where Chen Yuan is looking at his phone screen and crying. The reason for his tears is the text that his girlfriend sent him. She is breaking up with him. He asks her, "What's wrong?" all of a sudden while crying. He texts her and promises to work hard and give her a happy life. But she blocks him before he sends his message. He lies over the chair like a dead person. His roommates do not know what is happening to him and call him to play a game, but he ignores them and runs outside. Seeing his strange behavior, they think it is another case of a breakup. It is the 6th time this month he has faced a breakup. On the street, people look at him and start whispering about him. They know Chen Yuan as a famous dog licker. Chen is here to meet the girl who just broke up with him. Her name is Shutong. She tells him not to behave like this in public as everyone is watching them. He tells her he knows she is angry with him. So he has brought her favorite guava pork. He asks her to forgive him and not mention the breakup again. He will change whatever is wrong with him. People around them look at them and laugh at him while whispering about him. One tells the other that he has heard that Chen works 4 part-time jobs to buy her gifts, yet he has still been dumped by her. Shutong tells him that she is not angry. Her ex-boyfriend came to patch things up with her. After thinking a lot, she felt that he needed her more. Chen gets angry and asks her what she thinks he is. He says that her ex is a scumbag. He asks if she has forgotten that he cheated on her and made her have an abortion. While he is yelling at her, a Mercedes stops by them. It's Shang's ex. He tells her to get in the car. Before getting in, she tells Chen that it would be better for them not to meet again. She does not want her boyfriend to misunderstand her. She leaves with her boyfriend while Chen stands there, watching them drive away. Chen throws the food in the dustbin and goes into a convenience store. He picks up a water bottle from the shelf and starts drinking it. He wonders why his heart is always betrayed, and if he will be a dog licker for the rest of his life. He angrily crushes the bottle and decides that there is nothing wrong with being a dog licker. Suddenly, he gets a notification that the most vigorous dog licking system has detected the host. A screen appears in front of him, showing his biodata and stats. He is surprised to see the dog licking system and wonders what the plug-in is used for. Unintentionally, he touches the breasts of a girl standing before him. She yells at him, calling him a pervert, and asks if he wants to get his hands dirty. She says he has been staring at her boobs for a while and asks what's wrong with him. The system starts showing the girl's data. Her name is Zul Lil. The system informs him that with the help of the dog-licking system, if the woman's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack will be successful, and her identity will be transformed into the host's licking dog. Now he realizes that the dog-licking money worth 90 billion can only be used to spend on women. He is also told that when the opponent becomes the host's dog, 10 of the amount spent will be rewarded to the host's account and become the host's personal property. The host can also get other rewards. Chen decides to use it on the girl in front of him. He smiles and tells her not to be mad at him and that he will pay for her meal today. The system successfully binds their dog-licking relationship. His mission is to counterattack Zul. The reward for completing the task is 10 of the dog-licking gold and 5 strength points. These strength points can strengthen the host's physical attributes, including physical fitness, mental strength, and agility. Zul Lil is the flower of the art department. She is powerful, and once made a man spend 30,000 yuan on her with just 3 words. Zul smirks at him and asks if he wants to play rich and flirt with her. The people around them look at Chen and think he is in trouble. Chen smiles and says she will know if he is good if she tries it. She says she wants to treat all her classmates in the canteen to snacks today and asks him to help her pay for them. She thinks he is dressed like a beggar and is still trying to flirt with her. She will let him know what it means to be embarrassed, but she is stunned when he transfers 50,000 yuan to her account. People around them are shocked. They think that this guy looks like a loser, but he is a hidden rich kid. Chen says that 50,000 is not much for him. He smiles and asks her if he can add her on WeChat. Zul is still struck and wonders if that guy is a rich second generation. So, she decides to play along. She tells him not to worry and that it is not impossible to add WeChat, but he has to come with her to a place. Chen is getting sweaty, as no girl has come so close to him before. She takes him to the brand store and tells him that she is not a gold digger. She just wants to see his sincerity and attitude. He tells her that it is not a problem. She can take whatever she wants. He wants to let her experiment with the dog licking system. Inside the store, he hears a familiar voice. He looks in that direction and sees Shutong there, shopping for luxury bags. He is sad to see her there. Zul gets that the girl is his ex-girlfriend. She blinks at him and says she has come at the wrong time. He smiles and says she has come at the right time. Zul goes to the counter and asks the girl there if they still have that bag from the spring sales. The shopkeeper replies that there's only one piece left, but the lady over there is trying it out. Shutong looks at Chen and says she cannot believe such a broke guy has brought a girl into the store. She decides to show him the difference between a loser and a junkie. She tells her boyfriend that her birthday is coming up. He irritatingly asks her if she didn't celebrate her birthday last month. She tells him that it was a birthday based on the lunar calendar, and people still have birthdays based on the solar calendar. Her boyfriend tells her that he does not like materialistic girls. He asks her if she is with him because of his money. She gets his meaning and gets scared. Zhu takes the bag off Shuang's shoulder and says she will take it if she is not buying it. Chen pays the bill and Zhu's favorability increases to 60 points. He smiles, thinking that that is the power of money. A bag increased her favorability towards him by 60 points. At this rate, Zhu will reach the threshold if she buys a few more bags. Then he thinks the amount of money he gets back is too small. The two store attendants whisper that they do not understand why some people seem rich and stingy with their girlfriends, while others seem ordinary and spend tens of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye. That's why the store manager taught them not to look at people through tinted glasses and that they cannot judge spending power based on appearances alone. Shuang is feeling insulted. Zhu makes her jealous and says that a bag is like a boyfriend. It is always better to grab it. Then she looks at Chen and thinks she must grab this big fish. She grabs his arm, calls him hubby, and thanks him for the gift. Shuang starts shedding tears when she sees that. She pushes Chen in anger while going out of the store and tells him that he has gone too far. He looks at her, smirks, and thinks they still have a long way to go. The system tells him to bind the dog-licking relationship to Shutong. Her current favorability towards the host is 10. When the heroine's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack will succeed, transforming her identity into the host's licking dog. The counterattack completion reward is 10 of the licking gold and 20 strengthening points. Zhu asks him if he is relieved now and if she has done an excellent job. She also asks where they are going next. He laughs and says they are going to do more shopping. She cannot be satisfied with just one bag. He enters a store, points at a dress and a bag, and tells the shopkeeper to pack everything except those two things. Zhu's favorability towards him is increasing. After that, he buys her designer perfumes and makeup. After buying so many things, she tells him it is almost enough. She cannot fit it in her rental house. If she buys more, he says that it is not a problem. He will buy her a house. She feels ashamed and says it is not good. He has already spent a lot of money, and it's too much for their first meeting. Her favorability decreases to him by 5. Chen thinks that he might have scared her. It's true. He would also feel upset if someone had to give away a multi-million-dollar house just like that. He goes closer to her and says that she is a junior at the College of Fine Arts, 21 years old, 165 km tall, weighs 49 kg. Her favorite color is black. Her favorite food is Korean food. Her zodiac sign is Capricorn. Her shoe size is 30. Size is 37 and she likes to watch horror movies. Walking at night. He says he wouldn't be so abrupt if he didn't like her. He tells the shopkeeper that he would like to fill their store value card for exclusive members up to 500,000. And when this lady comes to the store in the future, they will directly recommend the latest model to her. She obeys his order. He tells her that if he has scared her, she should consider this card a gift to make amends. She looks at him with affection and starts blushing. He goes near her ear and whispers that if she cannot bear it, she should give herself to him. She shies away and slaps him, calling him a bad boy. With that, her favorability increases by 30. Even the store girls start liking him. They say that despite his humble appearance, this boy is so generous, and he is also very considerate of the girl's feelings. Chen thinks that it is true. The effect of the rich flirting is the opposite of the loser flirting. Zhu says he has bought her so much, and asks if he does not want to buy something for himself. He replies that he has no money. She says that now it is her turn to give him a present. She thinks she cannot just ask for it. If she wants to play a long game and catch a big fish, she also needs to give something appropriately. She takes him to a men's clothing store and buys him a few clothes. Then she takes him to a salon and gets him a new haircut. His whole personality changes with his new look. Zhu thinks that this guy looks so handsome when dressed up. Her favorability towards him increases even more. When she looks at him with affection, he thinks that this is the first time in his life he has to take care of himself like this. Fortunately, he does not need to spend any money. She lifts his chin with her finger and says it is not strange that she thinks they are a good match now. Then she says that she had a great time today because of him. For a few moments, she thought she was in love. She gives him a flying kiss and bids him goodbye. He checks and finds that her current favorability towards him is 60-80. He returns to his room. His roommates look at his new look and are shocked. They ask him what he has been doing all day and why he is dressed like this. He casually tells them he went on a date with Zhu. They say he can pull it off, but he cannot even figure it out with Shutong, and still wants Zhu. One of them says that Zhu is the flower of the art department. Even if he gets dumped a fourth time, he must act according to his ability. Another one puts his arm on his shoulder and tells him to take his advice that he cannot handle these girls. After a while, he gets Shuang's text saying that they should delete each other's numbers if he hates her. Chen knows that she wants to mess with his mentality. If they delete each other's numbers, where can he go to increase his favorability? He will also point her to upgrade and make money. He replies that he can hate her when she has a special place in his heart. She tells him that she is being with a junkie because she is vain. Her mother is ill and she needs 50,000 yuan for medical expenses. Chen sends 50,000 yuan to her account. She is shocked and tells her friend that she casually said it to him. And he gave her money. Her friend asks, who is so generous as to send a transfer of 50,000. She shows him the chat. That girl is surprised to see Chen's name and asks if she did not dump him today. Shuang wonders if she made a mistake. She decides to ask him. She asks him where he got all that money from and if he is in a relationship with Zhu. She also asks if he is some hidden rich second generation. But she gets disappointed when she gets no reply. Chen has put her contact on Do Not Disturb mode. He thinks Shuang is too teared up while Zhu cannot act too hastily. He wonders if there is any other place where he can legally spend money on a woman. He decides to try the live streaming platform. The girl on the live stream tells her viewers there is still an hour left before she goes off the air, so if her viewers want to send gifts, they'll have to hurry. Chen looks at the comments and is amazed that she has earned $1 million in no time. It means he has come to the right place. He presses the rocket icon and sends her money. After seeing the amount, that girl is stunned. It is not just her who is shocked. The other viewers are struck as well. Chen gives her more money, shattering all expectations. At the headquarters of that streaming application, An employee rushes to his boss and tells him that an unknown tycoon has just swiped $10 million in Z's livestream. The boss spits the water in his mouth and asks if it is not their trustee. Seeing this, the other streamers start sending him private messages. They think that just a few points from him are enough to cover their salary for several months. Zhu thinks that she is dreaming. She could not believe that someone had given her $10 million. A guy shows her a board where it is written that the boss told her to confirm that he will give her a 10 raise to get that lonely smoke. She understands the assignment and says she will not give up her big daddy to someone else. She sends him a flying kiss and thanks him for the gifts. She requests him to send her a private message, and she will give him 8 management. But Chen has slept peacefully. The following day, his fellows check out the search engine and are surprised that some rich guy swiped $10 million in half an hour on the stream last night. Chen wakes up due to the noise of their discussion. While brushing his teeth, he thinks he spent so much money last night and wonders why Mr. did not have any binding relationship. It means the bonding has to be in real life. Also, he wasted his money last night. He opens the app and looks at all the texts he had received the night before. He wonders if he is digging a hole in the chicken coop. His fellows are going somewhere and seem excited about it. They are in a hurry. He watches them go and asks what those 3 are doing without him. One of them says they are going to class. He reminds him that today is a public class. They can appreciate the goddess Xiao Yuki up close. The second one tells him he used to run faster than them and did not want to leave after class. Xiao Yuki, the campus beauty of Hunan University and vice president of the student union, is the dream of all boys. She is a pianist, a ballet principal, and a second-level athlete. Her outstanding talents and superb looks make her so difficult to approach. Chen is sitting in one of the rows in the student hall. Some girls look at him and say, "That guy is so handsome." They wonder who he is, as they have never seen him before. Chen thinks that a beautiful woman at Lakeside stands apart from the rest of the world. For 3 years, no one has been able to reach the top of this lonely peak. It must be worth a lot of money if it is hard to track down. Shuang and her fellow are also sitting a few rows behind Chen. Her fellow looks at him and asks if he is Chen. She says she has not seen him so handsome in a few days. She asks Shuang if he is dressed up especially for her. Shuang says that it should be correct, but she has a junkie now. Her heart is in turmoil in case they get into a fight. Her favorability is continuously increasing for Chen. Chen looks at her with a side eye and thinks, he just changed his clothes and she is getting favorability. He says that she is such a shallow woman, but right now, he has to focus on how to bind Xiao Yuki. Suddenly, he hears a guy asking his boss to show them how to conquer Xiao. Their boss is bragging that he will show them how he got her to fall in love with him. That guy goes to her and asks her for her Webtoon account. She is surprised by his nonsense, but says nothing. Her roommate, Uzofi, asks that guy what he wants to do with that. That overconfident brat tells him to add them on WeChat so they can get to know each other. Who grabs that guy by his shirt, pulls him closer, and asks if he is looking for his death. He threatens him with the tip of a ballpoint pen. That guy gets scared and says there is a misunderstanding. He just wants to join the student union. Xiao is the vice president, so he wants to ask for advice. Then that guy starts crying. Wu tells him he is a wimp with no good excuse for picking up girls. That guy runs away from there. Wu looks at Xiao with anger. Chen comes there and says he also wants to add her on WeChat. He shows her his phone and asks her to add him. The students are enjoying the incident today. They say that Chen is so brave. He is giving his face to others to step on. Ooh, says this guy is more handsome than the last one, and asks if he wants to join the student union too. Chen replies that he is not interested in the student union. Wu asks why he wants Jaya's WeChat. He replies that he wants to chase her. She starts blushing over his words. The whole crowd is stunned and calls him a fierce guy. They think this confident guy will cry when she rejects him, but Xiao agrees to share the Weichuan. Shuang's friend asks her if he is not her fish. Shuang is furious to see Chen doing this. Chen thinks everyone loves beauty, so there is no need to hide it. He says that sometimes the simplest means are the most effective. No woman dislikes being chased. The system has successfully bound the dog-licking relationship of those two, but her current favorability is 0. After the class, when they leave the university, his friends tell him he is so good today. He got Xiao Yuki's WeChat. He has changed so much recently, and he looks like a dog. One of them asks Chen if he can ask Xiao to introduce some of her friends to them. He replies that he does not have a single horoscope. She is the school beauty, and he is nothing. He tells his friends that they are exaggerating. Suddenly, someone tells him he is a loser with a sense of self-awareness. It is the guy whom you threatened. He tells Chen that he is wise. Chen tells him that he is the one who is more professional and that he will learn from him. That guy gets furious and asks Chen what he is talking about. He calls him a blind cat running into a dead rat. He tells him not to be so proud. Suddenly, Zhu comes there and says Chen is so slow. She has been waiting for him for a long time. The boys standing around are shocked to see Zhu talking to him. Chen replies that he will be damned if he is going to keep a girl waiting for so long. He asks her to allow him to buy her dinner and make amends. She likes his words and asks if she looks good in the clothes he bought for her. He replies that those clothes were made for her, and that the bag looks best when she carries it. He keeps praising her, and they walk away while talking. The crowd watches them go away together. That guy from earlier starts crying and wonders why he is one step behind. Shuang is crying with tears and wonders who Zhu thinks she is. It was Shuang who came first. Zhu and Chen go to a restaurant. There, she gives him a portrait of himself. She says that she stayed up all night to draw it. She also threatens him that she cannot spare him if he dares to throw her away casually. Chen is surprised and thinks this is the first time since birth that he has ever received a gift from a girl. Zhu smiles and asks him if he likes it. He wonders if this is a bait that she has prepared for him. She planned to trap him from the moment he spent money on her. He smirks and thinks it is a shame he is not the person he used to be. Zhu looks at him and thinks he does not seem very happy. It means he did not like her gift. Chen asks her why she is giving that portrait to him. He says that she made it by staying up late for him. He takes it from her hand, looks into her eyes, and asks how she should be responsible to him if she does not give him such a good gift in the future. She yells that he scared her and asks him to return her painting. He says he wants to collect it and use it as a family heirloom. He grabs her hand, pulls her closer, and says he likes her better in person than in her gifts. She starts blushing and thinks Chen is an expert in flirting. Her favorability also increases by 5 points. Seeing this, he thinks that if she wants him to be her dog, she should be a good toolman and blow up the gold. Suddenly, someone comes between them and pushes them away. That guy is almost crying, and his nose is running as well. He asks her if she did not say she is getting her nails done with her girlfriends and who that guy is. He says she is so good at getting her nails done that she can hug each other. He points at Chen and says he must be wealthy. Therefore, she even hugs him. He adds that he has been chasing her for so long, and she will not even let him touch her hand. Chen looks at that kid and thinks this unlucky kid must be Zhu's licking dog. Chen is too familiar with this kind of treatment. Zhu asks that kid who he thinks he is to her. She says it is none of his business whether she falls in love. Suddenly, Chen comes in between them and introduces himself. Then he asks the name of the guy standing before him and how long he has been chasing Zhu. That guy replies that his name is Wang Yu, and he is from the Department of Fine Arts. He has been chasing after Zhu for half a year. Chen behaves coolly and tells that guy that he chased a girl for 3 years. He worked 4 odd jobs and ate 8 steamed buns and pickles every day, but she finally chose to sit in someone else's Mercedes Benz. He tells him that those who have turned their backs on them will be their motivation for self-improvement. A real man should focus on getting a wife. He tells him to return to his dormitory, forget about her, work hard, make a name for himself, and make her regret her choice. That guy gets motivated and even starts crying. Zhu wonders what they are talking about as Wang starts crying. He calls Chen and tells him that he is just her friend. Chen replies that he does not care about her past, but he feels like she does not respect him very much, nor does she respect herself. He tears that painting in front of her. He says she can still use yesterday's card, but they will not meet until she gets her relationship in order. He leaves her there and walks out of the cafe. He laughs devilishly and thinks he wants to see how she will cope. She starts shedding tears, standing there, and thinks this is the first time someone is tolerating her like this. She thinks she likes him, but she screwed up things. Her favorability increased again by 5 points. While walking on campus in the evening, he thinks that women cannot just hold it in their hands and give it a shot if they have nothing to do. He looks at his phone and says Zhu's side has finished pushing the second tower. It is time to switch lines to Xiao Yuki. He checks her profile and finds that Xiao is broadcasting and she is an anchor as well. Xiao is sitting in front of a piano and greets everyone online. She tells them she is a trainee who has been live broadcasting for 2.5 days. Her specialties are singing, dancing, and piano. She requests others to take care of her. Chen thinks it is pretty cute and wonders if President Xiao may be cold on the outside but hot on the inside. He looks at the money she generated and thinks it is too low. Suddenly, he gets a text from Zia. He asks her who she is, and she reminds him that he gave her a bunch of rockets yesterday. He asks her if she is free for a meetup. She replies that she would also like to meet, but her schedule is packed. He tells her never to mind it. Then she thinks he has gone mad and says she will do a special dance for him tonight. He is furious that she still wants to trick him into swiping gifts. He does not even have a binding judgment for $10 million. He could give it to President Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao gets a notification that someone wants to peek with her. Chen is also glad to see that. It will be fun to watch. Zamir tells her viewers that she is matched with a new girl. It looks like she is sure to win. Chen also watches the match and says it will be hard to tell who wins until the end. It is a strange fate that the two of them match together. Zir tells Jiao to take a break. She says that her hand is broken, but Zhu has the backing of a wealthy man. She is sure that she will convince this smoky guy with her fish farming skills. Till now, she has gathered more gifts than Xiao. However, she soon becomes shocked when she sees that the smoky guy has sent multiple rockets to Xiao instead of her. Zia is surprised as well. Zia is now worried as she did not get support from the guy she was getting support from. She's been told that her boss demands an explanation of what happened. Zia gets disappointed and apologizes to her viewers by saying she has something to do, so she is going off the air now. Chen smiles and says he can give her a gift. He could also gift someone else. She wanted to pin him down with a smile. He looks at President Xiao's live stream and says he has spent much money on her, so she should not let him down. At the headquarters of the Shark application, an employee runs toward the boss to tell him about the big event that just happened. He tells him that the Lonely Smoke gifted another 10 million. The boss wonders if that guy is a crown prince in the Middle East. Wu tells Jia that her broadcast has been trending today. He tells her that she will be popular soon and may become an internet celebrity. She is surprised but does not want to be an internet celebrity. She says that trying to please men online is not a long-term solution. The most important thing for a woman is to have a career and financial and personal independence. Wu tells her to stop lecturing him. He asks her to tell the truth if she knows the guy who gave her the gift. She replies that she has often told him that she does not know who he is. She gets irritated by his question. Wu apologizes to her and says he is just curious. Xiao says he has sent her so many gifts, so she should send him a private message to thank him. Suddenly, She makes a scream. Wu asks her what happened to her. Xiao shows him her phone and says she may know that rich man. Xiao thinks that Chen is the son of a plutocrat. He has been well-dressed and well-fed since childhood, but he has a low-key nature and always pretends to live an ordinary life. Having received an elite education, he was fed up with the gazes of others and just wanted to live freely. One day, he meets the girl he loves and bravely pursues her as a commoner. Xiao thinks this must be Chen's story. Wu asks her if she is reading too many novels these days. She does not care what Wu thinks and says Chen has lived well since childhood, so pretending to be ordinary must be challenging. Now, she has to thank him sincerely. Chen comes back after taking a shower and sees Xiao's text. She invites him to dinner tomorrow and says she will wait for him at the school gate. Chen thinks that she did not ask him where he got the money for the gift, but simply invited him to dinner. He wants to see what she is up to. The next evening, he reaches the school gate on an electric bike. He stops near a luxury car. The middle-aged man with a cigar outside that luxury car asks Chen if he is waiting for someone. He replies yes, and asks if he is waiting for someone too. He replies that he came here to pick up his goddess. Xiao appears on the road. Chen looks at him and is stunned. The uncle tells Chen not to look at her. He says Chen must work hard to earn money, or uncles like him will pick up all these beauties. Jiao looks at Chen and sits on his bike behind him. That uncle is shocked to see that beauty choosing that guy's bike over his luxury car. He sits on his knees and cries, asking what the purpose of making so much money is. Jiao feels like riding a heavy bike and sitting with her husband after marriage. They have arrived at a local restaurant. Chen parks his bike outside. Their orders of spicy garlic are served. Chen starts serving her food. She adores his manner, thinking he forgot to be a gentleman, even in a simple stall. It is the style of a noble family. Chen passes her the hand-glove box. She smiles and thinks he treats people with a sense of propriety. A little more attention, and they will be attentive. A little less, and they will be cold. He is very... Chen, a disciplined family man, wears a glove and starts eating lobsters with his hands. She looks at him and thinks this must be the most undersized lobster he has ever eaten. She thinks that if he is so rich in eating with her, he does not want her to be stressed out. She thinks he is such a soft, gentle flower of the highlands. Her favorability towards him increases by 10 points. Surprised by this sudden increase, the lobster falls out of his hand. She picks up a lobster and feeds him with her hands. She blushes and says she will peel the shrimp for him. He is amazed and starts liking her generosity. When she is feeding him, Shang and her boyfriend, Junkai, enter the restaurant. She is shocked to see Xiao feeding Chen shrimp. She is worried and thinks first it was Zul Lil and now Xiao Yuki. She wonders how he could be so capable. She tells her boyfriend Junkai that there are too many people here and asks if they can go somewhere less crowded. He grabs her and says he thinks there are a lot of acquaintances. He tells her that he is a person who likes to eat in crowded places. He goes to Chen's table and throws some money at him. He tells Chen to take these $500 and give him his seat. Chen looks at the currency notes that fell there and wonders what Junkai is doing and if he thinks he looks good like that. Junkai throws more notes and asks him if these are enough. Chen shows no reaction. Xiao stands up in anger. He thinks that he was provoked and wonders why she is so angry. Xiao angrily thinks about what that dog thinks of himself, that he dared to mess up her perfect date. Seeing all that money, a guy comes there and tells Junkai to give that money to him, and he will give his table to Junkai. Junkai grabs him by the shirt and angrily says he wants this table. Suddenly, he gets hit by a purse and one of his teeth breaks. It was Xiao, and Chen was stunned to see her being this brave. At that very moment, a vast woman appears on the scene and tells Junkai that he eats her food, wears her clothes, drives her car, and asks how he dares to use her money to pick up girls. That woman looks furious. Chen looks at her and is scared to his death. Junkai, who just got hit by Xiao, grabs his face with one hand and asks why Xiao King is doing here. She thunders and asks if she had not been here, how would she have discovered that he was having fun with women behind her back? She says Junkai is a beast worse than a pig or a dog. Junkai tries to play innocent and says she has got it all wrong. He asks how he could have a woman. He says that she has given him everything, so there is no way he could betray her. He grabs Shutong by her hair, pulls her, and says it was her. She seduced him. Shutong cries and says that Junkai is lying. He asked her first and also said that he was single. He slaps her on her face and tells her to shut up. Shutong looks at him with tears in her eyes. He again raises his hand at her and tells her to lower her gaze. Chen grabs his wrist and stops him there. He asks Junkie if he does not feel ashamed of himself while hitting a woman. Shutong cannot believe that Chen took a stand for her. She thinks he still loves her. Her favorability for him increases and reaches the target point. The system informs him that Lin Shutong, the dog-licking partner number 2, has a favorability score of 95 for the host. It congratulates the host for a successful counterattack on dog-licking target number 2, spending 50,000 on dog-licking gold, and rewarded the host with 5,000 yuan. Lin Shutong is transferred into a licking dog, and the host is rewarded with 20 enhancement points as well. With those points, his strength and agility increase. Chen bends Junkai's arm. Junkai gets hurt and asks him to let him off. He lifts a bottle from a table and tries to hit Chen with it, but Chen breaks the bottle and Junkie's nose with one punch. Chen tells him that there is no shame in eating soft food, but he is a beast who eats soft food and beats women properly. Junkai feels insulted and brings out a knife from his pocket. Chen tells him to watch out. Chen speedily grabs his wrist and releases the knife from his grip. Then he lifts him and throws him. Junkai passes out. The crowd gathers around to see the fight. Chen starts walking outside. Shutong looks at him and rushes toward him. She grabs his leg and says she was wrong and blind. She asks him for a chance to start over. He asks her if Chen, whom she is talking to, is the person who once carried her over 10 km to the emergency room at 3's. AM. Is he still the same Chen who saved up for half a year to buy her a cell phone, only to be criticized for not being the latest model? Is it Chen who knows she is frivolous and vain, but always believes she will look back one day? He tells her that the old Chen is already dead. She chose it herself. Then he leaves her there crying. Chen drops Jia at her hostel. He apologizes to President Xiao for the mess tonight. She replies that calling her president is too rude. He should just call her Kiki. She adds that she did not feel disturbed, but she got to see a different side of someone. She thinks that Chen is a person who is more and more impressive, the more someone looks at him. She has a hunch that he will bring her countless surprises. Shutong enters her room while crying. Her friend asks her why she has not brought an umbrella, as it is showering so hard outside. Shutong just calls Chen Yuan's name and says nothing else. Her friend thinks that she has heard that Chen swiped over 10 million for Xiao's live broadcast yesterday. She says this kid looks like a beggar but is so rich. Shutong is shocked to hear that and asks her where she heard that news. She replies that Wufia's dorm roommate said it, which is all over the women's dormitory. She thought Shutong knew. Shutong starts screaming after hearing everything. Chen is playing a video game. His friend asks him if he is outrageous. He is 118. Chen's friends ask him if he is a gaming genius after winning 18 times in a row tonight. Chen thinks that he did not expect that after adding 20 attributes, even playing games would become more accessible. This is a surprise. He replies to his friends that he is in good condition. One of his friends asks him why he does not become an anchor. He says that when Chen makes 1 million a month, he can fly with him. Chen removes his shirt and looks at himself in the washroom's mirror. He thinks the attribute points have made qualitative changes in his body, and he is in better shape. He focuses on his jawline and says that calling himself Pang Yuan of Hunan University should not be too much. He looks at his abs and says that with such a perfect body, he does not know which woman would be cheapened. Suddenly, his friend calls him and asks if he has fallen into the toilet hole. He tells him that the phone is ringing continuously. He comes out and checks his phone and wonders why Zul is calling him so late. He wonders if she is thinking of some new tricks to trick him. He calls her and asks why she called him so late. She is crying on the other side. She tells him that she does not know what to do and could only think of him. She asks him if he can give her $500,000. She explains that her dad owes a lot of money because of gambling. The family, which was initially relatively wealthy, has plummeted, and they have to deal with loan sharks daily. Zul says she is not a very materialistic girl, but she has to pay off her debts. Chen asks her to give her card number. He instantly sends her the money. She is shocked to see the figure, as it is 5 million instead of $500,000. She asks him why it is 5 million. He replies that it is okay. He accidentally hit an extra zero. Her favorability increases towards him multiple times. She thanks him for helping her and says she will repay him. Zul's current favorability score is 94. Chen wonders why it is still 94, and if his sudden help did not win her heart. He wonders if she wants to confess her feelings. Then he thinks that it might not be the case. The person who reveals his neediness first is often at a disadvantage. Whoever confesses first will lose. The next day, when Chen is outside the cafeteria with his fellows, Shang comes there and tells him that she has brought him a bun from the cafeteria. She invites him to go to the classroom together. His friends are stunned to see her bringing breakfast for him. Suddenly, Zul comes there too and says she has brought him breakfast. She guesses he is tired of eating in the cafeteria, which is why she made him seafood porridge. Both girls look at each other with hate in their eyes. Suddenly, someone else calls Chen at the same time. Now his friends wonder who the third candidate is. It's Yao. She says she has brought him beef noodles. Shong and Zul wonder why Xiao is there. It's like a boxing match between those three inside a ring. Her strong sense of oppression fears those two. They think that is the power of being number 2 on the school's beauty list. Chen asks Xiao how she knows that he likes to eat beef noodles. She says she just assumed he likes spicy food when they ate crayfish yesterday, and knows a great place that serves it. He replies that it feels so good to be cared about by others. He thanks Kiki. He thinks that he expected this from Xiao. She could gauge his taste through the details, and without making a sound. Xiao welcomes him and says, of course, giving breakfast is a priority. She adds that if one does not care for the other party's liking, how can they say they like them? Shutong and Zul are annoyed to hear that. It feels like she is punching them very severely. Xiao gives him a gift and says it is to express her gratitude. Chen asks if it is the newly released F15 Pro Max. Chen's friends are shocked to see him getting the latest mobile phone model as a gift. Seeing him receive the gift makes them feel worse than the death of their fathers. Even Shang and Zul are surprised to see her willingness towards him, as that phone costs more than 10,000 yuan. This feels like she has knocked them in a single move. Chen tells her she does not need to spend so much on him. She replies that he has spent more on her. She does not have much money. It is a favor to him. He says that he will accept it. Then they both walk away, leaving the others standing there. Shutong says she wants Chen back and wonders why it is so hard. She is sad because it has only been a few days, and another girl has appeared. Zul comes to him and tells Shutong to find a place to chat. Shutong asks what she is talking about. She has nothing to discuss with her. She adds that it is all Zul's fault. Zul says that she wants to talk about forming alliances. Shutong startles and asks what kind of alliance. She replies that it is an alliance against their common enemy, Xiao. Chen checks the mobile features. It is hard to believe that she gave him such an expensive mobile phone which costs more than 10,000 yuan. Jiao asks him if he is okay, and if something is wrong with the phone. He smiles and says everything is fine, and the phone is handy. Her current favorability is 40. Chen thinks he would have already believed she loves him if he had not seen her favorability. She is indeed worthy of being the goddess. She is more skillful in making the hunter think she is the hunter. He has to find a way to push forward the progress as soon as possible. When he is busy thinking about this, his phone beeps. It is a text from Zir. She tells him that the last time she said she could not meet, it was not that she could not do it. She is a little bit afraid of society, but it does not mean she does not want to meet. Smokey. He looks at the message, laughs, and wonders what kind of attitude this is. He also wonders if she thinks him a. At the same time, he gets a notification that Dragon King wants him to join a group where all the anchors are ranked. He wonders if this is the legendary Big Daddy group of anchors. He joins the group and starts chatting with the other members. He realizes that these rich guys want to test his skills, so he plays with them. One of them says that Mr. PM Smokey seems rich. Ends of millions are just a tiny amount of money for him. He asks if he wants to do business with him. That guy adds him for a private chat. Here, he tells him that he has a villa. He plans to sell, but doesn't know if Mr. Giz Smokey is interested in it. Chen asks him about the location. He replies that it is located in Jianyu District, a river, view villa. Chen searches the location on maps and is stunned to see that Jianyu District is a well-known wealthy area. A villa costs at least tens of millions. He replies that he has just planned to buy a villa to store some sundries. He will go to see the house tomorrow. The guy on the other side of the phone is shocked to see his reply. He says that this guy seems to be planning to buy it. He wonders if they guessed wrong. He tells Dragon King that Mr. Kin Smokey is not a shill. He is rich. Dragon King, who is drinking tea, replies that whether he is rich or fake, they will know when the time comes. Even if they guess wrong, there will be many benefits if they can make friends who will not frown, even if they throw tens of millions of dollars at others. He tells the other guy to send Mr. Smokey their address and learn more about him. Chen receives the address and wonders how much her favorability will increase if he gives her a villa. Xian brings Xiao to that location with him. She asks him why he has brought her here so mysteriously. The owner is waiting for them outside. He waves at Mr. P. Smokey. He thinks that Smokey looks ordinary, but he is accompanied by a woman who is a natural beauty. He wonders if he may be the son of a hidden family. It seems to him that the price today is challenging to negotiate. He extends his hand for a handshake and says his name is Chen Yuan. He has a small business, but recently he had to sell this villa due to financial problems. He welcomes them inside the villa and tells them to have a look. He says the entire villa has a construction area of 500 square meters. The usable area is 2,000 square meters. Famous designers designed the decoration, and the whole house was customized with imported Italian furniture. He shows them the view from the balcony and says that the river is surging and dragons and tigers are roosting. The feng shui is excellent. He would have wanted to bury himself here if he were not short of money. Xiao wonders if Chen is buying a house. She thinks this mansion must cost tens of millions of dollars. Chen says that this place is good. He tells him not to waste his time and quickly tell him the price. Hong tells him that he will not lie. Although he needs money, before he came here, several people were very interested in this place. He thinks his psychological price for this house is 50 million, so he has to leave some room for bargaining. Therefore, he will quote a higher price. He tells Smokey that he will give him an average price of 60 million. Chen sighs before saying something. Hong wonders if he has overstated it. He thinks it is hard to fool a nobleman's son. Chen acts as if 60 million is nothing for him and agrees to pay. Hong is shocked to hear him. He is now repenting and thinks he should have asked for 80 million. Chen asks Yigao if they should buy this house. She asks why he is asking her. She does not care if he buys it or not. He replies that he is buying it for her. Hong thinks giving 60 million to others is a massive amount of financial resources and courage. He is shocked because the price he quoted did not offend Smokey. Xiao is stunned and thinks no matter how rich and generous Chen Yuan is, he should have some restraint. This is too exaggerated. She wonders if this is some kind of main Nordal trap, and if he will trick her into drinking tainted water later. She replies that it does not sound great, and she cannot accept it. He grabs her hand and says that the property restriction policy has been implemented recently. He owns too many properties, so he is thinking of transferring one to her name. He also hopes to give her a home. She starts blushing. She wonders if this kind of money transfer is typically allowed for legally married couples. She wonders if he treats her like his future wife. Chen asks her what their relationship matters, and if it is not his and hers, there is no need for distinctions. She starts blushing more, and her favorability rapidly increases for him, reaching 90 points. Chen thinks his acting skills are improving, and the film industry owes him an Oscar. Chen paid the initial deposit of 10 million and said he would transfer the remaining money to Hong after completing the formalities. Hong replies that it is okay, and Chen can leave the transfer matters to him. It will be sorted out in the next few days. They sit in the taxi and Hong waves them goodbye. Hong thinks that with Smokey's wealth, it is surprising that he still insists on taking a taxi daily for physical exercise. It is like going incognito, proving that the wealthier he is, the more low-key he becomes. While sitting in the taxi, Chen thinks that President Xiao's favorability is already 90 points. Once he completes the licking dog transformation, the 70 million invested in her will turn into 700 million in returns, with the addition of attribute point rewards. This is a hefty profit. Xiao looks at him and thinks that, based on her experience reading novels, if Chen just said something embarrassing, the next part will likely be their wedding. She wonders if the wedding will be in Milan or the Alps, and what name suits their child. She wakes from her daydreams when the driver tells them they have arrived. She exits the taxi and asks Chen if he is not leaving the car. He replies that his roommates have invited him to play games at the internet cafe. He bids her goodbye and leaves. She becomes sad and says it should not be like this. She wanted to confess. Chen arrives at the internet cafe. He looks at his friends, who are already playing. They ask him why it took him so long to come. They tell him to hurry up and go open a card, as they have saved a machine for him. He tells them not to worry. He will drive the machine to take them flying. He goes to the counter and asks them to open a 20U card, 4 packs of liquid cigarettes, and 4 bottles of iced black tea. Zoe is on the counter. She calls Chen, who is looking at his phone. Hearing her voice, he looks at her and asks what she is doing here. She blushes and says she told him earlier that her dad runs a chain of internet cafes and opened this one. Thanks to him, her family's debt has been completely paid off. She excitedly says she will give him a lifetime membership for the internet cafe so he can use unlimited computers. He replies that it is not necessary, but she still does it. Suddenly, a gangster asks Zoe if she is Leo's daughter. He also asks when her father will repay the money he owes them. She replies that she paid him 5 million last time and asks why she still needs to pay him back. The guy smacks his hand on the counter and says, 5 million is the principal, and there is also interest. The interest is still 15 million short. She yells at him that he is thoroughly engaging in fraud. It is robbery. He grabs her and tells her to stop talking nonsense. If she cannot come up with 15 million today, she will come with them. With her looks, she would be the star of his nightclub and could easily earn enough to cover the 15 million debt in 1 or 2 years. Seeing him crossing the line, Chen grabs his arm and twists it. He warns them to leave quickly before he gets angry. The gangster, furious, calls Chen a meddling mouse and orders his men to kill him. All the other gangsters attack him simultaneously. Chen kicks them, and his friends are shocked to see the blind monk's ultimate move. Cyclone kick. They say that Yuan has improved his fighting skills recently. Those gangsters leave the cafe saying that Chen should consider himself lucky today, but not let them into him again. Zoe hugs him and thanks him for saving her again. She was scared to death just now. Chen gets a notification that Zoe's favorability has reached 95 points. It congratulates him for the successful counterattack. It says that the dog-licking target, no one spent 53 million U in dog-licking gold, and rewards the host with 530,000 U. He also gets 5 bonus points. Chen thinks that today is a double delight. Suddenly, Shutong comes and sees Zoe hugging Chen. She calls her treacherous. She points at Zoe and tells Chen that they agreed to ally, yet she is hiding and seducing Chen Yuan, enjoying the benefits alone. Chen gets embarrassed to see them fighting and tells the system to add all the points to strength and agility. The next day, students are wandering in the sports field. Chen is also there. He thinks that Lin Shutong and Zoe Leal have been successfully wooed, So dealing with President Exio is just a piece of cake. It is time to find new targets, or else he might end up in a situation where no one is left to charm. Suddenly, a girl taps his back to call him and asks him if he can move to the side because he is causing inconvenience to others. She says their sports club has requisitioned the sports field for a short distance race. She asks him if he could make way and avoid the area. He looks at her closely and thinks that, even though this girl seems a bit fierce, she is pretty straightforward and genuine. He tells her that he can do that. Then, he shows her his phone and requests her to share her WeChat, so he can add her there. Suddenly, someone comes and asks him what he is doing. That guy says he is her boyfriend and tells Chen to get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Chen thinks that he has seen this guy somewhere before. Then, he remembers that this guy used to beat him in the past. The guy calls Chen a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. He tells him to give up that unrealistic hope and face reality. Chen thinks that it is a narrow road between enemies. The system binds that girl in the dog-licking relationship. She is haining, and her current favorability towards the host is 5. If he succeeds with this target, he will get a reward of 10s of the dog-licking gold, along with an additional 22 enhancement points. Chen thinks that this target is attractive. The referee asks the players to get ready as the competition is about to begin. That guy also comes to the starting line. Jing roots for her boyfriend. The players take their positions. The referee gives the signal, and that guy is running faster than the other players, maintaining the first spot. He thinks the other players are a bunch of ants. Suddenly, a player crosses him. That guy is shocked and says someone can't be this fast. It is Chen who leaves that guy behind. He thinks that he will defeat Ling in his strongest field. Yang Gong thinks that he cannot be underestimated. He laughs and says that although he does not know who he is, he will show him what it means to be a great emperor. But then he looks around and wonders where Chen has gone. Chen appears on his left, and he is still running. Ying is shocked that Chen has lapped him by a whole round. He wonders how many seconds it was. Chen smirks and thinks that with just a mere decade of hard training, Ling could never compare to his meticulously planned skill points over a whole week. The anchor says that they witnessed something extraordinary. The real speedster has emerged. In the face of his speed, even the iron arm, Adam bows. Down in awe, the whole crowd shouts for him. In just 50 short seconds, he has already circled the field once. Chen wins the race. Jing could not believe that her boyfriend had lost. The anchor says that a new champion is born. He has broken records, surpassing even the limits of human intellect, but they still know nothing about him. He is not even a competing athlete. The coach comes to Chen and says that Chen has extraordinary abilities. He says that if he is interested in joining the track and field team, he recommends joining the national team. Ling starts crying and asks the coach if that spot wasn't meant for him. Jing looks at him and wonders why she does not feel bad about that guy. Her favorability increases for him by 5 points. Suddenly, Ling calls her and asks what's wrong with her, as her thoughts seem somewhere else. She smiles to cover up and says she is just a little worried about him. Meanwhile, her favorability keeps increasing for Chen. Xiao enters the room, and Wu asks her where she has been. She tells him that Chen bought her a house. Wu is shocked to hear this news. She replies that it is true. She went to see a house with him today. She tells him that Chen bought that house for 60 million. She asks him to help her check the house prices in Jianu district. She says that if that chubby guy selling the house plays dirty, she will not spare his life. Chen told her that what belongs to him also belongs to her. Wu thinks that sometimes luck favors the naive. He wonders why he cannot encounter such good fortune. He is feeling jealous of her. Wu tells her not to show off. He will help her with this. Suddenly, he sees something on his phone and yells, "What is this?" Someone has posted an article about Chen, claiming that he is a top-tier scumbag juggling multiple relationships at the same time. At the 21st level, Chen's roommate shows him that article on the internet and makes fun of him. Chen is angry. He thinks that the writer of this article is kidding with him. He is obviously a money-splitting boy. It seems like he has been relatively high-profile lately, and someone might not be happy about it. He wonders who that person could be. 3 nerds are behind this scene. The one with the glasses tells the others that their article was pushed to the top of the list. The post has gone viral. His fellow laughs and says that now Chen's reputation is over. Suddenly, Ying comes to them and asks what those 3 are doing by drawing the curtains and turning off the lights in broad daylight. Firstly, those 3 get scared by his sudden appearance. They look at him and say he is so scary, as he always walks silently. The main culprit tells Ying that there is a guy named Chen Yuan in the School of Liberal Arts who is very arrogant. Recently, they are dealing with him. Ying looks at Chen's picture and wonders if he is not the guy from the sprint race. He suddenly realizes that he is the same Chen that he used to beat up in high school. He laughs and tells those 3 that he knows him. They went to the same high school. Chen has been a sociopath since childhood, and he has quite a bit of information about him. Ling says that Chen is probably not worthy of being a good guy. He persistently clings to girls and harasses them. Those 3 start welcoming Ying to get more information about Chen so they can add more to their already viral article. Ling wants revenge as well. He smirks and thinks it does not matter if Chen wins the game, and the coach likes him. Ling wants him to be ruined. They update the post and write that Chen rides on many boats, objectifies women, and frequently pressures and dwarfs them. They advise all the women to be aware of this well-dressed beast. They also mention that those women already in a relationship with him do not do so voluntarily. The article also mentions that an insider has told them that Chen Yuan had the reputation of being a 3-headed dog from high school. He can be called the best licking dog among all licking dogs. The article spreads like fire in the jungle. Everyone is shocked to read so much about Chen Yuan. Even the principal of the university reads it. He smashes the phone on the table in anger and says, "That is too much and is simply unreasonable." He adds that he will not allow such a black sheep to appear in his school. He will personally investigate and find out if it is true. He will expel this scum among students. Xiao tells the investigation team that Chen Yuan from Huda College of Liberal Arts is an exceptional person. What he hates the most is girls suffering. He comes from a famous family and possesses extraordinary wealth, yet he is generous and willing to help others, hoping to alleviate their worries and solve difficulties. He hates those who beat women. Whenever night falls, he transforms into a dark knight, pushing evil and striking with a heavy fist. He is powerful and mysterious, guarding this city entirely of desire and sin. Xiao says that from her perspective, Chen Yuan is a hero. Those officers ask if it is not an exaggeration to call him a hero. They ask her on what basis she draws this conclusion. She replies that she has drawn it with her woman's intuition. The principal asks his secretary if Xiao Yuki's testimony is credible. He looks at her profile and replies that she is the vice president of the student union. Although he thinks she is a bit weird, she should not lie. Chen Yuan is probably a good person. The principal orders the officers to ask Chen's classmates again. They go to Sheng, show her their ID, and say they have some questions about her classmate Chen Yuan. They need her help in their investigation and request that she come with them. In the investigation room, she starts crying while telling the officers that Chen Yuan is a good person, but it is a pity that she is not good enough for him. She says that she is greedy for him, working day and night, but Chen Yuan is not willing to choose her. She admits that she excuses herself for being emotional because it makes her heart ache when she thinks of him. The officer passes her another tissue and asks if she is saying she likes Chen Yuan, and he rejects her, but she still thinks he is a good person. She sobs and says she deserves it. She does not deserve to fall in love. Chen Yuan is undoubtedly a good person. He has not done anything wrong. He just does not love her. The principal also hears the testimony. After that, he leaves the room, smokes outside, and wonders if it is possible that Chen Yuan is innocent and the people on the forum are trying to smear him. Suddenly, he looks down from the window and sees 2 people coming that way. He wonders why they are presenting a banner. He meets them and introduces himself as the president of Hunan University. He asks them what those 2 are looking for. Zoil opens the banner and tells the principal that she is from the art department. She came today to present a banner to Chen Yuan from the literature college. She adds that Chen acted bravely a few days ago and helped her family a lot. The principal is shocked to hear of another fan of Chen. He sees those two off and thinks that he has blamed Chen Yuan wrongly. He must have to look at that post again. Surprisingly, there are some videos in favor of Chen. Someone also posted a video of him winning the race. Other than that, there are many comments from girls speaking in favor of Chen Yuan just by seeing his innocent looks. Seeing all this, the principal grabs his head in worry and wonders if this man is a popular idol. He thinks that it is just like a set of light falcons. A tall tree stands out in forest, but the wind will break it. If a person is too good, he can easily be targeted and forced by others. The principal starts sighing and says he can understand Chen Yuan now. He says he will surely give him justice. He will be unruly. He cannot bear this grievance. He calls all the students in the hall. He tells them that recently there have been some rumors on the forum against Chen Yuan, a student of their school. But based on his thorough investigation, he found it to be completely a rumor. It's slander. He pulls Chen closer and says that today he is here to clear Chen's name. He adds that Chen not only has a correct lifestyle and is willing to help others, but he has even acted bravely for justice many times, but kept it secret. He sobs and says Chen has a majestic personality and a noble soul. He gives him a certificate and tells others to learn from Chen Yuan and become people who contribute positively to society. All the students applaud him. Chen wonders what is happening there and why he is being given this certificate. He is getting embarrassed, wondering when he has shown courage and been willing to help others. Ling is burning to see Chen getting all those praises. He cannot understand why Chen has not been ruined at this time. He thinks that everyone has gone blind. It is Ling who should be the one standing on the stage, accepting flowers and applause. Suddenly, he looks at his girlfriend Jing, who is enchanted by Chen's personality. Chen is surprised when he sees that Jing's favorability towards him has increased by more than 10 points. The students start leaving after the ceremony ends. Ling goes to Jing and says he has seen it all. She just enthusiastically applauded Chen Yuan. He asks her what the meaning behind that is. She asks him if he is not feeling well and why he is so jealous. She says that she only has genuine admiration for her classmate Chen Yuan. As a fellow university student, he has done many good deeds yet remains indifferent to fame and wealth. She quotes an example. After winning against Ying, he could have become the pride of the heavens, but instead he chose to return. These comments work as oil in the fire for Ying. He grabs her wrist with force and tells her to shut up. He says that Chen cannot beat him. She starts weeping and tells him that he is hurting her. Ying has gone crazy with hatred and says Chen Yuan is just a useless dog that he stepped on. It does not matter if the coach likes him. This society values those with money and power. His dad can buy him a Tesla. He asks her what Chen Yuan has in his possession. Suddenly, Chen passes them, talking on the phone, telling Hong he can drive in. He tells him that he keeps a low profile at school and instructs him not to come to pick him up in an overly expensive car. Jing and Ling forget about their fight and start looking at him. After a while, they see that a fancy car comes and stops by Chen. He tells the man who brought the car that he told him not to drive such a fancy car. He scolds him softly and tells him to pay attention next time. Hong apologizes to him and says he will from the next time. He explains that he rushed and forgot. Chen does not like it to be too flashy. Hong opens the door for him and Chen gets in. Ling's eyes come out of the shock that he has just received. After the car leaves, Jing tells Ling that they should break up as he does not trust her. Ling cannot believe that his girl is breaking up with him. Chen Yuan and Hong go to the office where he pays the remaining amount to Hong, and he gives him the villa papers. After completing all the legal procedures, Chen says that he is heading back to school. Hong offers him a lift. He refuses, saying that his car attracts too much attention. He will take a taxi back himself. While walking on the road, he thinks that even though he has bought the house, he still needs to prioritize with President Xia. After all, reaching full favorability earns a 25-point attribute bonus. He needs to give her something else. He checks his phone to see what else Hong wants to sell. He opens the group chat and sees the praises for him as he bought an expensive villa in no time. Moreover, he gifts it to his girlfriend. Chen replies that it is just a small favor he is doing. Suddenly, someone posts in the group an ad about selling a car. Chen likes the idea of giving her a car. Chen reaches the showroom of that guy. The guy receives him in person and introduces himself. He is Jiang Hain, and his family runs a small business. Personally, he manages a small car dealership. He says it is a pleasure to meet Mr. Smokey and gives Chen his business card. Chen knows that the Gen Group makes cars and cargo ships. This is a large local enterprise, and this guy, surnamed Jiang, is a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur. He calls him Brother Jiang and says that managing a large car dealership at a young age is truly impressive. Haosen tells him not to call him brother, as he cannot afford it. He tells him just to call him by his name. He says he would like to take him on a tour to see some cars. He tells Chen that he is really young and promising. When he first heard Hong say, Mr. Smokey, he thought he was an uncle, but he did not expect Mr. Smokey to be so young and have such outstanding charisma. One of Jiang's secretaries asks the other who that person is, whom Mr. Jiang received personally. She replies that he must be the son of some wealthy tycoon. She tells the other not to bother looking into it. This kind of man is not someone they should be concerned about. Jiang shows him his collection. He says that he would not speak for elsewhere, but in this city, his place has the most complete collection of luxury cars. Everything he can think of is here. Chen looks around and says he wants to buy a Bugatti Chiron. These words hit Jiang like an arrow. He smiles embarrassingly and says that Chen really loves to joke. He says that the Chiron is a top luxury car with a limited edition of 20 units in the world. Chen asks if he is saying that he does not have it. Chen asks if he has a Lamborghini Veneno or a Pagani Huayra Roadster. These words critically hit Jiang. He wonders if Chen is here to disrupt his place. He explains that the vehicles he usually deals with here range from 2 million to 89 million. Chen gets that he has no car that he desires. He tells him that there is nothing suitable for him here. He also mentions that Jiang's business does not seem to be that extensive. Jiang thinks that Chen can buy houses worth tens of millions, but he finds it hard to believe he can afford cars of the same value. He decides to unveil his trump card to keep the shop bustling. He tells Chen that even though he does not have the car he asked for, he does have one expensive car here. He takes the curtain off a Ferrari LaFerrari. It features a 6.3 LV12 naturally aspirated engine capable of delivering a maximum power output of 588 Q. The independent electric motor produces 120 Q of power, contributing to a total output of 800 horsepower. Paired with an A7 speed dual clutch transmission, it achieves an acceleration time of less than 3 seconds for 0 to 100 km. It is available for 225 million. Jiang asks Chen how he would respond in such a scenario. Chen thinks that, while the Ferrari may not be excessively expensive, it is still not considered cheap. It would indeed be fitting as a gift for President Xia. He puts a hand on Jiang's shoulder and says that if it is over 20 million, he will buy it. He has put in effort and tells him to take him to swipe the card. He tells him to deliver the car to Hang Riverside Villa Community. Jiang is shocked and takes the card from him. Suddenly, Chen gets a call from his friend Lai Wen. He wonders why he is calling him this time. Wen tells Chen that on his birthday, his girlfriend Liu Jia said she was accompanying her best friend to do nails. It got very late. Too late. Liu Jia did not bring an umbrella with her. He was worried about her, so he hurriedly took an umbrella to give it to her. But he witnessed a scene that tore his heart apart. She was kissing some rich guy with a car in the rain. At that moment, he felt a sense of confusion. They were getting wet in the rain, while he, holding the umbrella, felt like a drowned rat. Wen is crying tears and tells Chen that his heart hurt so much. It was a 3-year relationship. He had planned to take her home to meet his parents. Chen tells him to stop drinking. He has already had 8 bottles of poetry. Wen sobs and asks if he did something wrong, and if he can still try to win her back. Chen grabs him by his shirt and scolds him. He tells him that he must stay clear-headed. The mistake is hers, not his. He tells him to pick up his self-respect and not become a licking dog. Wen falls to his knees and says he already knows all of this, but he does not know what to do. Chen looks at his miserable friend and says it is hard to accept. He asks him if he thinks she is just impulsive and not a bad person. Chen needs to teach him a lesson. He brings out his phone and dials a number. Wen asks him what he is talking about and whom he is planning to call. Chen tells Wen to trust him and let him handle the situation. He will make Leo kneel before him and repent. Chen calls Zhang Haosen and says he wants to borrow a few cars, noting that they are too expensive, just a few million each. He also asks him if he can contact some of his trustworthy friends to have them drive the cars over tomorrow. He replies that he will handle this matter properly for him. Wen wonders why there is a double cross involved in this. After that, Chen calls Zul and asks her if she is free tonight. He would like to meet up with her. He tells her the address and says he will wait for her there. Wen looks at his friend and says he seems to have changed a bit. In the evening, they meet in a restaurant. Wen is stunned to see Zul Li hugging Chen so openly. She says she missed him so much. Wen thinks that Chen made a single call and brought an 810 girl. He wonders if this is still the loyal licking dog he used to know. Chen introduces Wen to Zul. She asks Chen if he has called her so late just to introduce friends to her. But then she wonders if he is introducing her to his circle. She starts blushing, thinking he has her in his heart. Chen replies that he wants to ask her to help him with a play tomorrow. Maya is driving on the highway with Liu Jia. He tells her not to be gloomy. She will not be happy with that loser Lai Wen. He will get her a new bag for her birthday in a few days. She replies that words are easy to say, but considering the years of their relationship, Maya better treat her well in the future. Suddenly, a Ferrari overtakes them and applies brakes in front of his car. Maya applies the brakes just in time and avoids an accident. He yells at the guy in the Ferrari and asks him if he does not know how to drive appropriately. But then, he sees someone with perfect curves and shining wheels and a pair of unparalleled headlights stepping out of the red car. He becomes a Ferrari as nothing in front of her. Right after that, Wen steps out of the car. He is covered in luxury brands from head to toe. Dia is shocked to see him coming out of that luxury car. Li grabs him by his arm and says she is scared, as the new car he bought for her almost got hit by this guy. Wen is acting hesitantly and says that if it gets hit, he will buy her a new one. Maya looks at Wen and wonders how he turned out like this. Is he a hidden rich second generation? Jia looks at them and thinks for a second. She understands that they are acting. She yells at him and asks what he is trying to pretend. Wen tries to act cool but fails. He tells Zul to get in the car, as they still have a bit to go. Jia tells him she has known him for a long time and asks if he thinks she does not know about his background. She admits she is wrong, but aside from the facts, his performance today disgusts her. Zhang is in the car with Chen, listening to their conversation. He tells Chen that the woman has figured it out. Chen smiles and says it is not a problem. It is time to take the stage with his little brother. The real show is about to begin. After that, all the cars he borrowed drive toward their location. They reach there in no time and surround Maya. A guy in a white suit who knows Maya comes out of the car. He looks at Wen, pretends to be an old friend, and is surprised to see him there. Maya is shocked to see that guy. After that, all the other drivers come out of their cars. The guy in white named Bai walks toward Maya and asks if he recognizes him. Maya starts shaking due to some fear. Bai surrounds Maya and Jaya and asks if that guy told her that his name is Maya. His family owns a coal mine, and he studies in America. Bai grabs him by the head and tells Jia that this guy is a habitual liar. He pretends to be wealthy to deceive women into bed. He is nothing more than a gigolo. He laughs and asks her if she actually believes he is some rich second generation. Bowie says, Maya's tactics are so clumsy, he should have starved by now. But surprisingly, there are still naive girls falling for it. He adds that she does not even take a good look at herself. She does not even deserve to be with wealthy people. Those words fall like lightning on Jaya. Jia runs to beat Maya with her sandals and says he is worse than a dog and that she will kill him. Maya starts crying and apologizes to her. Seeing this, Wen tells Zul to go from there. Jia grabs him by his leg and tells him not to leave her behind. It is not that she admires vanity, but she is just afraid of being poor. She asks him for another chance, but he walks away saying she should not call him that way. He breaks up with her and tells her not to call him ever again. Maya finds a chance to run away, but Chen comes from the front and asks him where he is planning to slip away. He adds that letting him go is not impossible, but first he must give himself 100 slaps. After that, they all go to a pub to celebrate. Chen thanks everyone for their strong support. The others tell him not to be so formal, as Hyan's friends are his friends too. Bae gets closer to Chen and says he has heard Chen is a master on the Shark Live platform. He has a favor to ask Chen for help with. Chen asks what kind of favor it is. Bae says he has a favorite streamer he wants to support, but he has run out of money this month. He is wondering if Chen can help him a bit. Chen understands that they want to test his abilities again. He thinks that these wealthy folks always like to underestimate others. Bae gets embarrassed and tells Chen that Bae is just kidding and that he should not take it to heart. He tells Bae that supporting his girl is his own responsibility. It is unreasonable to expect Chen to foot the bill. Chen slams his glass on the table. The boys there think that he has gotten angry and wants to fight, but Chen unlocks his phone. He slides his phone toward Bae and says he is going to the bathroom. Bae can feel free to use his account as he likes. He tells him not to help him save money and to spend it freely. Then he goes to the washroom. Bae is surprised and wonders if Chen is letting him freely use his phone to browse, and if he is trusting him that much. Then he thinks that if they ask him to pay the bill, he might actually feel a bit reluctant. He is not tired of paying for gifts, since the system pays for them anyway. When he comes out of the washroom, he looks to see that all those guys are standing in a circle around Bae and are encouraging him to spend more. Chen comes there and asks what he is up to and what is going on with all this excitement and commotion. Bae starts sobbing and tells Chen to save the child. Chen takes his phone back and checks it. He says that he has been away for so long and Bae just spent less than 20 million. He calls him weak. All those around are struck and wonder what kind of identity this Chen has, and if his family is richer than the Tiandian banks. Bae sighs and says on a regular day he might earn a few tens of thousands, but surpassing 13 million is like brushing out several sports cars, and this is tearing his heart apart. Chen says that 20 million does not sound good. He says he will round it up to a neat 60 million for him. Bae tells him not to do this. He grabs his hand to prevent him from doing this and requests him to stop, as it is enough. He adds that she does not deserve so much money. Zhang asks Bae if he has realized he is not up to par. He tells them to raise a glass to Boss Chen. Bae says that he genuinely surrenders. He will follow Chen's lead from now on. A girl in the bar asks others who that person is. He seems quite influential. She recognizes one with white hair. He is Bae, killing from the white real estate. The other girl says it sounds like a gathering of the elite generation in the top circles of Seoul. If she joins any of them, her life after that would be worry-free. Another girl asks if the one called Chen is that mysterious person who went viral for brushing 1 billion. She says that his life is her dream. Chen receives a text. He tells others that he has something to attend to, so he will take off now. They will plan for another meetup next time. That text is from Zarir. She tells him she is in Seoul now and cannot wait to meet him. He replies that they can meet tomorrow. He laughs and says that after leaving her hanging for so long, it is time to reap a harvest of goodwill. Zarir lands at the airport the next day. She thinks that it is just a meeting. As long as she exudes a little charm, Chen will end up just another catch in her fish pond. Chen looks at the messages he received on his phone from Shadam. She tries to fish him and apologizes for her past mistakes. He deletes the messages and blocks her contact. Zaire asks him what he is looking at. They are having tea at a cafe at the airport. Chen replies that it is nothing. He asks her what she is talking about. She recalls that her boss strictly asked her to capture him, even if she stripped herself naked and sent him to his bed. This time, she thinks it is hateful that he can stay indifferent, even in the face of beauty at her level. She says that Chen is so young and rich that she wonders where he can get a higher position. System peeks at her and tells about her details. Her original name is Zuan, but her professional name is Zaire. She is 26 years old, and her appearance is 78 points. The girl's favorability towards the host is 60 points. Because of the too high favorability, it is unable to bind with her. Chen cringes and wonders if all his money went down the drain. It seems like he needs to lower the favorability first. He starts pretending to be silly and puts his pinky in his nostril. He tells her that she has got him wrong. He has just come here as an unemployed wanderer. Zaire feels embarrassed and asks him if he does not have a job. It seems Chen is probably running his own business or has a company. Otherwise, where does the confidence to spend lavishly come from? He replies that the money he used to buy gifts was from his dad. Now his dad's company has gone bankrupt because of his spending, owing the bank tens of millions. He grabs her hand and says he is meeting her to ask if she can refund some of the money spent on gifts. She feels sick of him suddenly, and her favorability drastically starts falling. She yells at him and asks if he is broke and why he is pretending to be rich here. She has had enough of him throwing attitude at her time and again. She asks him if he is a man. He is a disappointment, asking for money to be refunded. She yells that she must be out of her mind wasting time with a loser like him. She dials someone's number, calls him Lan, and tells him she is at the coffee shop outside the airport. She tells him to hurry up and come pick her up. There is a loser bothering her, and she is scared. Chen looks at her and smirks, thinking he has met practical women in reality. But seeing someone so realistic and shamelessly distorting facts is genuinely a first. After a while, Lan enters the cafe roaring. He asks if he does not know who runs this territory in Seoul as he is harassing his woman in broad daylight. Zeri runs towards him to hug him and says she is so scared that the pervert even grabbed her hand. Lan is surprised to see Chen there. He ignores her and runs towards Chen to shake hands. He asks him why he is here. He tells him that he is Che Lan, who followed Brother Bai to toast him yesterday. Chen replies that he remembers him. Lan says he regretted not having a few more drinks with him yesterday. Unexpectedly, he bumped into him here today. It is on him. He requests Chen to honor Lan by coming. Zaire is stunned to see that Lan is unexpectedly polite to Chen. Lan is a top-tier, rich second generation in Seoul with numerous family industries, well, connected and influential. Lan scolds her and says she is so stupid that she does not know that Chen is his eldest brother. He tells her that Chen has enough money to bury her whole family alive. She wonders if he has such a background. What was he doing a while ago? She realizes he was testing her sincerity, and she missed the opportunity. She thinks she must reclaim the moment. She apologizes to Chen and says she misunderstood him. The system notifies that the dog-licking relationship is successfully bound, and the title's heir will give him 20 strengthening points. Chen takes a sip from his cup, plays relaxed, and says he forgives her. She is young and inexperienced. He was just joking with her. She thanks him and says he is her favorite. Her favorability also increases towards him. Chen thinks that she is indeed a professional anchor. Her favorability will rise like chicken blood as long as she has money. Unfortunately, he will not simply let her go. Lan yells at her that he has boosted her popularity to millions, and he is treating his brother to this foreign soy milk. He tells Chen that they should make today an unexpected encounter. He is hosting, and Chen must honor them with his presence. Chen replies that it is not a problem at all. He will show him the respect he deserves. Chen opens his car door for him and makes him sit carefully. Zaire also runs to sit with him. She grabs his arm inside the car and keeps her chest close. She asks him if he is still angry with her. He replies that she is worrying for nothing. He looks at his screen. She wonders why he is using the Shark Live app. Anchors live stream and sends her multiple gifts. She is shocked to see him. Chen keeps tapping the gift icon and almost sends 3,000 gifts. Even the host of that live stream feels stunned and falls unconscious. Zaire is stunned as it is her first time seeing someone receive gifts this quickly. She worries that the money should have been hers if she had seized the opportunity. She understands that this man is playing with her. However, the way he spends money is really good for her. She thinks that if his fingers were not tapping the screen, it might be hitting her body. Her favorability towards him increases unimaginably. Lan brings Chen to the most famous private restaurant in Seoul. It's called Black Pearl, and it is a 3-star restaurant. Lan says this place operates on a members-only reservation system, ensuring high privacy. But the most renowned aspects of this restaurant are its 3 main highlights. Chen says that one is the outstanding food, the other is the unique scenery, and asks, what about the third one? Lan says that Chen is genuinely experienced. He got the first two right. The third highlight is the boss's daughter, Xiao Yuki. Xiao is sitting there playing an instrument. When she looks at Chen, he's also shaken up to see her there. Xiao glances at Zer holding his arm, and her favorability for him decreases by 5 points. She gets furious and breaks her musical instrument. Her eyes tear up and she runs away from there. He is worried now as Xiao's side was so close to staging a counterattack. He wonders if it is going to overturn at a critical moment. He chases after her and catches her in the corridor. She yells at him that he toys with her emotions and asks him to let her go. Chen thinks that if this continues, the sensitivity will be lost. He has no choice but to risk it. He plays the victim and asks her if she has watched the four. She cries and asks why he is bringing up movies when she is talking about her affair. He replies that he is the tomato tycoon. He lights a cigarette, takes a puff, and exhales them. Smoke in the air as he wants to show himself as a victim of unbearable life and responsibilities. He tells her that she should know about his extraordinary family background. She must be wondering why he has been content with a mundane life. He says that in the secluded family he belongs to, there is an unwritten rule that once the heir turns 18, they must spend 10 billion within a month to inherit the entire 50 billion family fortune. So, he strives to spend the money diligently. He has invested in many projects, engaged in various investments and charitable activities, and participated in various environmental protection initiatives. Girl earlier was a streamer. He tipped to keep spending money. He had to stage a little drama. He grabs Xiao's hand and says this matter is known only to her. He does not expect her understanding. It is just that this secret has weighed on him for too long. He bids her goodbye and tells her to take care of herself. Then he leaves her there and walks away. Xiao thinks that she must have been causing unnecessary trouble. He has been working so hard contemplating the inheritance of the family fortune. She cannot believe she doubted him. She runs after him and hugs him from behind. She says she does not want to say goodbye and asks him not to leave her. It is her mistake to accuse him wrongly. She thinks he genuinely cares about her. If he reveals secrets like the family inheritance, her favorability level increases. Her current level is 92. They both return to the others with smiles on their faces. Xiao tells them that they do not need to apologize. Her mood was off earlier, affecting everyone's meal. Chen is her friend too, so she will cover this meal. Lan is impressed by Chen to see that it only took him 5 minutes to sort it out. Zaire is jealous and thinks that Xiao is acting all high and mighty, making it seem like she is the main consort, but it is still unclear who will end up with the upper hand. She asks Chen who that sister is, as he has not introduced her to them yet. Xiao tells her not to call him brother. He is probably younger than her considering her age. Lan looks at both ladies and says it is not a battle on the same level. It is a complete one-sided domination. Chen tells them to stop fighting, start eating. He is hungry. Lan is trembling to see that he is not even angry. He admits that Chen's methods are genuinely mysterious and cunning. On one side is the famous shark anchor, rich brother, a reaper of wealth. On the other side is a locally renowned talented woman, with aspirations higher than the sky. Lan says that Chen's maneuvers have already surpassed the so-called art of charming women. He is practically a male succubus. Originally, Lan was conquered by his wealth, but now Chen is becoming his spiritual idol. He says that he will follow him to the death. Ben returns to his campus. He thinks that the restaurant is so expensive, but fortunately, it was not he who paid the money. Suddenly, he remembers to check the current progress of his strategy. He looks at the profile of Zaire and Xiao and finds that the favorability levels are already relatively high. He wonders if it is time to push for more progress aggressively. Suddenly, he sees another profile and wonders who this is. He looks at the picture and recalls that she is Young's girlfriend. Initially, it was only a 25-point favorability level, but now it is 76. He has not seen an increase this much in a few days. He wonders if his charm is that impressive. While he is busy checking the progress, his roommates run somewhere. One says that he has heard someone confessing to a girl downstairs. The other laughs and asks if it is a pure love warrior charging into battle for love. Chen hears these words and finds them attractive. Someone outside the hostile buildings is confessing his love to his lover in a fancy way. He also sings a song for her. It is young. He tells his girlfriend that he was wrong. He should not have been mean to her and should not have treated her with cold violence. He tells her to think about their beautiful past and give him another chance. His girlfriend, Xing, finds this offensive. Chen also comes there to see that and is surprised to see Yang, who is rehearsing for the ex-lover drama here. Jing looks at Chen and runs towards him, completely ignoring Yang Gong. He cries and asks her where she is going. She asks Chen if his anime is Chen Yuan. She is happy after finally finding him. Today is her lucky day. She forwards her mobile and asks him if she can add him on WeChat. She begs him not to reject her. The crowd wonders what is happening there and why there is another guy. They say that it hurts to see Yang Gong losing. Yang Gong is furious. Instead, he asks why it is Chen Yuan. He refuses to accept it. Jing has disappointed him so much. Chen looks at him and asks him if he senses frustration. He finds it incomprehensible and feels that Jan is inconsistent. Yang asks him what he means by that and why he still humiliates him. Chen tells him honestly that he has always envied Yang, with his handsome appearance and athletic prowess, effortlessly winning the hearts of the opposite sex. He seems to take girls' love for granted, but when he realizes he has lost that aura, he panics. His mind is filled with a desire for victory and success. Yet, he overlooks his girlfriend's feelings. Yang Gong pushed her away bit by bit with his own hands. At this point, playing the pitiful card to seek reconciliation, he must feel like he has become a clown. Yang grabs his head and starts crying. He admits that he is wrong and the one to blame. The crowd is stunned to find that this is not a case of a third party intervening. Cold violence is indeed beneath dignity. When they were together, there was no consideration or kindness. What's the use of trying to salvage things now? Jing is emotional to see that he understands her. Her favorability increases to 91 points. Uzopi is also in the crowd and wonders about Chen's relationship with that girl. He turns to tell Xiao. He enters the room and yells that Chen is cheating on her. She almost gets scared by his sudden entrance. She tells him that he must stop messing around. Anyone can cheat, but Chen Yuan cannot. It is impossible. He replies that there is a girl downstairs confessing to Chen Yuan. They were exchanging meaningful glances. Xiao says that Chen Yuan cannot control others' expression of their feelings. Besides, it does not necessarily mean anything significant. He shows her the news and asks her how she explains this. Chen is lavishly spending money on other women. She replies that Chen has told her about it, and the total amount he spent is more than 30 million. Uzopi is shocked to hear that Chen gave the female anchors gifts and has told her about it. She replies, "It is true. Trust is the foundation of any relationship." She pats his head and tells him never to mind it. He has been single since birth, so he will not understand this kind of telepathy of the heart. After that, she starts singing. Uzopi wonders how such a sensible person ended up acting so foolish. Chen is yawning as he is feeling sleepy. His friend, China, asks him to focus and asks, "Who gets sleepy during a murder mystery game?" Chen replies that he did not want to come in the first place. He begged him to come here. Those girls there ask how or why he is being so loud. He might scare Chen Yuan. They just enjoy watching Chen Yuan sleep. One of them asks him if he has some time for her tonight. The other says that Chen seems tired and asks if he wants her to buy him a hazelnut tea. Taya tells him that if he does not come, these girls will not come either. A handsome guy like him will not understand the struggles of the ordinary guy. Chen points at Shang and asks Taya to explain why she is here. Shang is acting well in the play. She sobs and says she abandoned her childhood sweetheart and ran away with the wealthy man. Then she got killed, but she feels she deserves it. There is no need to look for a culprit. She deserves this punishment. Her classmate tells her to calm down and says they cannot continue playing this way. Tao tells Chen that if Lin Shutong hears that he is around, it is tough for Tao to avoid tagging along. He asks Chen what is wrong with her. He has also heard that she has been seeing a doctor lately. It is related to some health issues. Chen wonders if he went too far. Although she deeply hurt him, She also sincerely desires repentance. After forming a connection, he wonders if he is being too harsh, even if she is at fault and bears guilt. Suddenly, some random girl comes to him and says there is a rumor at school that he is the online sensation, Mr. Smokey. She asks if it is true because his online handles are the same. A man comes there instantly and says, if Chen Yuan is Mr. Smokey, he will take his head off and use it as a ball. That guy keeps going and says that Mr. Smokey has flaunted an incredible billion on Shark. But Chen Yuan is not even worth comparing himself to Mr. Smokey. Chen recognizes that guy. That guy goes to Shutong and introduces himself. His name is Luno, and he owns this shop. He has noticed her for a while. He asks her if she would like to exchange WeChat contacts. Chen remembers that Luno was his rival in high school. He often bullied him, taking advantage of his wealthy and influential family. He thinks that if he wants to show off, he will let him do it thoroughly. Fortunately, he does not want to be too high profile in front of his classmates. He also wants to give a stress test on someone. Chen moves forward and says he wants to introduce this guy to everyone. This wealthy guy is Luno, his high school classmate. He is currently studying at a prestigious university and runs his own company with assets in the millions. He can be considered a genuinely high-profile, wealthy individual. All his classmates are charmed by Yao. As for Chen Yuan, he is not precisely Mr. Smokey. His family recently received some compensation from a demolition, around 3 to 5 million. There has been a misunderstanding. Lunao is surprised that Chen has a few million in family assets. Shutong is shocked to know that Chen is not Mr. Smokey. She thinks that, on one side, there is an elite with assets in the millions. Conversely, someone with some money used to have feelings for her. Her favorability starts to decrease drastically and reaches 15 points. She adds Luno on her WeChat instantly. Luno tells Chen Yuan that the world is strange. The girl Chen introduced Ediyato on WeChat. He whispers in Chen's ear that in the past, hitting him was like beating a dog. Now he can only be stepped on by Yao. Then he tells his waiter that Chen Yuan is his classmate. He has made him very happy today, so the bill for his table is free. Chen puts his hands on his face and laughs hysterically. His classmates wonder what has happened to him. Suddenly he tells them that he is okay. It is just that he suddenly understood some things. He thinks he gave Shutong the opportunity she wanted. But unfortunately, a leopard cannot change its spots. He will not sympathize with her because she does not deserve it. Chen leaves the cafe. Luno asks him why he is leaving so soon. He tells him they are having a high school reunion tomorrow at Kyushu restaurant. He asks Chen if he is daring enough to come there. He replies that since Luno has invited him, he will come. At the reunion, Luno tells everyone to enjoy food and drinks today. He will cover all expenses. He also says that those guys do not help him save money. It is meant to be spent. His friends praise him and say Luno is generous. He welcomes them and tells them to give him a nice word when Ruo comes later. One stands and says he and Ruo are a perfect match. Talented and beautiful. They will all support him and help him succeed. Chin thinks that you never misses any opportunity to show off. After a while, Ruo enters the room. She apologizes for keeping everyone waiting. She says the driver at home took a day off today, so she took a taxi and arrived late. Chen looks at Ruo and thinks she is the only white moonlight that could illuminate his life. During the 3 years of high school, she is so mysterious and noble, like an unsolvable equation that makes all the boys in the school lose their composure. Chen goes to her and asks if he can add her on WeChat for easier communication. Yao gets irritated to see Chen doing this. He thinks he will make him regret that in no time. Royo thinks she has seen him somewhere before and replies that it's no problem. They can exchange contacts. With this, the boot-licking relationship was established, and she has an appearance score of 9.2. Someone shouts from the middle of the table that Chen Yuan has never been anything special, so why is he being so bold? One of the girls says that he's pretending to be rich and is actually shameful. She warns everyone that Chen Yuan hangs out with some second-generation rich kids who harm many women. One of Chen Yuan's friends says that she has no idea what she's talking about. She says that Chen Yuan made her get humiliated by her ex-boyfriend. I think it was that guy who delivered the car and made her suffer. Crying. She says she is sure that Chen Yuan only asks for Ruo's number to sell it to his friends. Ruo looks on and starts losing favorability because of this. I takes the opportunity to ask Chen Yuan if he is so poor that he needs to lean on others, and if he wants, he has a job for him. Chen Yuan, seeing the two insulting him at the same time, thinks that they are plotting together. But if they are showing their faces, he will have to step on them. He sends a message to Hen, telling him to come to this restaurant with a Ferrari. A while later, everyone is going downstairs to leave. Yi is confident that Chen Yuan and his friend will never show up here again. He asks Ruo if she wants him to take her home, but she declines. An attendant approaches Ai, asking him to move his car, and he gets angry. How come he has to move it from the restaurant parking lot? The guy tries to explain that after 9:00 p.m., the restaurant is reserved for VIPs only. I wonders who this so-called VIP is. Sitting in his car, he is impressed. In front of him is a Ferrari, one he has only seen in exhibits costing over 20 million. Suddenly, he sees Zhang Hosen getting out of the car and recognizes him. He starts sweating and feels embarrassed because he has heard how important this guy is. But then, Chen Yuan greets Hosen, who smiles. He thanks Hosen for bringing his car, and Hosen says it's always good to help the boss. Ai is in disbelief, wondering, wait a minute, this car belongs to Chen Yuan. People start questioning if Chen Yuan is really that rich, and the girls say that the one girl had lied, claiming he needed others. Ruo immediately realizes that this girl and Ai are trying to tarnish Chen Yuan's reputation. However, despite being humiliated, he didn't bother defending himself against these people. She finds this quite interesting, and her favorability rises by 20 points. Seeing this, the rascal smiles and asks her if he could have the honor of escorting her home. She agrees. The class is now all in love with Chen Yuan, and his friends take the chance to poke fun at him. I will image photos of a busy avenue, copy, and paste them inside. Ruo feels a bit uneasy. Perhaps she was too hasty in getting into this car. Chen Yuan tells her that he has been paying attention to the pendant on her bag. It's a diet. She is impressed that he recognizes it. It's a character from a Chinese cartoon. He tells her that he loves watching that series and seeing the transformations. And she says she has always liked it too. She glances at him, feeling a bit embarrassed and smiling, while he thinks she's very cute. Perhaps her cold attitude is just a protective measure. Seeing her beautiful face makes it irresistible to want to protect her. The boy didn't last 3 words. He says he is experiencing the feeling of love for the first time in his life. At her house, he makes a gesture representing that, and she thanks him for bringing her home. They stand there like 2 idiots, laughing as he leaves. She says that he is interesting, different from the rich guys. He doesn't try to boss her around and just has fun. She then enters her house and is immediately scolded by her mother, who wants to know how the blind date her mother set up went. She must remember that her father's business is at a crucial moment, and they have no choice. However, Ruo cries, saying she won't marry just to help the company. Her feelings are important. But her mother says it is her duty since everything she eats or wears is paid for by them. If her father's company goes bankrupt, they will all be ruined. The boy from the Han family may not seem that interesting, but the situation is more important than feelings. Crying, she says she understands, and a tear falls on the little doll. Chen Yuan is just watching the group of millionaires when the guy with the car mentions he has some crazy news. Chen Yuan gets curious. Then he finds out that Ruo is going to marry a chubby guy with horrible hair just because of her family's bankruptcy. He starts wondering if he got involved in this whole mess, but remembering her, he questions whether she will really get married. Ever since high school, he couldn't take his eyes off her. No, he won't let this happen. This time he will be decisive and won't let life pass him by like this. A girl with glasses asks if it was Chen Yuan passing by, and the guy says it seems like it was indeed him. Suddenly she stops him, introduces herself as Shen Shu, and asks if he wants to become an internet celebrity. Chen Yuan takes a look at the car and apologizes, saying he's not interested. She responded so quickly that she believes he has already received offers from other companies and decides to try something different. Carrying 3 bags full of content, She starts talking about how their company is huge and extremely competitive in terms of the payment they offer. Besides, he might not know, but on their platform, they have the famous loose cigarette. If he doesn't sign with them, he better be careful not to be hated by the cigarette guy. Chen Yuan gets angry. The damn girl doesn't even know he is the loose cigarette and is here wasting his time. She's in his face while he wonders if she thinks he won't do anything. So he grabs his phone, thinking that since he won't do anything, someone else will do it for him. He goes to the rich kids group and talks about her name and her company, asking if anyone can help and resolve this. She keeps insisting when her boss calls her, ordering her to return to the company immediately or she will be out of a job. Confused, she tells her boss she didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan is just angry with this hand group trying to steal Ruo from him. In the car, the mother says they are just going to meet. She doesn't mean to be so sad. She doesn't mean to be so sad. Besides, this will help a lot with the financial crisis. Suddenly, she receives a message from Chen Yuan asking where she is. She mentions the restaurant, and he says he'll be there to help her. She wonders if Chen Yuan already knows about the blind date. If she were to compare that disgusting hand guy with Chen Yuan, he seems much more attractive. Her father says he has never asked her for anything, so he hopes she will consider things. Everyone in the car stays silent, and she says she understands. The car then stops in front of the luxurious restaurant, and someone comes to guide them. However, the guy is already drooling, saying that soon she will become the property of the Han family. Seeing a briefcase in the guy's hand, she finds it strange that they are bringing so many documents to a blind date. They then enter the room. The father of the Han family greets them with his son, Pineapple Head, who is already drooling on the side. Ruo immediately notices a lot of documents on the table. This is clearly not a blind date. She wants to know what her father is planning. That father is filthy trash, right? You can't sell your daughter, even if you're eating dirt and mud. Ruo knows how influential this group is in the city, and Sanu, Pineapple Head's father, is a very perverse guy. He approaches Ruo and says she is much prettier in person. She says she doesn't deserve such compliments while sending a message to Chen Yuan, informing him that she is in room 35. Pineapple Head approaches her, saying he is excited about their relationship and that she doesn't need to worry. Her family's business will be very successful. She pulls her hand away, saying thanks awkwardly. He puts his hand on her back, saying she doesn't need to be polite, and gives her a squeeze, saying they will be family. But she slaps him, asking who said they would become family, and tells him to take his hand off. The worst father she has ever seen argues with her, saying she's being rude. With tears in her eyes, she doesn't have much to say. Her father turns to Sanu and says that his daughter is very young and doesn't know what's best for her, but they can take a look at the contract. A man arrives and begins to explain all the details. They will buy 20 of her father's company for 100 million, on the condition that she marries Pineapple Head. However, this money will be invested in stocks they control, and they will only be able to access the 100 million once she gives birth to a child with Pineapple Head. She is shocked and immediately grabs the document, asking if they are seriously talking about having a child in this. She cries, looking at her father, asking if he really brought her there to sell her this way. Her mother tells her to calm down, but she refuses. Crying, she asks why their failure has to affect her life. She declares that she knows Pineapple Head is addicted to alcohol, prostitution, and gambling. She will never marry him. The disgraceful father slaps her across the face, leaving her in disbelief with a red cheek. This story is getting better than a Mexican soap opera, folks. Her father yells that he spoiled her too much and she only thinks of herself. He raised a child. Apparently, she is confused by his words, saying she only thinks of herself. Her mother says she needs to be more sincere and understand that if she doesn't do this, the whole family will collapse. But Ruo argues that it doesn't make sense. If things go wrong, they can start over together and rebuild everything. Her mother shows that she is also despicable and falls to her knees, begging her daughter, begging her to have mercy on her poor mother. Everyone in the room is shocked by this. Ruo tells her to get up and asks what she's doing. But her mother says she has no other choice. She will only get up if Ruo agrees to this. Ruo doesn't know what to say. The poor girl is lost. Pineapple Head says she can trust him to deliver the heavens and stars to her. At this moment, the poor girl gives up and realizes that this is her fate. Being born into this rich family means she has to sacrifice certain parts of her life. Without any expression, she tells her mother she will accept, and her mother can get up immediately. Her mother's tears stop as genuinely as my promise to stop looking at 3Ds on family-friendly sites. She stands up, congratulating her daughter. Sanu says that now that she's agreed, they should sign the contract immediately. The guy starts taking the documents out of the briefcase, while Sanu says this will be great. As soon as the marriage happens, their company will boom. Meanwhile, Pineapple Head is now licking his lips, angry that she initially refused to accept, already imagining the fun he will have with her. Everyone in the room is silent while she doesn't even sit in the chair. But suddenly, Chen Yuan arrives, kicking the door open. The first to notice is Ruo, and no one in the room can believe it. Chen Yuan says they are very brave and have lost their sense of danger to be doing this. Ruo is ecstatic to see him. Pineapple Head comes running, asking if he is tired of living, but he immediately gets a slap and falls, breaking everything in the room. Chen Yuan calls him a fool and tells him to disappear. The guard asks if he has any idea who he is messing with, and if he knows the status of the family present. Chen Yuan laughs, saying it's a family that sells their daughter and another that buys her. He wants to see who has the courage to touch him. Sanu tells everyone to be quiet while thinking about how this kid knows they are there, and still does this. He realizes this boy is not that simple. He then approaches and asks Chen Yuan which family he is from, to which he replies that he is not qualified to know. Pineapple Head tries to shout, but his father tells him to shut up. Chen Yuan looks at Ruo and tells her she can relax because he will help her family's difficulties. He goes to the table to look at the contract, while her father asks what he is doing. Chen Yuan says her father is suffering from brain failure for selling his daughter at such a low price. He tears up the papers saying he will buy 60 of their company for 500 million. People can't believe it. 500 million. Sanu starts sweating, realizing that for someone to spend 500 million like that, their family must be worth at least 10 billion. However, he can't figure out where this kid came from, even though he knows all the families around here. Ruo's father gets excited about such a large sum of money. Not only can he restore the company, but he can even expand it. But Chen Yuan says that to provide the 500 million, he has one condition. He points to Ruo, who wonders if he really wants to buy her for that price. She drops her bag to the floor, feeling desolate, thinking that Chen Yuan is just like all the others. In the end, once again, she cries over her little doll. Then Chen Yuan reveals that his condition is that 60 of the company must be transferred to her name. As soon as she has more than half of the company, he will transfer the 500 million. Now she is radiant, feeling like a bird released from its cage. Double meaning yes or no. She sees Chen Yuan as a hero, and obviously her favorability starts to rise and rise, instantly reaching 85. A guy arrives with a contract and says all she needs to do is sign it. He gently holds her hand, saying that after she signs this, she will have control over her own life. Immediately, the money is transferred to the accounts of the worst family members in the world, who become emotional. Her father asks Chen Yuan if he really will only ask for this, and Chen Yuan says that's all. However, he warns that from now on, he controls the rise or fall of their family, and it's best if her father does nothing more to cause Ruo pain. He tells her there's nothing left to be said, and they should leave. Sanu suddenly changes his mind, saying he really recognizes Chen Yuan's hard work and tells him not to take what his son did to heart, while imagining that he is some kind of money god for spending 500 million out of nowhere. Seeing this, her father knows it wouldn't be smart to become his adversary. Pineapple Head starts yelling at his father, saying that he was the first to be hit, and now he gets hit a second time for being a fool. As he is being beaten, Chen Yuan walks out the door with Ruo. Sometime later, in the Ferrari, she thanks him for saving her. He says nothing has changed. It's not the first time he has saved her. In a flashback, Ruo was riding her bike home, worried she wouldn't meet anyone strange. Of course, she met the most honest people in society who wanted to talk to her. One of them even offered ear cleaning. But from afar, someone was running toward her, and he arrived, headbutting one in the stomach. While holding off the guys, he told her she could run and not look back. She ran while Chen Yuan stayed there getting beaten. She was so desperate at the time that she didn't remember his face. Later, she returned with the police to the same place, but the boy was already gone. Crying her eyes out, she says she never imagined she would find the person who saved her. Once she gets all excited, saying she never expected it would be him. Another 10 favorability points are added. And with that, we reach the legendary 95, and the counterattack is ready. The system detects that he spent $500 million to bootlick her, and in return, he will gain $50 million for himself. Moreover, he gains several attribute points: proficiency in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Good heavens, he became a polyglot. Chen Yuan is amazed the system worked, and the deal was quick this time. Staring at her, he thinks it's too good to be true. He never had the courage to talk to her and could only watch from a distance. The only time he could do something was to save her, but it was an action that always brought him pride. He takes a look, and they get closer to feel each other's breath when, of course, the phone rings, and they separate. It's Yuan, and now it's complicated. She says she has already moved into the house and bought some furniture. Does he know what day tomorrow is? He says yes. Tomorrow is her birthday, and he has already bought several presents. While thinking, it's a critical moment in the middle of the house with the changes. She asks him not to be too extravagant when meeting her friends. He says it's fine. He will think about what to bring as a gift, while her friend just wants to set up the furniture. She never revealed it, but she finds it wonderful to have a house worth $60 million. Crazy in the head. Chen Yuan says his friend is organizing a birthday party and asks if she wants to go. His strategy is that he leaves things very exposed. No one will doubt him since he isn't hiding anything. However, she tells him not to worry and to go ahead. She has plenty to handle, but she isn't foolish and isn't asking questions. She knows won't get answered. He says it's a pity because she would be the most beautiful one there. She replies that when she has a chance, she will visit, but he's just being polite. He knows that if she really accepts, things will get complicated. Meanwhile, she is confident in her charm, believing she can win, even if there are more beautiful women. She loves competition. Getting out of the car, she thanks Chen Yuan for everything he did today. He tells her that if she feels bad for not being able to accompany him today, she can repay him in another way. She gives him a $500 million kiss on the cheek. However, she warns him that now he is marked by her and belongs to her. Chen Yuan suffers as he's getting back in the car, thinking about going home to play some games. Someone suddenly asks if that's his car. When he looks back, it's Chuang, shocked with her thumb out. The door closed and the car on the road. She was ignored. Her friend then says it looks like he lied last time and was just testing her again. Chuang is shocked for the 10th time. She messed up again and asks her friend what she should do to get him back. Her friend says it's not possible. She missed her chance, but maybe she can. Chuang is stunned. She gets angry, asking if she really is thinking of trying something with Chen Yuan. Her friend says he is amazing, so why wouldn't she try, since Chuang can't anymore? Chuang starts radiating like Goku, pulling her hair, and now they're fighting over nothing. Our boy just closed the door. They're fighting, getting uglier and uglier, lying on the ground with everyone recording. A while later, she is desolate, having lost the man, and her friend can keep improving. The distance between them keeps growing, and this way, she has no more chance. Suddenly, someone tells her to stop crying. It's Shen Shu from Dreamin', asking if she's interested in becoming an internet celebrity, and that she knows a way to help her get Chen Yuan back. At home, Chen Yuan is just wondering what to give Kiki as a present when, just as he was about to leave his room, one of his friends mentions that Chuang was starting a live stream. In the stream, she talks about everything that happened between her and the top spender on that platform. She tells everyone how their relationship started a long time ago, but after everything they went through together, he didn't want her anymore. Chen Yuan is angry. While his friend is curious if she really was with that rich guy, but our protagonist is already furious. She still wants to play the victim, but he thinks this plan doesn't suit her. There's definitely someone behind it. He then calls one of his friends and asks about who is sponsoring her live stream. Shortly after, he calls one of his friends and asks about who is sponsoring her live stream. Shortly after, he is informed that it's Dreamland Sheen's company. Chen Yuan is outraged. The damn girl provoked him and now thinks he won't do anything. At Dreamland Shen, Shu is impressed that her live stream was so successful on its first try. When she proposed this idea to her boss, she was reprimanded. But one of her employees found out about his childhood love, Lin Shutong, and that's where she saw the chance to win him over. She thinks she is a genius. Then, she gets a call from her boss informing her that their company has been banned from the platform. He went to the group of billionaires and told everyone to be careful and remove any investments or involvement with that company, since that group is only for the ultra-rich who trust each other. Everyone just followed the information and made several calls to withdraw everything they had. This caused a storm in the place, and in the end, they were banned from everything and had to terminate operations. One of the guys came to inform her that since everyone withdrew their investments, it would need 10 million to keep the place running. But they didn't have that. She was trembling and furious, wondering who was messing with her. Seeing the initial downfall of the company, some investors came to talk to her and withdrew everything they had. Even the streamers working for her left since it wasn't worth staying at a banned company without any investors. The company also lost the lease they had, leaving with boxes in hand and place desolate. She didn't know what to do. She was sure that to have so much power, it could only be Mr. Yuan. But why did he do that? Even Chuang was banned from the platforms, all obviously because of the bald contacts he had. Now, it was time to buy something for Kiki when suddenly, Shu smacked her face against the glass, giving him a scare. With tears in her eyes, she said she was foolish and begged for forgiveness. And with that, the counterattack began. With zero favorability. However, he thought he wasn't interested in an older woman. Even though she always came back from the market with 2 giant bags, he lowered his head. The window, in full gigachad mode, told her it would be best if she didn't bother him anymore. Strangely, she collapsed to the ground, reeling and wondering why she hadn't realized he was so handsome, especially when he spoke so coldly to her. Her favorability increased, and he sped up the Ferrari on the road. At Kiki's mansion, her friends were all impressed with the new house. Suddenly, one of them questioned. A girl with green hair asked if that place was really her house. As far as she had heard, the owner of the place was an old man. Kiki's friend told them to shut up, saying it was ridiculous to think she would be with an old man. However, the girl's boyfriend said it was true, and the owner of the house even had a 12-year-old daughter. Everyone started thinking that the house wasn't hers, but just a favor from an old man. But her friends slapped the paper on the table, showing that she was the sole owner of the place. People started believing that she had really bought it with her live stream earnings. Meanwhile, Kiki was feeling insecure, wondering why he hadn't arrived yet. He got out of the Ferrari with a teddy bear in hand. He parked his car far away to avoid drawing too much attention. Suddenly, he heard something coming from behind, and a car almost ran over his foot. It stopped in front of everyone, who wondered if it was a guy named Tang. The blonde guy named Tang Xuan got out of the car and ordered someone to park it for him. At that moment, he noticed Chen Yuan on the side. He wondered if Kiki had really invited this sewer rat to the party. Not to mention, he brought a teddy bear, which was ridiculous. Suddenly, Kiki shouted that he had finally arrived. As the two turned, she said she had been waiting for a long time. Tang Yuan, all gleaming, said it was so good to see her happy like that, but she dodged him. She went straight to Chen Yuan, who brought the teddy bear for her and thanked him. Everyone started commenting on how the fool was ignored, while he wondered why she was giving attention to this kid. Suddenly, a red truck passed behind him, and he thought the perfect chance had come. He told Kiki he brought a gift that he was sure she would like. While the guys were unloading some things from the truck, he thought that Rat should have stayed in the sewer and would now learn the difference between them. He gave her a Yamaha F6 piano and said he thought it was perfect for the star of the day. Did she like the gift? She said she did, but the piano was very expensive, so she would transfer the money back. He said it was okay because the value was nothing to him. Besides, he had composed a piece just for her. The girls were all smitten and excited to see what he would show, and he started playing the keys, music here and there. The other girls kept saying the two were a perfect match with that piano talent. Kiki strangely complimented him, saying she couldn't compare to such talent, and he said she was flattering him too much. He then turned to Chen Yuan and asked why he didn't show a bit of his talent. Chen Yuan smiled, realizing the guy wanted to embarrass him, and said he would then show a bit of what he knew. Kiki wondered if Chen Yuan really knew how to play the piano, but obviously he knew nothing. However, with 35 enhancement points, any skill could be improved. The system notified him that it would take 10 points to learn, and he used them immediately while thinking he would make that guy look foolish. He asked the system for 50 years of piano experience. He started glowing at the piano, and Xuan noticed his vibe had changed. He started playing, and the guy was stunned. It was the same piece he had just played, but the kid had already memorized it. Chen Yuan was confident, saying the surprise was yet to come. He started accelerating the music even more without missing a single note. The boy was on fire. People were sweating, wondering if it was normal, and if he had 4 hands by any chance. He had to be the new Beethoven in front of them. In their minds, to have that talent, Chen Yuan must have undergone brutal training. He was like a machine gun, firing at each note. When he finished, smoke even rose from the boy. At the party, everyone was silent. Like the legendary loose cigarette, he pulled one from the pack and placed it on the piano string, which was so hot it lit the cigarette. The Chinese no limits. He put his hand on Xuan's shoulder and told him, "Your skills are good. Just keep working hard." He then placed the cigarette in the guy's mouth and said that playing the piano was about expressing emotions, not creating competition. The guy seemed to fall in love, saying he understood. Everyone was impressed, and suddenly Kiki made a mischievous face, saying she had chosen the right person. Sitting on the couch, she thought he was a treasure among men, and her favorability kept rising. It finally reached 95, and now the counterattack was successful, automatically evolving him to a level 60 piano maestro. Kiki was now becoming a loyal follower of the boy. Since he spent 78 million on her, he received 7 million on her, he received 7 million in return. The guy was finally managing to take advantage of this system to get rich. With 25 more enhancement points, he didn't even know where to use them. Suddenly, someone came from behind, saying he was full of incredible surprises. It was Kiki, saying he made her very happy that night. He said that this performance was his second gift, so how would she thank him? A new girl appeared. Kim Bing-soo, known as the Ice Beauty. She wasn't famous for her looks, but for her hostile attitude toward all men. Because of this, everyone speculated she was a lover of women. Besides, she was always close to the president, so they even thought they had a relationship. But the truth is that she was kidnapped in her childhood. Even though the police arrived in time and nothing happened, it created a trauma in her. And since then, she hates men. Kiki asked Chen Yuan who he thought was more beautiful between the two. He told Kiki that, of all the women he had met, she was the most beautiful, while thinking he wanted to avoid women like Bing-soo as much as possible because they're all crazy. At that moment, Kiki called her friend over to meet him. She apologized, saying she was stuck in traffic. Kiki quickly introduced Chen Yuan, who asked if he was the guy who had played the piano. He said yes, but she said she had heard he was the type of guy who had relationships with several girls. Really, a man with no morals, even if he had some talent. Chen Yuan wanted to strangle her, but Kiki told him to calm down, saying she had always been like that. However, the system doesn't forgive, and another target was found. Kim Bing-soo, 25 years old, 52 kilos and 9.3 in appearance, with -80 in favorability. You would gain combat skills if he completed everything. Chen Yuan threw the system on the ground, saying that last time it was the ant, and now it's another woman. He doesn't want to bootlick. The night passed, and it was time for the birthday wishes. She celebrated, they cut the cake, and everyone was happy until Bing-soo called Kiki for a little chat outside. She warned Kiki that it would be good for her to stay away from Chen Yuan. Kiki asked why. Bing-soo said that Chen Yuan was involved with many girls, and she didn't want to see her friend in a toxic relationship. Besides, she was about to graduate and wanted to pass the president's position to her. Kiki seemed to want that president's position. She remembered that when she arrived, she always competed with Bing-soo, and they argued a lot. But now in the end, Bing-su wanted to pass the president's position to her. Were the rumors about Bing-su true? Was she looking for some fun in the capital? Embarrassed, Kiki responded that she really didn't deserve the position, and it was better to find someone else. But Bing-su approached and said that love really blinds people because Kiki wasn't acting like the person she knew. Kiki said she was even thinking about leaving the student council to spend more time with Chen Yuan. Bing-su got angry, saying she was losing all ambition and being stupid because of that guy. Her favorability kept dropping while he wondered if he couldn't even eat cake without losing points. The party was about to end, and everyone was leaving. Suddenly, she told Chen Yuan to wait a minute. There was something she wanted to tell him. He was about to leave, thinking she was getting more adorable with more favorability. All she did was invite him to watch a movie tomorrow. He thought she was inviting him for some Netflix and chill. Suddenly, he heard someone crying in the background. It was Xuan, leaning against his car, devastated and wondering why he had practiced piano his whole life. Chen Yuan felt awkward seeing the guy there and went to talk to him, surprising him. The guy was startled and asked what he wanted. Chen Yuan said he had just lost a piano duel, which wasn't a big deal. He felt awkward because he humiliated the guy using the system. However, Xuan interpreted it differently and thought he was being belittled. Chen Yuan said that wasn't the case, but Xuan replied, saying he admitted Chen Yuan's skills were good. However, it didn't matter because his family was extremely wealthy, and he had everything good. He pulled out his car key and said he was sure Chen Yuan was a poor guy who didn't even have a place to fall dead. But Chen Yuan was heading to the Ferrari. The poor guy even broke his car key lying on the ground. He wondered why the god wore simple clothes and drove a Ferrari. As he was leaving, wondering what movie to watch with Kiki tomorrow, he suddenly saw Bing-su standing in the middle of nowhere. She clearly looked cold, and he imagined she might catch a cold. But he didn't care about that, letting the ice princess freeze, and sped away. However, when he looked in the rearview mirror, she was surrounded by some guys. They asked if she was alone and if she needed a bodyguard. By any chance, if she made them happy, they would even do it for free. She got angry and said if they touched her one more time, she would call the police. The guys laughed in her face and said the angrier she got, the more fun it was. However, they stopped laughing when she kicked one in the balls. She turned and ran, leaving the guy in agony. He told his friends to capture her, who was already fleeing. Looking back, she was confident she could outrun them, but there were too many of them. However, suddenly she ran into Chen Yuan, who asked if she was okay. She was curious to see him, but now the guys had already surrounded them both. The guy who had been kicked told his friends to capture her quickly. She thought that men were indeed bastards, and now she was trapped because she bumped into this damn Chen Yuan. But he warned the guys they had 2 minutes to get out of there. The guy with the mohawk asked what would happen if they didn't leave. Sometime later, everyone was lying beaten on the ground. Chen Yuan wiped his hands, saying he had given advice. He turned to Bing-su and asked if she was okay, but he lost 5 favorability points. The poor guy was in disbelief. He was now at -95 after saving her. She was glaring at him with fiery eyes. He had no idea how this happened. She asked him if he thought she was amazed at how he was acting like that. Did he think such a trick would work on her? She was waiting for a car when some gangster showed up, and he saved her. Clearly, he had orchestrated everything. Not only did she underestimate his intelligence, but he also underestimated hers. She grabbed him by the collar and said that Kiki was willing to give up the president's position just to be with a guy who deceived everyone just to be with her. She turned and said that trash like him made her even angrier. Chen Yuan was in disbelief that she invented this whole story. What madness was this? He called after her, saying he would explain, but she said she didn't want any explanations and just hoped he wouldn't use such a trick again. Our boy was left there not knowing what to do, and the guys were getting up from the ground. He vented his anger on the guy who was waking up. With that, he left, cursing everyone, in disbelief that such a thing happened, until his phone rang, and he wondered who was calling. It was Royo from her presidential bed. She wanted to know if he was free tomorrow. He wanted to know why, and she said she was free and wanted to watch a movie with him. But now, things got complicated for the guy because he had already planned a movie with the president. Before he could respond, She said it was the first time she had invited someone like this and just hoped he wouldn't reject her. Please. So he devised a devious plan. He would have one movie in the morning and one at night. The next morning, his friend sent him a message wanting to talk to him. When he met his friend, he explained that he had bought tickets to watch with a girl, but got stood up and wanted Chen Yuan to accompany him. Unfortunately, there was a friend he couldn't refuse because when he was poor, his friend was always there. The plan was to watch with the friend at 2:00 p.m., with Kiki at 5:00 p.m., and with Royo at 8:00 p.m. He knew this wouldn't be an easy day. Suddenly, he looked to the side and was startled by a crazy girl. There was a girl putting on makeup inside his car. Out of nowhere, she apologized, saying she was distracted with her makeup and accidentally got in without noticing. He said that since she had regained her senses, she could get out, but she said that maybe she had entered by accident, but found the right person in her mind. She wouldn't miss this chance and asked for his contact because she felt a connection. But with his phone in hand, he said he didn't have a phone, clearly not wanting to give a chance to the stranger. She said it was fine, then she would get out of the car. As she was leaving, the guy outside recognized her and asked what she was doing there. Chen Yuan and the girl recognized him as Li Weenie, a friend of Chen Yuan who they were going to the cinema with, and he asked why she was getting out of the car. Did the two of them have something going on? Chen Yuan was worried his friend would get the wrong idea. He got out of the car and tried to explain to his friend, but his friend got angry at the girl and told her he was sure she saw his friend driving a luxury car and threw herself at him. Chen Yuan confirmed that was exactly what happened. They locked the car and left. She was in disbelief at Li Weenie, knowing such rich people. While they were watching the movie, a friend asked him why he couldn't get any women. He was so unlucky. Chen Yuan told him not to worry too much about it. Two girls behind them said they were strange for watching a movie together like that. Chen Yuan then told his friend that he should never expose his needs. He explained that the more you chase after women, the worse they will treat you. A real man doesn't spend his money on women, but on himself to impress women. That's what he said. And his friend was impressed, saying he had heard a confession from the gods. He grabbed Chen Yuan's hand and said he really understood how things work now. Chen Yuan told him to be careful. People might think the wrong things. He explained that to attract more women, you just had to be a bit more handsome, a bit richer, and have a few more girlfriends. That's how it works. His friend was frustrated with these obviously impractical tips. As they left the cinema, his friend thanked him, and Chen Yuan said he had a favor to ask in about 2 hours. The girls behind them left, convinced they were a couple, all part of Chen Yuan's plan to escape and go on a dangerous adventure. In front of the cinema, someone was waiting. It was Kiki, wanting to know where Chen Yuan was. Suddenly, a guy named Wu Banzi appeared, asking if she could give him her contact info. She apologized, saying she was on a date, but the guy insisted, saying her date wouldn't be interrupted by giving her number. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Chen Yuan, saying he would show how it's done. He put his hand beside her and asked if they could have a deep conversation somewhere with fewer people. The guy wondered if this kind of harassment would actually work, but she responded affirmatively, and the guy was fuming with disbelief. They were watching an action movie, and Kiki kept glancing to the side. She asked if he wasn't interested in the movie since he was always on his phone. He tried to explain that it was some family business that had been troubling him a lot lately. She believed him, imagining that to have so much money, he must have many problems. His life was different. People only see his extraordinary skills but don't see the countless drops of sweat he sheds while practicing every day. He had been training tirelessly since childhood. He should be training for his future now, but here he was, being monopolized by her. Okay. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his, and he was startled. When he looked over, she was crying, wondering why she was so emotional. As they left the cinema and walked down the street, she asked if he wanted to recommend something. But just as he was about to answer, he received a call. He had asked his friend to call right after the movie so he could escape. He answered and asked what it was, changing his expression. He said it was something very serious, and he had to handle it now. His friend was confused, as was Kiki. He then told her his friend had some problems and he had to go help. She said it was okay, that it was fine for today.
As he left, she thought he was a very decent man for giving up time with a woman to help his friends.
In the car, Chen Yuan was thinking he was a genius. Now he just had to win the last challenge. He arrived in front of her apartment and informed her he was downstairs, while thinking he would never do this kind of thing again. His life was worse than a battlefield. Someone called him, and the girl appeared casually, asking if he had waited long. Our boy was smitten, saying she looked stunning. She really was a treasure among women and could look good in any style. She asked if he was ready to leave, and he said, "Let's go," while thinking that if things went well, they could take it to the next level. They went to the cinema, then to a restaurant, and the night passed. They were back home, and as he was leaving, she told him to rest well and said she enjoyed the night. But he asked her to wait. Could he come inside to get a glass of water? She seemed very happy to accept. The scene shifted to him taking a shower, while she wondered why she had done such a thing. She thought he just wanted a glass of water, but after he arrived, he said it was too late to leave, and she allowed him to stay. She couldn't believe she accepted that. What would she do if he asked for more? But it wouldn't be impossible. Then she saw something in his pocket. When she took it out, it was the tickets for all the movies he had watched today. Our guy was caught in fork. He came out of the shower saying he was ready, but was startled when he saw the tickets on the table. She then wanted to know what that meant. Either he was a movie addict or he was dating a lot of women. Why did he want to get involved in her life just to be with other women? Chen Yuan couldn't say anything while she berated him, saying he just played with her emotions. Minus 20 favorability points, as she told him to leave. Now, he was down to 75. He was trembling, thinking he had seen this coming. He then told her that he never thought she trusted him so little. In a few movie tickets, everything he did for her went down the drain. Angrily, she said he still had the nerve to make excuses. He called Wayne and told her to talk to him and ask what they did today. Wayne answered, asking why he was calling so late. Royo picked up the phone and asked him if he went to watch a movie with Chen Yuan today. Wani said yes. He had invited a girl, but she declined, so they went together. But he snapped to reality with a name he heard and asked how this happened. She half ignored him and angrily hung up the phone, saying it was all settled now. She was confused, not knowing if he was telling the truth or if his friend was lying to her. She had the number of the girl he said he was going to the cinema with, so she decided to check. When the girl answered, she said yes. The guy had asked her to watch a movie, but she declined until a guy in a Ferrari showed up. Chen Yuan asked her if she wanted to check his cards to see what he bought. He turned, saying he was very disappointed. She said there must have been a misunderstanding and asked for forgiveness, but he slammed the door. Outside, he thought he had managed to get out of that situation. The guy doesn't lie much. She sent a message on her phone and he said it was okay. He understood and forgave her. She felt relieved, thinking he was very kind, and her favorability rose by 21 points. Now, he relaxed. Her favorability went up again, luckily by 1 point more than before. He realized he needed to be more careful since he almost ruined everything. He needed to keep in mind that certain connections are just for gaining points and status, while others are for fun and joy. If he got the system for revenge, he would build a harem. Some girls passed by him, commenting that they were going to watch something. He seemed to recognize the name and decided to take a look as well. The court was packed with people. The girls were all excited, cheering and saying they loved them. On the side were Shang and her friend, who suddenly teleported next to Chen Yuan. He greeted the famous shill, but someone touched his shoulder. When he turned, it was Xing, asking if he liked basketball. The guys seeing this were all envious, saying Chen Yuan was a lucky guy. Suddenly, B3 appeared, saying that men love to talk behind women's backs. Kiki told her to relax, since they were just going to watch the game on the court. Xuan was worried, seeing Chen Yuan there again with a lot of girls surrounding him. What kind of disaster was this? But he saw Kiki and believed that this was his chance to shine. He had been practicing basketball for the past 6 months. It was time to humiliate this guy. He threw the ball in his direction. Chen Yuan sensed something coming and, in Spider-Man style, managed to catch it. He turned to the guy and said it was shameful to act that way, just because he lost in the piano competition. Suman said it didn't matter. If he wanted, he could come and compete in basketball. Our boy seemed to be losing his temper with the guy. He threw the ball back, saying he would play. Then, Suman decided to catch it, but the throw was too strong, and he was knocked back. Kiki was impressed by the power, while Bisu commented that men are all savages who know nothing but. The poor guy was lying on the ground with his friends asking if he was okay. He couldn't believe that Chen Yuan was that strong. Chen Yuan was that strong. Chen Yuan said he wasn't interested in a 1-on-1 match. Why not have a 5-on-5 to see the school's level? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe he had called for it. Xuan knew he had the school team, the coach on his side, and the crowd. This was more like a 1-on-none, and he was sure he would win. The game started, and he received the ball. He was confident he would humiliate Chen Yuan and finally make Kiki recognize who was better. Chen Yuan was surrounded not only by enemies, but by his teammates as well. But he knew very well that this would happen. Who needs a team when you have the system? With that, he added 30 more years of basketball experience. Xuan continued to be confident, thinking it was time to show his skill. He jumped to dunk the ball, but suddenly Chen Yuan appeared and blocked it easily. Everyone froze in disbelief that the poor guy was defeated so easily. It was one play, and the guy was already psychologically shaken. Chen Yuan said it was his turn now, but the referee blew the whistle, saying it was a foul. With that, Xuan took a free throw and scored a point, thinking Chen Yuan was an idiot. Since everyone was on his side, there was no way he could lose. But the school crowd was starting to notice something was wrong. It was shameful to call the referee for something like this. And Chen Yuan was getting angry. Now he was motivated to end this guy. The game resumed, and he stole the ball. He went and scored a basket. The poor guys hadn't even moved from their spots. Xuan scolded his team for not being able to block one guy. He even cursed Chen Yuan's team for not stopping him. Once again, they tried to surround him, but he jumped and scored another. The referee and the players didn't understand why Chen Yuan was trying so hard. Clearly, the game was rigged for him to lose, so why didn't he just give up? The referee started to remember what he had taught his students about respect and how, when entering a court, you should always give your all. Seeing Chen Yuan trying so hard left everyone in the basketball community emotional. Chen Yuan advanced once more, not understanding why everyone was standing still. People couldn't figure out what was happening on the court. It seemed like no one else was moving. From afar, Kiki said he was winning the game and maintaining his virtues. Xuan couldn't understand why no one was following his plans anymore. The score was now 60-2. Xuan was exhausted, and Chen Yuan was advancing once again to humiliate him. At that moment, he thought that if he at least defended this one, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Chen Yuan approached. He jumped, and Xuan threw his elbow into his chest. But it was his arm that got broken. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain, and Chen Yuan slammed the dunk. With that, he gained points with Kiki. He gained points with Xuan. He gained points with Shuo. He gained points with Shui. He gained points with Cheyenne. As he was leaving, Xuan realized he didn't deserve to be the team captain. It really insulted his skills to have to compete with someone so dirty. Xuan told Chen Yuan to stop being arrogant, saying he would soon regret it. Some girls said they even forgot to record because he was so incredible. Seeing that, Jian wanted to know where Chen Yuan was. She wanted to give him a bottle of water. But Kiki also wanted to give him a bottle of water. However, all four were holding water bottles, with liquid spilling. Chen Yuan fled, sweating nervously. Choosing which bottle to drink the nectar from could make him lose all the others. He took a shower after the game and received a friend request from someone in the group of rich people. The guy called him, and Chen Yuan asked what was up. The guy said it was nothing much. He just wanted to know if the boy wanted a wife. Chen Yuan was skeptical about this offer. The next target was named Goddess Lin Shutong, a 22-year-old actress. Her career was going very well, but she got involved in an online scandal, and the company ended her contract. The guy who called him in the group was Gang, her brother, who was asking for Chen Yuan's help. Chen Yuan asked if he was hearing correctly. Did Gang want him to marry his sister? Gang clarified that it wasn't exactly like that. He said it somewhat casually. It's just that his sister was falsely accused, and now her contract was terminated. So he wanted to know if Chen Yuan would like to buy the house she lives in. Chen Yuan thought he really needed to buy a house for himself. But considering she's an actress, she must love spending money, which would make her a perfect target for the system. He then told Gang Lang to arrange for him to meet his sister and see the house. Gang Lang said he would arrange everything. Now, thinking the group never lies, Chen Yuan thought, Mr. Yan is truly incredible. It seems the rumor that he saved the Shah family isn't a lie. At the house, Go was furious. Obviously, now that her career was going downhill, a bunch of guys were offering to marry her. But she didn't want any of that trash. None of them deserved a beauty like hers. All she wanted was to be a simple actress. Why did everything have to be so difficult? She then received a call. It was her brother, telling her not to worry about money anymore. He had found the perfect person. She was a bit confused about who it was, and her brother explained that it was a very influential guy that recently appeared. Hearing the name Mr. Yan, she already imagined a rundown fat guy. With that, she berated her brother, saying that when he got home, he would get beaten. The brother tried to explain that he was an incredible guy and that she should show him the house, as he was arriving soon. She hung up angrily, saying all men were the same, a real disaster. With her hands to the sky, she swore that even if she had to jump off a building, she wouldn't accept a cent from this man. In front of the house, Chen Yuan was impressed with the structure, and it wasn't very far. He rang the doorbell, and she thought the old man had come running like a desperate fool. She walked slowly down the hallway, just to annoy him. She opened the door, saying she came running for him to stop being annoying, but she blushed as soon as she saw Chen Yuan. Introducing himself, before she could ask who he was, he entered, apologizing. She was impressed that the boss was so young and handsome. He sat on the sofa and told her she could sit too. She was a bit confused as it was her house. She asked if he didn't want to see more of the house, and he said he had seen enough to know it was a good house. After all, that's not why he was there. She wanted to know why. Then he said the most important thing was her, and he wanted her to be his mistress. The boy was bold, activating the system wildly. Gon's appearance was 9.2, but his favorability dropped by 35. Chen Yuan thought this time he wouldn't waste time. He would go on the offensive. But hearing this, she wasn't pleased. The guy came in, asked her to be his mistress, and she would have to humiliate him. She said he was very direct, but it wasn't impossible if he accepted some conditions first. A car worth 10 million, an amazing apartment, and he had to invest 2 billion in 2 films where she would be a lead actress. Before she finished, he said that was very little. It seemed simpler than he thought. She was in disbelief. Obviously, the boy would like it. He was eager to spend all the system's money. Returning home, Goang was shocked. Chen Yuan's car was still there. Why hadn't he left? He entered the room and asked his sister why the expensive car was still there. Despondent, she said she actually got it as a gift from him. Besides that, he deposited a lot of money into her account. The brother then asked if everything went well with the house sale, and if she at least got the 2 million. Showing her phone, she said she got 1 billion. The boy's eyes sparkled, imagining that Chen Yuan really liked his sister. Finally, he could retire and become an uncle who only smoked cigarettes. Goang couldn't forget about Chen Yuan. He handed over the money, said he transferred the card to her name, and left saying he had other things to do. He only came to help her because he didn't like seeing beautiful women suffer. Wow, what a hero. With that, she couldn't forget the boy. She thought he wasn't so bad after all, and her favorability kept rising. At Bingu's graduation, she warned Kiki to be careful with Chen Yuan. Kiki tried to explain that Chen Yuan wasn't what she thought, but Bisu was clearly determined to hate the guy. She then revealed to her that on her birthday, he orchestrated some gangsters just to try and win her over. Kiki said it seemed like she had a very troubled mind. Chen Yuan was a hero that everyone at school liked, showing a photo of Shui and her dad holding a poster. Not to mention that, on her birthday, he had no idea she was going there, so it was impossible that he had set everything up. Bisu started to question if she had really misunderstood things. Was she exaggerating with her paranoia? With that, she left without saying anything to Kiki. Now, Bisu felt embarrassed, thinking she had been mistaken in her romantic delusion. Back at work, she was exhausted. She was dying of shame because she had told her friend that her boyfriend was hitting on her, when, in fact, he wasn't. Not to mention that every time she remembered the incident, the only thing that came to mind was Chen Yuan protecting her. Suddenly, her boss called her for a meeting, waking her up to reality. He informed her that there would be a charity dinner with the city's top businessmen. The boss wanted her to go and become friends with a certain Yang, a millionaire who had recently appeared. Bingsu felt sad. She had joined a company with a female boss to avoid this kind of thing, but she accepted. It was that or lose her job. Back at home, Chen Yuan was talking with the guys from the millionaire group. After he gave infinite money to Goang, she had been able to defend herself against the false accusation, and Chen Yuan was impressed with how well she handled things. On the other end of the phone was Chang K, inviting him to the charity dinner. Thinking that it would only be rich people, he knew he could find a way or someone to spend a lot of money on, so of course he would go. At Go's mansion, Renan was doing her best to defend herself from the accusations, but it wasn't easy. Every time she needed more money to invest in marketing, she received a transfer from our boy. She tried to convince herself that it was nothing. He wasn't winning her over like that, but favorability doesn't lie. The day of the charity dinner arrived. Of course, all the millionaires that our boy had humiliated were present, from the bar guy to the basketball guy. Swan said he was going to the bathroom. He knew the new magnate of the group would be at that party, and he had researched a lot to get close to this person. He knew it would be someone elegant and sophisticated, an elder with advanced vision. So, he stood at the door, wanting to be the first to meet this person. But suddenly, he saw Chen Yuan arriving and wondered why he was there dressed as security. The poor guy had actually spent 20,000 on that suit, really only used to spending the system's money. But he was startled. The security guards were indeed wearing the same suit as him. Xuan went to speak to him, calling him the Prince of Basketball, and asked if he was so broke that he came there to work as security. But Chen Yuan said that wasn't the case, and that he was invited to the banquet. Xuan responded that they could enter together then, thinking he was lying and wouldn't have his name on the list. At the entrance, the security asked him to show the invitation, and Chen Yuan was confused. He hadn't received any invitation. Xuan encircled him, laughing, saying he was ridiculous for really coming there, pretending like the Sue arriving for work. All the guys blushed upon seeing her. She thought she didn't like arriving in a luxurious car, but unfortunately it was part of the company's plan. She heard some commotion on the side and looked to see Chen Yuan and the security guard. He was already getting angry, saying he didn't have an invitation, but he was sure he was invited. A security guard said everyone who was invited received something at home. Bingsu laughed in his face, asking if he really thought he was that important. Suddenly she appeared and said that each card allowed bringing a guest, so he was hers. The guard accepted without a word, while Chen Yuan was confused as to why she was helping him since she hated him. She turned and told him to hurry up, saying her perception of him hadn't changed. She just owed him a favor. She just owed him a favor. She understood that on that night, he really did save her, and that's all. But Chen Yuan didn't like this. He was about to make a call to humiliate Xuan, and now she had ruined everything. He then told her that she shouldn't consider this repaying the favor. He didn't ask to be her lackey. It would be better if she stopped meddling in other people's business and just left a like on the video to help Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Part 3 is on the way, so activate the cheeky little notification. Remember that the last chapter ended with Chen Yuan being barred from entering the rich people's event. Bingsu arrived and told him to come in as her companion, but he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She was just repaying her debt. Chen Yuan hated this. He wanted to flaunt his wealth and make everyone jealous. He said he was officially invited and wouldn't be her slave in this place. He warned her to stop meddling in other people's business. Bingsu was furious. She had exposed herself just to help this bastard, and now he humiliated her. The copy-paste extras said it was better this way, since this loser would never enter a place like that. The blonde guy told Chen Yuan that this was the nobles' area, and he shouldn't come here dressed like a security guard. All of this was fueling Chen Yuan's anger. Then one of the group's members went to see who was causing such a commotion. He noticed that Tang Xuan, the blonde guy, was trying to humiliate the cigarette soldier. He got worried, saying this would cause trouble, and called Hien. Meanwhile, inside the event, a man in a suit named Tang Ogi was eager to meet the so-called Mr. Smoke. The car guy said Chen Yuan was eccentric. And even though he was very rich, they always treated each other like brothers. Then he got a call saying Chen Yuan was being humiliated and barred outside. He was shocked, asking how they dared to do this to a special guest. The person on the phone said the one barring him was Tang Xuan, who was from the family of the guy next to him. He ran out, saying this bastard was ruining their family. Meanwhile, outside, Xuan continued to humiliate Chen Yuan, saying he looked good as a security guard. Chen Yuan slapped him and told him to take his effeminate hand away and stop trying to give orders. He whispered that even if they were comrades, Xuan had no qualifications for that. Xuan spread his arms, boasting that his brother was incredible with billions in company funds. As the illustrious second son of the Tang family, he was definitely better than any security guard. Watching all this, Bing-su thought Xuan was full of himself, but still better than the disgusting Chen Yuan, who had refused her kindness. At that moment, everyone recognized Ogi approaching with a car guy. People noticed he wasn't happy. She asked what he could do for his big brother, only to be slapped in the face. He staggered, asking why he was being beaten. Ogi said he was bold to ask and told him to apologize to Mr. Smoke, or better yet, to the great Mr. Yuan. Xuan was confused, not understanding. Ogi approached him and sincerely asked him to accept his apologies. Everyone realized then that Chen Yuan was no small deal. People started wanting to hand him their business cards and befriend him. Xuan was devastated. He lost at piano, he lost at basketball, and now he lost in family background. Was this guy his arch enemy? Hosen also apologized to Chen Yuan, saying he planned poorly, but should have at least been notified of his arrival time. Chen Yuan said they were friends and Hosen didn't need to worry about those details. Then he was guided into the event. Bing-su was impressed because Chen Yuan really seemed to have a lot of money but didn't flaunt it. She knew that someone with such status would be chased by all the girls at the university. Now, she felt ashamed for being so presumptuous and thinking he was following her. She covered her face, wondering how she would complete the mission her boss had given her, especially since the guy she had to talk to was called the Smoke Soldier. She started to wonder if she would have to use her physical appearance. Meanwhile, inside the charity auction, Hosen said there would be jewels, paintings, and even pieces of an island. Chen Yuan was impressed, and the guy said it was all too.
Support the auction. Our guy now had the face of a crazy psychopath, eager to spend money buying a piece of land in the middle of the city to build something which surely cost a lot. The problem is, as always, he has to give it to some woman to get a share. Later, he starts thinking about Ru and Yu but then realizes Bingyu is right behind him. However, he decides to abandon the idea because every time he tries to please her, he gets rebuffed. At that moment, a guy stands up exclaiming how amazing it is to see her there. The blonde Gwenon, whom our guy had given a mansion to, looking strong and healthy. Seeing her from afar, the psychopathic Chen Yu thought of buying everything in the place and giving it to her. He also found the seating arrangement interesting. It seemed that the more important the person, the closer they were to the front. That's when he recognized that the name of the person beside him belonged to someone extremely important in the city. Apparently, the cigarette soldier was highly respected there. Then someone sat down, and who do you think it was? Of course it was a girl with extremely high potential, and she probably had her blood tests up to date. People around commented that she was the daughter of Secretary Shu. Our eavesdropping boy just listened. He blushed and got flustered, realizing she was not only the daughter of a big boss but also healthy and strong. However, he turned to the side, embarrassed and nervous, though he didn't know why. Oi went over to introduce himself to her, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Obviously, the rascal was already thinking about forming an alliance or even marrying the woman. She recognized his name, and said it was a pleasure to meet him too. However, she was already thinking about how much she hated attending these events. Her father forced her to, but she was curious to know who the boy next to her was, since usually those seats were filled with old men. She tried to talk to Chen Yuan, who pretended not to hear, turning to the side. She was confused, wondering why she was being avoided like the plague. Was she that scary? Chen Yuan was terrified of starting a conversation and having the system create a bond with her. However, she kept pestering him, saying it was rude not to even say his name. Hosen then told Chen Yuan that he should pay more attention. She was none other than the secretary's daughter. He offered to help if Chen Yuan was unwilling. Our boy turned around and introduced himself immediately. The system started its operation. Chen Yumo, 22 years old, 1.73 m tall, 54 kilos, 9.1 appearance, and 0 in favorability. The counterattack gives 10% of what he spends, 35 points, and mastery with firearms. But our boy was devastated. This damn system screwed him again. Upon hearing the name, she said she would remember this, Chen Yuan. With that, the auction began. The first item was a replica of the Titanic necklace made with diamond and platinum. Someone immediately offered 20 million. The girls were all fretting, saying they needed to receive that from their fathers or they would die. The bids kept increasing to 130, 150 million. Then Chen Yuan raised the paddle and said he would pay 3 billion. People were impressed with his audacity. Chen Yuan thought that he seemed to control his own money. No father would let their son spend that much. The old men were fuming with this type of bidding. The guy had increased the value many times over. The auctioneer asked if anyone would top the cigarette soldier's bid of 105 million. People were seething with anger, but no one wanted to say anything. With that, the gavel was struck and the sale was finalized. When it came time to process the payment, he said it was a gift for Miss Goman and should be delivered to her. Everyone heard this, and her favorability immediately increased by 10. Her brother immediately said the gift she was about to receive was incredible. Favorability kept rising. The poor girl knew he was doing this just to mess with her, but unfortunately she couldn't resist, and her favorability was already at 35. She got angry, saying she couldn't be swayed by such things. She was a woman with dreams and aspirations. She made a dark face, asking if Chen Yuan really thought he could win her over with money. She was showing how formidable she could be. At that moment, the woman brought out the second item for sale. Who would he give this to? It was a crystal piano. The announcer said the bidding would start at 30 million. Someone offered 35 million, and another 40 million, and another 45 million. Of course, Chen Yuan raised it to 200 million. He thought this would be the perfect gift for Miss Kiki. Then from the background, someone said they would offer 210 million. He looked back and saw a mage carrying 2 fire spheres. He recognized her as the heir to the fire group, and the owner of several gaming industries. He then raised the bid to 300 million, and she increased it to 310 million. He gave her a hard look and raised it to 500 million. The old men were all crying. Even the auctioneer was angry with this kid. He then asked if anyone would top Mr. Cigarette's offer. The item was sold to him, and she was fuming. The guy thanked him for supporting the city's philanthropy so generously. The woman from the fire group admitted she was defeated, but said buying a piano just to show off without knowing how to play was foolish. Chen Yuan asked why she thought he couldn't play. He stood up and said he would perform on the musical instrument. Of course, the rascal was confident, since he had 60 years of mastery. As soon as he started playing, the girls were moved. This time they really cried. Their eyes lit up as they said his music was nectar to their ears. Everyone in the hall was moved, reminiscing about their lives. Chen Yumo, who also had some professional techniques, wanted to add him. Chen Yuan noticed she was starting to like him. However, he seemed uninterested, and bluntly said he forgot his phone. But this psychopath loved being rejected and gained another 30 points. He wondered why he only encountered crazy people these days. She extended her hand and said it didn't matter that he forgot. He could just give her his number, and she would write it down. He apologized, saying he had a poor memory. She replied that she would send someone to investigate his number. They stood there staring at each other. After realizing he had no way out, he said he was defeated, and would add her. She said she always knew he had his phone, but was just trying to mess with her. The crazy girl thought that good things never fall into your lap. If you want something good, you have to go after it. At that moment, the auctioneer announced they would be selling failing companies. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up. The woman then announced a streamer company that had recently faced some problems and shut down. The bid started at 50 million, probably the one Chen Yuan tricked the fool into losing, and he immediately offered 60 million. Our boy was confused as to why no one wanted to compete with him. However, everyone was thinking the same thing. The bastard would triple the value. The presenter said Mr. Chen Yuan was trying to take everything from this place. Was no one willing to make an offer? He struck the gavel 3 times, and it was sold. He then announced he hoped Mr. Chen Yuan could rebuild this company and restore it to its former glory. However, one of the guys there had received information about Chen Yuan and was eager to wipe that smile off his face. He went to the corner of the room and told someone to give him all the details to bring this kid down. He discovered that our boy was 21 years old and came from Hue province. His parents collected oranges and had a pond. The guys looked up all the schools he attended, from high school to university, but the hacker revealed that the bank account he used was a global VIP type. Less than 50 people in the world have access to that type of card, usually used for transactions between countries. The old man wondered what kind of joke this was. A farm boy had a card that only country leaders had. He was sure even the hacker's information was being manipulated. He realized Chen Yuan had enough influence to alter even government records, and told the hacker to stop investigating this dangerous guy. AI saw the guy investigating Chen Yuan and discovered something that scared him. He wondered if Chen Yuan was really a descendant of a secret family. However, the guy was a gossip, like an old woman with nothing better to do, and started spreading the news. Soon everyone thought Yuan came from the secret Chen Yu family, one of the 4 hidden families throughout China, with worldwide influence. The guys were babbling like idiots, saying the world was about to face a storm. Even Hosen was uneasy, saying only a dynasty could have such finances. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was walking around thinking about who spread this rumor since his father was just a fruit seller. At that moment, many were surrounding our boy. Some handed him their room numbers, others invited him to dance. One even said she could do a backflip, and asked if he wanted to see. Our boy was shy, not knowing what to do. While people danced, he was being dragged around. That's when he noticed Chen Yuan walking in from afar, and realized she was his escape from this situation. He told everyone he already had a dance partner waiting for him. He approached Chen Yuan, and asked her for a dance. She was embarrassed, wondering if she should refuse because he might take advantage. However, he gave her the necklace, so it would be rude to make him lose face, and she reluctantly agreed. He pulled her in, saying he wanted to enjoy the moment since he had turned down 18 others just to be with her. The rascal used the system to receive a specialization in dance skills. She was moved, saying he danced well and his hand was warm. She thought he always surprised her but didn't find it unpleasant, and was even starting to like it. Boy, all that effort just to gain 5 favorability points. This is tough. Everyone in the hall was talking about the two of them. Chen Yuan found it strange that he wanted to get involved with that girl considering her scandals, but at least he wasn't swayed by that swarm of killer spiders. Of course, she was angry that he rejected her and asked Chen Yuan instead. The same fool from before came to ask if he could dance with her. She told him to buzz off because she wasn't interested in old men. The poor guy was called old at 30, and felt crushed. Chen Yuan was happy he managed to gain at least 5 points with this dance. Then someone came and called him, saying they wanted to dance before he left. The guy who had been rejected earlier was furious at this brat. But our boy was very Sigma, and said he was unfortunately exhausted from the last dance. She said it was fine and asked what he wanted to know about her. Our boy was impressed with her resilience to rejection. Since that was the case, he suggested they could talk in the corner. She kept poking him, asking if the actress was his girlfriend, to which he replied, no. The psycho got excited, thinking if the relationship wasn't established, she had a chance. Then she asked if he knew about the scandal she had been involved in. He said he didn't care, since her image would soon be clean because he was supporting her. She asked how much money he had spent on her. He said that unfortunately, she had asked for too little, so he only gave some luxury cars, a mansion and 2 $500 million movies. Chen Yuan created a story in her head, thinking Chen Yuan was being deceived. It seemed he had grown up isolated to refine his skills, and that was why Gowan was using him to drain all his money. She then asked Chen Yuan if he didn't think her demands were too high. Uninterested, he said it was natural for a man to spend money on a woman, which was why he had transferred the 200 million. She grabbed him by the tie, saying he was being deceived and abused by her. Not to mention they hadn't even confirmed the relationship. She calmed herself, saying that in the end it was his money, but he would pay the price for it. Roy said he wasn't being made a fool like that. However, Yumon could only think that a lover always makes the worst decisions. Remembering when he was playing the piano and making bids for her, she thought it was unbelievable that such a talented man was still so innocent. The favorability kept rising and reached 45. Chen Yuan knew very well that she thought he was being exploited by Gowan, but little did she know that in the end, he would be the one winning. He made a villainous grin on his face, saying she didn't yet know the skills of the big brother. He turned to her and told her not to speak ill of Go-on anymore, saying her behavior was very much like the behavior she wanted to judge. She was devastated and stood up angrily to leave, thinking she had a better background, appearance and personality than that actress. She left motivated, saying that Chen Yuan should just wait. Soon she would get him too, since she always got what she wanted in life. Chen Yuan was worried, saying that next time he would keep as much distance from this woman as possible. At the end of the event, everyone wanted to keep in touch with the boy. While he was on his phone, Hosen approached, introducing a new friend, Joe XY. Joe was very shy, and Hosen told him to lift his head and speak to Mr. Cigarette. Chen Yuan asked why Joe was so shy, and why he had brought him there. Joe stammered as he explained that his family was selling a giant skyscraper building. Chen Yuan got excited and asked him to elaborate. Joe explained that it had more than 10 floors, 1,000 square meters per floor, and a total value of 2 billion. Even Hosen was shocked, not knowing his chubby friend was a billionaire. Chen Yuan then said to add him, as he would come to check it out someday. Joe was a bit awkward, thinking Chen Yuan would want at most 1 or 2 floors, but it seemed he wanted the whole thing. Joe left, telling him not to sell it to anyone else, and the guy agreed. In the taxi, Chen Yuan was thinking about who he would give a $2 billion building to. It couldn't be a regular girl, or she'd collapse. It had to be someone with very high mental resilience. The taxi sped up, and he hit his face. The driver stepped out and told the woman to get out of the way. Chen Yuan wondered what Bingu was doing there. She walked over, opened the door and got in with our boy, confusing everyone. She turned to the driver and told him to start driving. The poor driver had no choice. Roy was looking at her, wondering why she was there. Bingu was motivated. It was her first job after graduation, and she couldn't disappoint her boss. Chen Yuan, embarrassed, tried to be polite to her, thinking he had just gotten rid of that damn Yumo, and now he was stuck with the worst one. She said she was there as a representative of the Carpfish app, seeking an investment and claiming they already had millions of downloads. Yuan cut her off, asking if she was asking for help. She said it could be seen that way, but it was a win-win situation as they had great potential. Chen Yuan then asked if she was begging for his help. She said yes, she was begging for help, and asked him to stop. Almost crying, she wondered why he was using money to humiliate her like this. Now the rascal was satisfied, finally she was yielding. But he knew exactly what she disliked and approached, saying that if she came seeking something, she should offer something in return. He asked if she understood what he meant. Even the taxi driver thought he was a disgusting jerk. However, Bingu slapped him, telling him to get off, saying that's why he didn't deserve Kiki. The 10 favorability points he had gained went down to -5. He moved to the side, saying he had no intention of sleeping with her. He was just provoking but admitted he didn't like cold women like her. She got even angrier and told him to stop joking around. Our boy replied that he wasn't very interested, they had only met twice, and she was asking him to invest in her company. Besides, she had disrespected him last time and never even apologized. He snapped, telling her to disappear, saying she brought humiliation upon herself, and ordered the taxi driver to stop. But that's when Chen Yuan noticed his troubles had only just begun. The taxi was surrounded by 3 vans. Unfortunately, it wasn't a bunch of women but a group of strange men getting out of the cars. There was a gang of criminals apparently hunting him. Our boy realized the night wouldn't end well. Bingu asked what they would do. He replied that they would surrender, and that's it. The guys were excited. It seemed to be the idea of the auction man, who thought capturing someone so rich would be a good move. Chen Yuan said that with such affection he was willing to benefit everyone there. The guy said that because he was so cooperative, they said they wouldn't tie him up too tightly, but then he got a kick to the neck. He fell, and his friends wondered what kind of kick that was. Chen Yuan knew this time it was real criminals, not a bunch of high school kids, but with his elevated martial arts talent, it was just punches to the face. That's when one of them had the idea of using Bingu as a hostage, but she fought back too, putting one of the guys in a chokehold. The man lost a tooth, wondering what kind of cursed woman she was. Chen Yuan thought he had it under control, but with her involved, things had gotten dangerous. With no other option, he spent all the points he'd been accumulating. 10 in strength and constitution, and 20 in agility. Now even his system said he'd be extremely dangerous on a battlefield. Oh my god, the display of millions of punches was horrible, but it hit everyone's face. The leader ordered them to capture Bingu again, but she kneed him in the groin, saying many men needed to learn their place. Then the guy pulled out an apple peeler and lunged at her, saying she had to die. Bingu was scared, thinking her life was over, but someone grabbed the blade with his hand.
It was Chen Yuan,
who said the habit of threatening women was shameful. Dropping to the floor as Bingu trembled, realizing she almost died, Chen Yuan kicked the guy, calling him disgraceful. Moments later, everyone was lying in red puddles. Bingu was mumbling incomprehensible things to herself. Then she jumped into Chen Yuan's arms, saying she almost died. That's when our boy realized the iceberg had an adorable side. Now the rascal told her not to worry, that he was there for whatever she needed. Those words he said in the taxi were just a joke. In reality, she was an incredible girl. She asked if that was true, and if he really thought that. Chen Yuan said she could trust him. He would visit the carpfish company she mentioned, because he believed in its potential. Now she was thinking that Chen Yuan was the opposite of other guys. He seemed cruel but was actually very kind. He acted shameless, but in the end he was a good guy. Despite coming from such an incredible family, he threw himself into danger to save her. Our boy said it was nothing, just a little scratch, but now it was too late. He gained a bunch of favorability points, shooting straight to 80. With that the police arrived and arrested the criminal. Someone beside him remarked that they hadn't seen him for hours, and he was already in trouble again. Chen Yuan asked why this person was there. Boy, it was Chen Yumo, who turned out to be an officer from the explosive squad, always carrying 2 spheres ready to blow. Our boy had beaten the guys so badly that some were lying wrapped in blankets on the asphalt. The officer reported that 1 was dead, and 7 were severely injured. It looked like a battlefield. Shumo was thinking that 8 bandits came to take him down, but the boy reversed the game. Now she was excited, saying it would be worth it considering his combat skills. Seeing Bingu staring at him, she was sure all the women were eyeing him. She got even angrier because every time she wanted to talk to him, she had to compete. She approached and said they both had to go to the station to recount everything that happened. Later at 3 a.m., an officer approached Bingu and told her she could go. She asked if Chen Yuan was coming too. The officer explained that unfortunately no, because Chen Yuan was being interviewed by the captain. Bingu said if that was the case, she would wait for him, and the officer said she could stay. Another officer found it strange because she seemed very eager to wait for the guy. The captain asked to turn off all the cameras for his interview. She wondered if the game was turning against the boy. Sitting in the chair, Chen Yuan wondered what Chen Yumo was planning. Someone opened the door and handed him some food. He ate the noodles, saying he never imagined she would be a police officer. He gained another 5 favorability points, and she said the possibilities were limitless. Our boy wondered why eating noodles increased the favorability. Then he asked why he, the victim of the attack, was being detained. She approached and said it seemed he was eager to escape her, but couldn't forget. He took a life today. She grabbed his chin and asked what his relationship with Bingu was. Embarrassed, he said she came to talk to him about investing in a company, but out of nowhere the psycho started tearing everything apart. Our boy was beaten up and asked what she was thinking of doing. Respectfully, she pulled out a medical kit. If you thought otherwise, it's your loss, go seek help. She then told him to stop thinking nonsense, because she wasn't going to harm him. Seeing his dumbfounded face, she found it ridiculous that he really thought she would take advantage of him. He said he would never think such a thing, but our boy said she was a very busy woman, so he would take care of it himself. She told him to stay still because he was too clumsy, and would end up hurting himself more. Our boy realized he was being crushed, but noticed she was playing a game with him. He remembered well how girls had played this game with him in the past. They seemed to show care and attention at first, but in the end, he was always abandoned, humiliating himself by kissing their feet. Seeing Yumo as a devil, he was sure this was a trap for a Sigma man like him. He then got up and told her to keep her distance, because they had only known each other for a day. Yumo asked what he was talking about. Since she was just bandaging him, he said he wasn't mad, but told her she needed to understand that he had someone else he liked. He turned poetic, saying life is full of encounters, but unfortunately her time had passed. If it had been earlier, she might have had a chance. However, if he were the type to change his choice all the time, she wouldn't like him either. Obviously nothing works with this crazy girl, who now thinks he loves purely. She went crazy, and our boy ran straight to the taxi. But from above, the mad woman was just observing, thinking there was no way she would lose this guy to those other cursed women. Meanwhile, Bingu was sleeping at the police station. When Chen Yuan got home, he was exhausted. The day had been a mess, and he just wanted to sleep. However, when he entered he heard the sound of a shower. He saw a silhouette in the mist and thought the president liked testing his self-control. An angel told him to calm down, while the devil told him to go in. But an unknown girl came out of the shower, saying it was very comfortable there. She saw Chen Yuan, who was paralyzed, got scared, and screamed for help. A while later, she was crying to Kiki, saying she would never marry, because she had been seen. Chen Yuan, losing patience, said he was going to take a shower, but a friend was angry, saying that Rascal had seen everything, and had to apologize. Kiki tried to explain that he was a good friend, but Minguing found it strange that her friend was defending the guy, and wanted to know what was going on between them. She ran to Kiki, and told her to stop involving herself with losers like him, especially now that she lived in such a house, and was a streamer who received millions. She couldn't get involved with someone like him. Embarrassed, the president said her friend was thinking wrong. Chen Yuan was an extraordinary man. Kiki hadn't explained to her friend that the house wasn't really hers, but Minguing kept trash-talking Chen Yuan, saying that yesterday there was an auction, and a guy bought a bunch of stuff. Only that type of man should be with her. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, saying they had a delivery. Minguing asked what it was, and they replied it was a piano Chen Yuan had bought. The friend was sure it would be an old piano they brought, but strangely, there was a helicopter in front of the house. An armed battalion arrived in an armored car, and they wondered what kind of piano this was. A while later, it was in the middle of the living room, still covered. By now she was scared, wondering what kind of national treasure this was. Minguing got tired of waiting and pulled the cover off. She was blinded by the shine, obviously it was the crystal piano, and she was completely stunned. Minguing tapped it, and realized it was genuine, wondering if she was wrong about that guy. Then a news report about the auction was on TV, showing Chen Yuan being called the mysterious millionaire, who spent over 500 million. Poor Minguing was hit by a 500 million realization, and was in disbelief. Kiki turned and said she had told her that Chen Yuan was exceptional. At that moment, someone said the piano had arrived. Her expression changed as she saw our boy shining. He came down the stairs, saying it took longer than he thought. Now the crazy girl was thinking he was too handsome, going from 0 to 100. He asked Kiki if she liked it, and she said it was precious, maybe too much. He then mentioned he had a business meeting, and asked if she wanted to come along. Seeing her friend in the house, she didn't want to leave her alone, so she apologized and said she couldn't go today. Our boy left the house without worrying too much. At that moment, the system activated the link with Minguing, starting with 20 points. However, Chen Yuan didn't like this, as she was supposed to be Kiki's best friend. He would have to make her realize that her friend had eyes on her man. While Kiki played music happily, Minguing could only think about having a guy as handsome as him. But our boy doesn't know how to be poorly accompanied anymore, so he called Ruo to join him on the business trip. She was angry, as he had disappeared for days, and now called her for this kind of outing. She thought he had been distant lately, and wondered if it was because they hadn't done anything that night. Already angry, she said that all men seemed to be the same, and his favorability dropped to 95. Our boy from a distance wondered why he lost points without doing anything face to face. He wanted to know why he was losing points, and wondered if it was because he didn't pick her up from home. But our boy, being Sigma, ignored everything she was thinking, and just called the chubby guy to send someone to pick him up. He knew that if he started apologizing, it would only feed these pointless problems. His plan was to solve it with a good old system. Meanwhile, in that building, a guy was talking to his friend, asking if this Chen Yuan was really that amazing. It was the chubby guy's father who asked, and the boy replied that yes, he could be trusted. He was a very wealthy kid. The father said it seemed the boy was incredible, and was curious to meet him. Nearby there was an old bald man with Swang, wondering why Mr. Swang was there. She seemed interested, wondering if this guy was important. She was a new employee, and the old man warned her to be careful with that Mohawk guy. He was the rich one there. Swang wanted to know how the guy who hired her, a millionaire, thought the other guy was even richer. Then she saw a couple talking and said the person looked familiar. Was it him? The man greeted our boy, who said he was very modest to come there to meet him personally. Then the son arrived, saying everyone was waiting to meet him. Our boy, he was excited, saying they were very polite, while the papers fell to the floor. Swang wondered why the owner of the place came to meet Chen Yuan. The old man said that the place took 9 years to build, and was extremely luxurious. At that moment, more than 300 companies had stores there. It was basically a complete shopping mall, with many stores, cinemas, karaoke, and everything else they could want. At the top, there was even an incredible commercial area. But Ruyu wasn't enjoying all this, wondering why the bastard brought her there, just to follow him around. The old man said he would show him all the floors, and he asked Ruyu what she thought of the building. She said it didn't seem that bad. Chen Yuan then told the old man that if she liked it, he liked it too. He told him to just name the price and he would buy it and give it to her. The father asked if he would really put the entire building in her name. Our boy said yes, as long as she liked it, nothing was a problem. The old man couldn't understand how the young man's mind worked. Ruyu was hesitant to accept, saying it was too much. After all, it was an entire building. But our boy wanted to convince her, saying that if she had it, she would never have any financial problems again. At that moment, she would have to take care of her parents' company, which would be a lot of work, but this building would ensure she had no more problems. Now she thought she understood why she was brought there, and wondered if she should maybe stop acting like a princess, because he gained 3 points, passing 98. He gained another 20 strength points. The chubby guy intervened and said it was all set, informing Chen Yuan that the selling price was 2.6 billion. He pulled out his black card and said if the papers were correct, the 2.6 billion would be in their account. A while later, everyone was clapping. A contract was sealed. Our boy then said he was just an investor because the true owner was Miss Ruyu. Everyone congratulated her, and she felt embarrassed, wondering if this was the life of a boss. It explained why her parents enjoyed being in the office so much. It wasn't so bad being pampered. However, she already showed a psychopathic side, saying that seeing so many people bowing was a delightful feeling. Meanwhile, poor Swang asked why so many people were gathering. Her friend informed her that the entire building was bought and given to a girl in her 20s. Swang observed from a distance. The friend went to talk to her, but the girl had already disappeared. The poor girl was running off somewhere, saying all this should be hers, no matter the cost or what she had to do. She was determined to get Chen Yuan back. Meanwhile, on the subway, Ruyu was impressed and asked where he was. He said he loved the everyday life, and it was nice to spend more time with her this way. Ruyu then asked if he knew a woman named Gwenin. He got a bit flustered, asking if she meant the actress. Ruyu asked if he knew about the rumors regarding her disputes with the guys, and he said no, he didn't care about celebrity life. She responded that she didn't care much about it either. Recently there was news about a guy who bought a piano to give as a gift, but she didn't even look at it. Our boy was sweating, saying it was interesting to know. She asked what the problem was, and he said he wasn't ready for the subway's heat. After a while he said goodbye to her, thinking it felt like a prison, but he wondered if she was testing him. A friend called him, saying Bingyu seemed to have been waiting for him at the dormitory for 6 hours. In front of the dormitory, everyone recognized her as an incredible graduate from that place and wanted to know why she had been there for so long. She was staring at her phone, wondering where he had gone. When she woke up at the police station, he had disappeared like a ghost, and her body inexplicably brought her to that place. The poor girl was going crazy, saying her heart wouldn't stop dancing and she needed to find calm. Could she have fallen in love with Chen Yuan? No, she tried to change her mind, saying he was just a friend. She couldn't think like that. Our boy was in the crowd, wondering if she was really waiting for him, but she was resolute in solving the financial part of the company. Then she recognized him, ran over and hugged him. Everyone commented that it was impossible since they thought she was a lover of women, but she was clinging to him, saying she only felt safe this way. Chen Yuan asked what the problem was, and she told him not to move away, that she didn't want to let go. His friends were just observing, saying they wanted to kill the lucky bastard. Suddenly it started to rain, and people ran for cover. Our boy turned to her, and said they needed to find shelter from the rain. The next moment, they were in the dormitory, and his friends were shocked. She sat in the chair, thinking it wasn't as dirty as she imagined. The friends wanted to know how the hell he managed to get someone like her. Suddenly she asked why his laundry basket had so many dirty clothes. When the rain stopped, she wondered why she had taken that without thinking straight. Chen Yuan didn't worry much, and said he would take her back home. On the way, he asked if all this was because of the help the company needed. She remembered the company and said yes, it was all for the company, which is why she was there. She mentioned that she hadn't sent a message because she didn't have his number. Could he give it to her? He said it wasn't a problem, and told her she could contact him whenever she wanted. She asked if it was only about the financing he was talking about, but our boy was already leaving, saying not to worry, he would check the company tomorrow. The poor girl kept saying she was indeed a bad woman for doing this, but she felt at peace. When she was close to him, she just didn't know how she would be treated. When Kiki found out the next day, he received a message from Royu asking for help to receive the company's funds, but he told her to put someone else in charge now that she was the boss, since he had things to do. He was in the car with Bing, who asked why he was so happy. Our boy was wondering why after one night she already seemed angry again. Bingyu concluded that she couldn't get involved in other people's relationships. Chen Yuan had many other options, so obviously, he didn't want her boss, and informed her that they would be there soon. However, the office of Bingyu's company was in Royu's building. He asked if the company was really located there, and she confirmed it. Now he was in trouble. If Ryu saw him, he would lose the maximum favorability he had already gained. With no option, he went to the elevator, which opened with Ryu inside. She asked what he had to do that was so important this morning. Inside, there was an awkward silence. Our boy tried to stay calm, saying he couldn't show any signs of stress. He then introduced Bingyu, saying she worked at the carpfish company in the technology industry. He turned to Bingyu and introduced Ryu as the owner of the entire building. Bingyu was impressed that such a young woman owned such a large place, but seemed curious about Chen Yuan's relationship with the school colleague. She introduced herself and said it was nice to meet her. However, Ryu just stared and said, "Hi," finding it very suspicious that such a beautiful woman was with Chen Yuan. Even though she knew he was unfaithful, he couldn't be that shameless. Once she collected the rents, she would deal with him. Bingyu then left the elevator, saying she would call the company boss and that they should wait. Our boy didn't want her to go, knowing he would be humiliated. Now he turned to Ryu, saying he wanted to explain something, but she wasn't in the mood to be fooled, and told him to speak up. He whispered to Ryu to be careful with Bingyu, saying she was a well-known lover of women at school, and might try to seduce her. She asked if it was true and confirmed that everyone at school knew. With that, she called Chen Yuan, and he went. However, Ryu didn't believe him, and said she needed to find someone to confirm it. She decided to call some people she knew from university. When the guy saw the number, he was shocked, wondering who he had offended to get a call from her. When he answered, he asked what the adorable classmate wanted to talk about. She asked about the rumors regarding Bingyu. He mentioned that people said the student council was her playground. Ryu got excited, thinking Chen Yuan hadn't lied. The friend asked if she was talking about the same Chen Yuan he knew. However, she just thanked him and hung up. The guy got angry, saying he needed to inform her about the kind of person Chen Yuan was. He tried sending some messages but got blocked. Poor Ryu was all excited, thinking that Chen Yuan really didn't lie, when the guy started sending a bunch of messages. She blocked him. In the meeting with the president, in a flexible suit, she went over all the company's numbers. Our boy was there just to spend money, so he wasn't interested in that. He raised his hand and said he already understood well because Bingyu had explained about the company. He asked her to just name the company's price. The president hesitated, knowing she had power that defied logic. She knew her company was worth $1 billion and needed at least $100 million in investments. She said $1 billion, and our boy was shocked. She wondered if she had mentioned a too high value. Chen Yuan asked if she had really taken all this time to mention such a low value. He then said he would buy 49% for $1 billion, but had a condition. The value was too good, so she wanted to know what the condition was. The president thought she was too old for him to try something like that, but if he insisted too much, it wouldn't be a big problem. He revealed that the condition was that all shares be transferred to Bingyu's name. A while later, he left the room, and she was stunned. Bingyu asked how the conversation had gone. Our boy said she worked very well and would soon receive a promotion. She said she wasn't there for that, and asked what he was planning. She was sure by the way he treated Ryu, that they had something going on. He should be careful because the president had genuine feelings, but she was thoughtful, wondering what her plans were. Chen Yuan asked why he should choose someone with a psychopathic look. He said he wanted everyone. She was startled, and asked what kind of business this was. He made a villainous face, asking if it was wrong. She then said he had revealed his vulgar style, incredulous that she had thought something else. Chen Yuan said she was acting this way, but yesterday, she had the audacity to grab him by the arms and invite him to her house. He asked if she wanted to know if he would choose her after all. As a friend of Kiki, she shouldn't have flirted with him yesterday. He told her that someone who acted that way had no moral ground to judge him. Outside, our boy felt on top of the world. Giving her that moral lesson had been delightful. She wondered if she was really being hypocritical, and concluded that after flirting with him yesterday, she couldn't teach him any lesson. Some guys passed by announcing that the president had called for an emergency meeting. Now she was worried about the outcome of the negotiation. In the meeting room, no one had any idea what the president would say, and Bingu was terrified. The president appeared and announced that the new vice president, from that day forward, would be. Bingu was confused, wondering why she had been promoted. The other employees were angry, especially since she had started working just a week ago. The president said they had no say in the matter, as Bingu was a skilled, wealthy woman who had contributed significantly to the company. She presented the contract showing that Bingu owned 49% of the company's shares. With that, no one could question anything. The president thought to herself that Chen Yuan was quite the boss, so young, and already buying half the company. People commented that they never imagined Bingu had so much money. The president raised her arm and told everyone to applaud her. Bingu, emotional, wondered if this was Chen Yuan's doing. She remembered him asking how she was sure he wouldn't choose her. She blushed and felt passionate, thinking this proved that he chose her after all. She gained 5 favorability points, then another 5, reaching 95. Now she was Chen Yuan's bootlicker, and he gained 35 strength points. Since he spent 1 billion on her, he received 100 million back. Rivalries was confident, saying that having a spending strategy was the best plan. When he was just throwing everything around, he neither spent much nor gained much. But now that he planned step by step, he managed to invest much more, and came out profitable. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Jie Zenin, crying, and asking if she was an idiot. He asked what the problem was, and she said the former director had bought a bunch of people to speak ill of her again. The entire industry was cursing her, ruining her public opinion once more. Chen Yuan was shocked. Who was the bastard who had overturned his counterattack? He had spent 200 million, and they managed to reverse the opinion again. He told her to calm down, and that he would take care of everything. This guy, known as Lord Tiger, or Wang Yahoo, was infamous for using his influence in the industry to take advantage of women. It seemed this significant change in opinion was due to another actress named Fang. Chen Yuan asked if she was that influential, and Hosen confirmed she was extremely famous and made many donations, so anything she said was taken to heart by the public. Hosen warned Chen Yuan that to take down a guy like Wang Yahoo, they would need unconventional methods. Our boy asked what the plan was, and Hosen handed him a card of someone who had information that could ruin Wang Yahoo's career. All they needed was to find this person. The scene shifted to a busy street, where our boy wondered who would work in a place like that. Climbing some floors, he heard someone shouting about receiving payment next month. Approaching, he wondered why this guy was there. It was the pineapple-headed chubby guy cursing a man on the ground, saying they would cut his hand off. The bespectacled man, Sigun, apologized, saying he was about to finish a film and would make a lot of money to pay off his debts. But the pineapple guy said this kid had offended Wang Yahoo, the so-called tiger, so it would be impossible for his film to succeed. Sigun insisted that his film had a lot of potential, and that this time it would succeed. The chubby guy was about to strike him when someone ordered him to stop. The chubby guy got punched in the face and fell to the ground again. The kid got up, asking who was brave enough to do that. Chen Yuan asked if he had forgotten him, and immediately the chubby guy started crying, remembering his father's warning never to provoke this kid. He quickly apologized, saying he would leave if that was the case, and they ran away. Seeing the chubby guy get scared, was excited to meet this person. Chen Yuan turned to him and said he was there to ask a favor. Sigun adjusted his glasses and said he had something to say too. He fell to the ground, pleading to be adopted as his son because he needed help. After everything was explained, he asked if Chen Yuan really wanted to destroy the Tiger King. Chen Yuan replied that he had no plans to be anyone's sugar daddy, but yes, he wanted to destroy Wang Yahoo. Sein thought that with Chen Yuan's potential, it might be possible. He then revealed that he did know something that could ruin Wang Yahoo. Our boy asked for the price. Sein said the price was to be his sugar daddy and invest in his films. Chen Yuan was moved by the guy's determination to pursue an artistic career. He then revealed that he was starting a film agency with Gwenin, and that Sang could join. If he needed money, he could just ask. Sigun agreed, saying the deal was set, and now they were loyal comrades. He handed over a USB drive, saying it contained his secret weapon. Not only Wang Yahoo, but the entire entertainment industry would be shaken. Chen Yuan asked what kind of video it was, and Sang said things would become crystal clear when he saw it. The video showed Wang Yahoo with a popular actress. Our boy said that with such information, they could really threaten both of them. Sein warned that it would be terrifying, but Chen Yuan assured him that with his support, nothing would go wrong. Meanwhile, at Gao Ran's house, she was furious because people hadn't stopped cursing her for 3 days. At this rate, she was beginning to consider leaving the entertainment industry. She then received a call from Chen Yuan and wondered why he wanted to talk to her. When she answered, he asked if she was alone. She said yes, and he said he would come over. Then she felt embarrassed, wondering why he wanted to know if she was alone to visit her. She was protecting her body, nose bleeding, thinking he had lost control. 10 minutes later, he was already at the door. She thought he was too desperate and anxious, like any other man. But when she opened the door, there was a chubby guy next to him, and she wondered who he was. She told Chen Yuan he was crazy for thinking something like that, ignoring her comments, and introduced Gangzhen as a great and talented director. Now, she felt embarrassed, realizing he wasn't there for anything inappropriate, but to help. A while later, her mind was blown when she saw the video. Chen Yuan said that with it, they would change public opinion. Zun was talking about starting film production, and Chen Yuan was eager to get to 95 favorability points, having already spent 2 billion on her. The video of the interactions between the actress and the director was published online, and the press tore her apart. She was furious, wondering who had gotten that damn video. The police set up a plan and caught the director red-handed with another woman, leading to his arrest. As soon as he saw the handcuffs, he knew it was all over. Taking advantage of the shift in public opinion, Guanan held a press conference with the company, announcing that in partnership with director Sein, she would launch her own film company. They received 2 billion from investors to create a masterpiece. All the journalists were impressed by the amount, while our boy was just smiling. He felt like the boss behind the scenes, which wasn't a bad thing for him. However, the guy blocked by roofs wasn't going to leave Chen Yuan in peace. He called President Kiki, saying he had something to tell her about Chen Yuan. Soon after, she was angrily questioning him. Even though her traitor friend suggested she calm down a bit, Kiki said that all these accusations about him having so many women might not be true. However, she also found it strange that lately, he had been speaking to her, and she was feeling a bit impatient. Mei understood that someone like him would attract many women, but he seemed like a man of absolute devotion. Then she saw Bingu standing nearby, wondering whether to accept his proposal. When she saw the president, she wondered how she knew she'd be there. The president asked why Bingu, a graduate, was there and why she hadn't informed her about her visit. Bingu revealed that she was there to talk to Chen Yuan, but it was strictly business. However, Kiki knew very well that Bingu used to hate him, so why did it seem like she was now willing to collaborate? A car stopped in front of the dormitory, and everyone wondered who had arrived in that portion. Roos got out of the car, and the drama was brewing. Even the girls competing for Chen Yuan were impressed by her. Roosgu asked if anyone there knew a boy named Chen Yuan who lived in those dormitories. Kiki wondered what she wanted with Chen Yuan. Roosgu noticed this and asked Kiki what her relationship with Chen Yuan was. The tension between them rose, and Mangu Ming tried to calm them down. Later, the four of them gathered in a restaurant. Roosgu decided to break the ice, asking Kiki if she liked Chen Yuan. Kiki replied that Chen Yuan liked her too, so it didn't matter. Roosgu told her to stop being delusional. Chen Yuan had been following her for 5 years, and even got beaten up for her in high school, so obviously he liked her more. Mangu Ming, who once wanted to steal Chen Yuan, now defended the president, saying that Chen Yuan had given her a mansion and an extremely expensive piano. Remembering the news about the piano, Roosgu wondered if Chen Yuan was really involved with 2 women, but she got angry, saying she could lose to these women. She revealed that Chen Yuan had bought an entire building for her, valuing at 2.6 billion. This made the president think deeply. Was everything Chen Yuan had told her a lie? Bingu then spoke up, saying she also received 1 billion and shares from Chen Yuan. The 4 of them were left speechless. Kiki said she would call them right now to sort this out, but then she mentioned that he never actually confirmed they were in a relationship. Whenever someone asked, he said they were close friends. Roosgi said it was the same with her. Mangu Ming said they needed to confirm if he was using this as a strategy to be with multiple women. Roosgi stood up, saying she would resolve this now. However, Mangu Ming said someone like him deserved 1,000 deaths. They needed to come up with a plan to bring him down. They discussed how Chen Yuan loves spending money to keep them around, so it was time for them to take revenge. Ming proposed the perfect plan: force him to spend money until he went bankrupt. That way he wouldn't have any cent left to deceive another woman. The 4 of them were motivated, saying that Chen Yuan deserved it. A like on this video would help. Kiki felt a bit uneasy, saying that maybe this was too manipulative, but her friend insisted that he deserved it. She grabbed the phone from Kiki's hand and said she would send the message. At that moment, the message reached Chen Yuan, where she expressed her desire to start her own streaming platform. He was a bit curious, realizing that she was essentially asking for money. However, our boy knew the president and suspected that she was either being influenced or had a grand plan. He had just bought that failing platform, so he told her that their thoughts aligned and he would help. Now the two girls were a bit embarrassed. He was not only going to provide a streaming platform, but also invest 5 billion as initial funding. Instead of being angry with the boy, she became even more intrigued. More enamored, she said that he always plans everything for her future. She felt moved, thinking that no matter how wrong his actions seemed, he always cared about her growth. In the end, Mang Buming told her to accept quickly, before Chen Yuan changed his mind, and Kiki said he never does that. While she was sending the message for Chen Yuan to start the process immediately, she was seething with anger, because she couldn't find a man like him. In his room, the protagonist knew very well that it wasn't Kiki sending the messages. The way of talking and the style of words were completely different. He already suspected it was Mang Buming, which was perfect because he would end up spending even more money. At Ruski's house, her mother asked if Chen Yuan was cheating on her. She said yes because he was involved with a lot of girls. Even though their relationship wasn't confirmed, they were already very close. She received a message and said that the group was active. Her mother asked what group it was, and she explained that it was one formed by his girls to get revenge. In the group, Kiki sent a message saying she was going to receive a streaming platform. While Ruski's fuming with anger, wanting to receive more than the others, her mother told her to listen. She thought her daughter was being deceived by these girls who claimed to want to work together. She explained that in the past, she and her father had a significant difference in family circumstances. She could understand that no matter how good their life was compared to Chen Yuan, they were poor. Someone like him attracts countless flies, so she had to prove her own strength. After all these girls were saying Chen Yuan was cruel, but none of them left him. This meant that each one of them was trying to monopolize Chen Yuan. Ruski got up excitedly, saying that must be it. Her mother warned that in such moments, she had to advance with unwavering determination to secure the rest of her life. Motivated, Ruski declared that she wouldn't lose Chen Yuan to those other women. In his room, our boy received a message from Ruski. She apologized, saying she had been blaming him for everything, which confused him. They hadn't argued about anything, so why was she apologizing now? Combining this with what Kiki said, he knew something strange was going on. At that moment, Ruski received a call from Chen Yuan, and she started trembling, asking her mother what to do. Her mother told her to accept it quickly and do her best. When Ruski answered, our boy said he had something to tell her. He mentioned that he had recently invested in a streaming platform and made a senior named Xiao Kiki the manager. Ruski got excited that he told her the truth. Her mother asked what he said, and she replied that he had told her everything the girls had put in the group. With this, her mother beamed, saying her daughter should realize that to him, she was the most important girl. Ruski got all creamy and happy, thinking that Chen Yuan really wasn't as bad as she thought, and that he liked her. She was now emotional, thinking she was reciprocating his love by teaming up with other women. She began to realize that she needed to learn to treat him well. Her mother asked why she was crying, and she said she knew she had messed up and wanted to fix things. She planned to give him a gift that would surprise him. Haha, what could this little present be? Tell us. Our boy was still clueless. The next day, a guy was already delivering the platform's papers for Kiki to sign. With that, she became the owner of the streaming platform, called Big Cat. Seeing how much they owed, she understood why Chen Yuan sent 5 billion. However, she was a bit conflicted, thinking that no matter how much he considered her, he didn't have a good personality. But her mood changed instantly when she realized he transferred 2 billion without hesitation, so she felt she had to show gratitude. This girl is bipolar. At a car show, she wanted to buy a car for the boy, and wondered which one he would like. She remembered he had a Ferrari, and thought about getting him another one. But just then, she saw Ruski there. They noticed each other, and the president asked if she was there to buy a car. Ruski replied that her father's birthday was coming up and asked Kiki if she wasn't there to buy something for Chen Yuan. But obviously, she already disliked the president's presence. Trembling, she responded that she would never buy a car for that bastard, and was there for her father as well. With that, the girls got excited, saying it was a huge coincidence. However, someone came and called both of them. It was Bingu, and they asked why she was there. She said that her father's birthday was coming up and she was going to buy a car. With that, all three were sweating, saying it was an incredible coincidence. However, now Ruski cures that this revenge plan against Chen Yuan was all a lie. The problem for her was that Xiao Kiki had 2 billion, and she didn't have that much money on hand. She would have to call in some foreign help. She called her mother and told her everything, who said not to worry. She immediately told the guy at home to transfer the money to Ruski. The guy explained that the funds were being saved for the younger boy's wedding. However, the mother sent him to leave immediately, since the priority at the moment was keeping Chen Yuan with Ruski. With that, she received 60 million from the family. She was already emotional, realizing that now her family was valuing her. If that's the case, she would win against Xiao Kiki. Elsewhere at the fair, Hosen was talking to our boy, saying he would take him to the VIP area, where there were a lot of expensive things that were not cars. Our boy was drooling, saying that this fair was amazing. However, that's when he wondered. Ruski Toltsig were talking right in front of him, and even Bingu came to bring water. At that moment, Chen Yuan wondered if they were forming some kind of alliance. Bingu felt like something, and turned around, but there was only Hosen, and she found it strange. Our boy had hidden behind him. He knew that things would go wrong one day or another, but didn't expect it to be so soon. Now he was sure they all knew what he was doing. The good part was that none of them had left him. However, he made an evil face, saying that they had favorability above 95, so it was a chance to change things. Acting very masculine, he told Hosan that he was interested in the most expensive cars in that place. At that moment, Hosan replied not to worry because they had brought everything he could want, a Pagani, a Lamborghini Aronian, and a Bugatti Veyron. Instantly, our boy said he wanted all three, and asked for the price. Hosan felt a bit embarrassed, asking why he wanted all of them. His plan was to use these 3 cars to test the strength of this supposed alliance. Hosan felt uneasy, saying that selling all 3 was a bit difficult. Chen Yuan said that money was not a problem, but the guy explained that they had been reserved by someone else. Our boy asked by whom, and Hosan said to take a look. The eldest son of the richest family, Mr. Lin, had reserved those 2 cars last year to give to his sister. Chen Yuan knew how powerful that family was, and Hosan said there were many others to look at. With that, this guy went to Ruyu, and approached her. He introduced himself as Lin, and asked if he could get her contact information, saying that she reminded him of a friend he lost, which was a great regret. At that moment, she noticed Chen Yuan on the side. Seeing his angry face, she wondered why he was like that. She had no intention of giving her number to this guy, so why was he acting this way? She got angry, because he played with her and then looked at her like that. Because of this, she gave the guy her number instantly. She looked to the side, and Chen Yuan had disappeared. She wasn't sure if what she did was right or wrong, but she felt bad walking around the event. Hosan asked if he knew the girl. He said he knew her a long time ago, but didn't know her anymore. He told Hosan that he would pay much more for those cars than Mr. Lin, and asked if 1 billion was enough. Smiling, he said he didn't expect this to interfere with Hosan's business. At that moment, Hosan smiled, saying the guy was an idiot. When talking about 1 billion, anything could be done. He was excited. He would profit 100 million more than usual just because of the fight between the two, and that was perfect. He knew that Mr. Lin was important, but not more important than 800 million in his account. The card was swiped, and our boy was now confident. Hosan asked if he wanted anything else, and our boy said he wanted to prepare something for the exhibition at the event. Ruyu was still looking for our boy. Suddenly, some guys came and placed a piano in the middle of the event. Everyone was confused because this sort of thing wasn't common. Then, out of nowhere, Chen Yuan started playing, and she wondered what song it was since she had never heard it before. The sound was melancholic, and she began to cry. People at the event were all emotional, saying that it felt like seeing a distant person. Shiki remarked that Chen Yuan didn't seem very happy, and Bingyu asked if it was because of what Ruyu did. Ruyu herself began to realize that his music conveyed a sense of disappointment. Chen Yuan finished playing, and stood up, saying that when you love people, you let them do what they want, even if it means getting hurt yourself. He walked away, saying that Ruyu was now free. She started crying, saying she was wrong, and begged him not to leave her. She tried to run after him desperately, but Hosan told her to wait. He asked if she was Ruyu, and she confirmed. With that, he handed her a document, saying that she had received a Lamborghini Eronian from Chen Yuan. She stood there trembling, not understanding what was happening. Hozan explained that Chen Yuan had bought the car for her, without much thought. Apparently, he had deep feelings and was very generous. Now she was all distraught, crying, wondering what she had done. She had destroyed all his trust out of selfishness, and was left abandoned at the event. The other two girls approached her, telling her not to cry. Then Hozan arrived, and also informed them that they both received multi-million-dollar cars. They stared at each other, thinking about our boy. Bingyu said it seemed Chen Yuan knew everything. Shiki confirmed, saying that even though he knew, he never questioned what they would do. In the end, he tried to maintain the balance of their relationships. Despite being a jerk, he was still a jerk who cared about them emotionally. Shiki said he gave everything without expecting anything in return. Bingyu added that, in the end, they could always rely on him. Ruyu said she felt horrible for trying to deceive him, just for money. With that, he gained another point of favorability with all three, reaching 99. In a taxi on the way home, he was excited that 1 billion had brought him to the brink of reaching 100 with all three, and he was curious to know what would happen at the maximum score. At the university, Ruyu apologized, but he said he wanted to be alone for a while. The boy wasn't stupid, and knew that if he spoiled her too much, she would always cause trouble. While walking around, someone asked if it was really him. It was Shu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. She looked very casual. She seemed a bit different today. She grabbed his arm and started pulling him, saying she wanted to show him something. He asked what it was, and she said it was a secret. He already suspected she probably wanted some branded bag. In the end, they're all the same, but he was curious to see what it was this time. In front of the apartment, he asked what she was planning, and she told him not to be impatient. She opened the place, revealing a bunch of portraits of Chen Yuan hanging on the walls. He felt a bit embarrassed, and asked if she had done all that. She said yes, the place was too empty, so she made some portraits. He asked if that was the surprise, and she said no, it was just part of it. She told him that the house was the gift she would give him. He felt awkward, asking if she was really going to give him the entire house. She said yes. After the donation he made, her father stopped getting involved in gambling and managed to rebuild a family. Because of that, his business kept improving with her father's change. She realized she also had to reflect on her actions. She said she used to be very materialistic and understood why our boy didn't like her. She announced that she would become a woman deserving of him and win him over again. Man, what a plot twist. Our boy was confused. As far as he knew, this girl was only interested in material things. He said the house was too extravagant, but she replied that he had already given her 5 million, and this house only cost 3.5 million. If you thought about it, she was still taking 1.5 million from him. The crafty girl had even done the math, and I believe she's the least in debt. She handed over the key, saying she knew it might not mean much to him, but it was the best way for her to repay him. Our boy became thoughtful, understanding why she hadn't been in contact recently. Of all the girls he had been helping, she's the one with the poorest family, yet until now, she has taken the least amount of money from him. Our boy smiled, saying that this kind of woman aligns with his intentions. With that, he accepted the gift and immediately received a call from his friend inviting him to dinner. Upon arriving, the boys were impressed that he brought the legendary Shul. He apologized for being late and introduced her. Everyone, the guys introduced themselves. The one with glasses was Lao Keth. The one in the white shirt was Lao Keth. The one in the white shirt was Lao Keth. One also introduced Shul, but the guy said everyone already knew her, so there was no need. However, the one with glasses had a serious question and wanted to know the nature of their relationship. Both of them felt a bit awkward, and everyone stared at the guy, surprised by his boldness. Shul said she wasn't quite sure about their relationship. She was chasing after Chen Yuan, but he hadn't agreed yet. She was willing to give him a warm place to stay inside every night, known as a house, but she hadn't been very lucky. The friend said that even in the most fantastical story, they wouldn't have dared to think of such a plot. At that moment, a cup fell nearby. Bingu was there, disguised, not wanting to be seen. She thought it was crazy that the woman had given Chen Yuan a house, while she had never done anything. At this rate, his impression of her would only worsen, while this new girl would surpass everyone. She quickly went to the group chat to inform the others, telling them about a girl named Shul, who gave Chen Yuan a house. She also mentioned the restaurant. Ru, who said she was heading there now, finished eating, and the group asked for the bill. However, Shul said she would pay for everything, since it was the first time they were eating together. Chen Yuan thanked her for the kindness, but informed her that he had already paid. She thanked him and said she had to return to work at the internet cafe, and would see him later. Chen Yuan started to like her, saying that she was surprising, but not annoying. Meanwhile, Bingu thought this girl was a master of several tactics. Clearly, she was at least an S-rank opponent. The friends approached Chen Yuan and asked when he developed this legendary charm. Our boy explained that he could teach, but the person had to want to learn. The friend said he was joking, but warned that he thought Shul was a different kind of woman. However, after meeting her, he just hoped his friend wouldn't hurt her. Chen Yuan said not to worry, because he was the type to always give his all in love. As they were leaving, they saw a guy named He pass by. Chen Yuan got excited. It was him who had been passing information about our boy to the girls, and it seemed he still didn't know. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the restaurant, and he wondered if it was real. The car's window rolled down, and out stepped a furious Rubo, but the idiot Liuan was smitten. She walked towards Chen Yuan, and he was sure she was going to scold him. However, she hugged him, crying and apologizing, saying she had been doing everything wrong. She informed him that she had deleted that person's number, and never wanted to see him again. She just wanted forgiveness. Seeing her using heavy spherical tactics against our boy, the guys were astonished by her skills. Leon was seething with anger, as he had been bad-mouthing Chen Yuan to her behind his back, but in the end, she was there licking his boots. Our boy told her not to worry because she had never been wrong. They really had no relationship, and he shouldn't get involved with whomever she befriends. She said she didn't want him to think things were like that, and that she had chosen this gift for him. Besides the cars he bought, this Rolls-Royce was the most useful. It was expensive at the event, and she hoped he would accept it. Man, it's daytime, but this girl was shooting high beams on her boy. Leon was fuming while Chen Yuan realized that she had been learning, but he turned to her and said it was a shame. He no longer believed in love. He would accept the car just so she wouldn't be embarrassed and invited Bingu for a ride. Bingu said it wasn't right to invite her to ride in a car that was Rubo's gift. Chen Yuan replied that a gift, once received, was now his and told her to get in. She agreed, saying it was fine, but that he didn't need to be so insistent. With that, our boy sped off, leaving Rubo in the dust. Leon told her to wake up to reality, because Chen Yuan was just playing with her. However, she responded that Chen Yuan had already sacrificed a lot for her. The guy kept insisting, saying it was all for her father's sake, but she told him to stop talking to her as if she wanted Chen Yuan to play with her. If she did, she would let him. She was sure Chen Yuan was deliberately trying to irritate her, but this only proved that, in the end, he still hadn't forgotten their relationship. In the car, Bingu asked why he was treating Rubo that way. He replied that she hadn't become what he expected, and in the end, he was disappointed. Apparently, it was his mistake, not hers. Bingu said he seemed to care and questioned if she was his first love. Chen Yuan laughed, saying that for an ugly guy like him, there was no such thing as a first love. She laughed, and he felt a bit embarrassed. With that, she said she had a question and wanted a sincere answer. He said he was all ears, and she asked why he handed over 1 billion in koi fish shares. Chen Yuan asked if she wanted the truth or lies. She told him to be sincere, and he said he had no feelings for her, and only did it as a favor. She said that didn't make sense, and asked what he gained from it. He said there was something he wanted her to do. She seemed confused, and he sped up the car. He then said he received his system with many trillions, but could only use it to impress girls. She told him to stop reading manga, and tell the truth. He then said he spent money because she was beautiful, and he wanted to take her to bed. She felt a bit embarrassed but thought that if it was Chen Yuan, she wouldn't mind. Our boy was confused. This woman had changed a lot. Apparently, she had some sort of personality issue. Chen Yuan dropped her off at home and left. She stood there, thinking that she had never had any physical action, but it was strange. If he really wanted to throw some punches on the wall, she was sure he would have done so already. If that was the case, she knew his intentions were not that simple. Then she received a call from Rubo, and asked what it was about. Rubo asked what Chen Yuan had said about her, and if he had revealed anything. Bingu said she asked about it, but he seemed reluctant, so she didn't insist. However, the strange thing was that when she asked why she received 1 billion in shares, he said it was to take her to bed, but she didn't believe it. After all, it wasn't worth that much. The girl put herself on discount. Rubo said he had said something similar to her too, but clearly, his gains weren't proportional to his efforts. She started imagining that he had some sort of mega plan. The first thing he did was become famous on the streaming platform as Mr. Yuan. Then he started investing in the Yesa family, and later in the Koi company. Both her father's company, and Shul's father's company, and even her own company, were doing well. Bingu agreed, saying that with the money he gave, they developed AI applications, and were making a lot more profit. Rubo said he had this playboy image, but it was to disguise his business intentions. In the end, he was an extremely strategic and mysterious man. Difficult to understand, maybe Chen Yuan's plan was to rule the world. At that moment, she received a message from Kiki, asking if she could rent one of the floors to set up the streaming platform there. With that, Rubo became thoughtful. Was Chen Yuan once again creating a big company? When she arrived at Kiki's mansion, Ming Mang was all excited, saying they just needed to start recruiting people. Kiki agreed, and said Ming Mang would be the first to be recruited as an executive planner. The only problem was they needed some girls to do the live streams. Ming Mang told Kiki to look at the people she knew since she also streamed for a while. Kiki said she knew someone who was the head of a company, but was dismissed for offending someone in a cafe. In another part of the city, someone threw a glass of water at a guy. He said she wasn't the same as before. He was tired of her attitude. Of course it was Shen Shuli, the girl from Shark Live. She screamed at the guy, saying he had been living off her money, and now wanted to leave. He said he wanted to break up, because he was still very young, and what she could offer, he could find in any other girl. Then he left, saying goodbye to the lady, and mentioning that he had already paid the bill. The people in the restaurant started gossiping, saying she was an old cow, wanting to eat fresh grass. Shen Shuli was fuming with anger, saying that all men were the same, but even if it took 60 years, she would make that guy pay the price. At that moment, she received a call from Kiki, and wondered why this girl was calling. She was invited to partner in a new business. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was sleeping in his room. He heard someone at the door and wondered if a thief was entering. He grabbed a vase, and got ready to strike. Someone entered, carrying a jug, and as he went to hit them, he saw it was Shuli and he stopped. He asked what she was doing there, saying she didn't even say hi. She apologized, saying she didn't expect him to move in so quickly, but outside, she was crying thick tears, saying his body was incredible, and even had to die for abs. Boldly, he said that she saw him shirtless, but he hadn't seen anything yet. She opened the door and said if he really wanted, he just had to ask. Our boy said she was stalling too much, thinking she wouldn't have the courage, but she moved her hand to her shirt, telling him to get ready. Our boy told her to hold on, joking that it wasn't that serious. She stuck out her tongue, saying you never know with the fire they were playing with. She mentioned bringing breakfast, and placed the items on the table. Our boy hugged her, saying if she didn't know he was living there, why did she bring breakfast? Close to her neck, he said she wasn't being honest. She told him to stop focusing on the details, thinking that she had prepared everything perfectly. He saw she had prepared some buns, and said they looked delicious. She explained that she not only knew how to make dumpling, but could make them for him every day. He got excited, saying having a good breakfast every day would be perfect. He sat down, asking if she wanted to become his personal assistant, and even get a salary. She told him to stop being so formal, as she would do it for free every day. Our boy was starting to get moved. Not even all of his training with the system was helping, not to mention that the food she made was very tasty. Now he understood why she used to be called the Heartbreaker. Suddenly, he received a call from Gan. She asked for help once again, and he told her to stop stalling and say what she wanted. She explained that the company wanted to start filming the new movie, but the city studio wasn't cooperating. Chen Yuan told her to explain quickly, and she began talking about a bunch of things about the director and the TV. He said he would help, immediately informed her that he would transfer some billions for her to start her own TV company, and in a few days, he would visit. He just wanted to be kept updated. Gan was confused about how he spent so much money like that. However, he didn't care about that, and was more interested in thanking Shul for breakfast. Chen Yuan said that maybe it would be better if she moved out of that place. She was startled and asked why, wanting to know if she had done something wrong. He explained that if she kept entering without knocking, things could get strange. He asked if he could have a spare key. She agreed, and handed it to him. But the crafty girl had more than one spare key. However, Chen Yuan turned, and said he knew she had more than one key, and if she didn't respect his privacy, he would leave. He said goodbye, saying he knew she understood people's feeling. He left, thinking that this time he would keep things more controlled. Outside, the friend from before said that he finally arrived. However, Deb came up beside him, looking angry, because she wanted to discuss personal matters with Wei. The girl was all excited, sure that it was worth putting on good makeup today. They should go eat at an incredible place, but when they arrived, it was just a corner shop. Wei thanked him, saying he preferred such places, and Chen Yuan agreed, saying it was more comfortable. He said the same to Shu, who said she was very grateful for that. She began to wonder if this Chen Yuan was a poor guy pretending to be rich. When they were sitting in the restaurant, a TV company was about to make an announcement. It was Gan on TV, saying she had something to share with the public. He thought she couldn't resist the chance to be on TV for an announcement. However, she revealed that a guy named Chen Yuan had invested in the TV company they were going to create. When Shu asked if by any chance she was talking about him, Shu now was sure this guy was much richer than she had expected. Chen Yuan was fuming with anger, because he didn't want anyone to know what he had been doing. Wei asked for Gan's autograph, and Chen Yuan said he would get it for him one day. When his friend started to talk about money, he shoved food into his mouth, telling him to be quiet. Meanwhile, She Wei thought that Wei was her ticket to wealth. She needed to stick to the guy, because if one day he gave something to Wei, she would also benefit. She leaned on the guy, saying he was all grown up, and needed to learn to take care of himself. At the company the girls were setting up, they saw Gan's announcement, and Kiki mentioned that this seemed like a normal amount for him. The girls discussed how he seemed involved in more industries than they had imagined. Ruwa remarked that even for Chen Yuan, this must have been a decision years in the making. Bingu agreed, saying his actions might seem random, but always had a deeper meaning. Ruwa began to remember everything he had done, wondering what his plan was. In the end, she had no idea. Meng Meng suggested that Kiki tell everyone that he was also an investor in their company, which would attract more people. She knew that having a billionaire investor would completely change public opinion about the company and attract many sponsors. Ruwa thought this must be part of his plan too. They began to think that our boy was very intimidating. Just then, Shen Yuan approached and asked what they were discussing. Kiki said they were talking about Gan and the investor, Mr. Yuan.
Embarrassed.
Shui asked who this Mr. Yuan was. Meng Meng explained that it was Chen Yuan, known by everyone there, and he was also an investor in their company now. Poor Shui was trembling, asking if she could resign from her position. Kiki told her to think carefully, because they needed her help in the company. However, Shui explained it was because of Mr. Yuan, revealing that her company had gone bankrupt, because she once offended Mr. Yuan. Kiki worried that if he found out she was here, it could disrupt their plans. Kiki was thoughtful, recalling how friendly Chen Yuan seemed. Thinking it was unlikely, she said she would talk to him, and that Shui didn't need to worry. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, when he and the girl were leaving, he received a call from the president, and asked what she wanted. He assumed she would ask about the billions he invested in the actress. However, the president inquired about Shui, and whether he had a part in her company's downfall. Playing dumb, he was reminded that she was the woman who had a streaming company, that he helped bankrupt. He said he remembered and explained that the lady was very arrogant, and he had to teach her a lesson. She was using his name to deceive others. Kiki said the woman had learned her lesson, and asked if he would accept her apology. The boy said it was fine, thinking that if she genuinely wanted to apologize, he wouldn't be cruel to her. On the phone, Shui apologized, saying she would work hard and hope to be a good employee for him. Chen Yuan simply said it was fine, and that the matter was settled. With that, Shui felt relieved, and Kiki commented that Chen Yuan was always a good person. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan thought that having someone as experienced as her in the company would help Kiki. However, some people lacked emotional intelligence, so he needed to provide some guidance. Later, the press asked Gaiwan where the studio would be. She explained they needed to ask a certain person, and called Chen Yuan. He answered angrily, saying he wanted to keep a low profile, but now everyone knew about him. Gaiwan thought it didn't make sense.
Embarrassed.
Since he spent millions on that damn piano, he said if that was the case, there was no point in arguing anymore. But she would have to help with one thing. She became curious about this one thing, while already imagining what it might be. Turning to the reporters, she said she had to take the investor's call. Everyone was eager to know what they discussed. She announced that Chen Yuan would relaunch the Big Cat streaming platform, and their newly opened TV station would be strategic partners directly linked with it. In other companies' offices, streamers who knew how generous Mr. Yuan usually was were already thinking that moving to his company. Streamers who knew how generous Mr. Yuan usually was were already thinking that moving to his company wouldn't be a bad idea. The owner of the Shark platform was already getting worried. At that moment, an employee opened the door, saying a bunch of streamers were leaving the company. The guy was shocked, saying this was happening faster than he expected. At Ryu's building, Kiki remarked that she was right, and this was all part of his plan, and didn't expect to be right, but they all concluded that Chen Yuan was the city's monster, who understood all business. Meng Meng suggested that his flirting was all part of his investment strategy. Ryu said if that was the case, then they were just business partners. The girls seemed to reach the same conclusion, saying that in the end, they were just Chen Yuan's employees now. They were all sad, wondering if Chen Yuan loved to leave a like in the video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out, she added. You remember how the last chapter ended with the three girls wondering if Chen Yuan loved them or not. Ryu, looking sideways, knew that they all must be thinking the same thing. She didn't want to hesitate, so she told everyone that she didn't know who Chen Yuan really liked. He could like all of them or none of them. However, with that sleepy face, she was going to stay by his side no matter what he chose. The other three looked at each other in silence, until someone clapped and told them to forget about this matter. It was Leon who said that women like them needed to value their careers, and in this way, others would value them too. The four of them believed that if they really became more capable, Chen Yuan would want to stay closer to them. Shuan was working when someone arrived, introducing himself as Leon, and asked for a package. She politely handed over what the guy asked for. Then her friend beside her shouted that Chen had received investment of over 100 billion. Shubi Kong said that it must be a lie, because that woman had recently been involved in scandals. However, her friend said that she was being supported by a mysterious and wealthy man. When she heard that it was someone named Chen Yuan, she got a small cut on her finger. Her friend was swimming with excitement, saying that this guy had invested in television and bought an entire streaming platform. The guy next to them said he had heard about this famous entrepreneur in the city. Meanwhile, Shu Wan once again felt devastated, thinking that the damn guy had spent a lot of money on another woman. She fell to the ground, saying she really messed up. The scene shifts to the financial center of Shanghai. Someone threw something at Godrenan's photo, saying, "It's that damn Yuan again." A guy with glasses asked if this damn guy was trying to go against him. It seems he was the one messing with Gan's business, but now the plan isn't going to work anymore. The secretary told him not to worry, as they had already sent people to investigate this guy. While staring at a giant portrait of Guan, he said that she would learn a lesson. He opened his arms to the safe, proclaiming that eventually, he would get everything he wants. Sometime later, the secretary reported that she spoke with everyone, and nobody knew anything about the boy's family. Confused, Jae-won said, "It's strange that no one knows where the boy's money comes from." She approaches, saying he doesn't need to worry, because the guy is nothing special. However, he replies that if that's her conclusion, she's very naive. On the other hand, his family is the most influential in the audio-visual industry, so there's nothing to worry about. To him, this means that Chen Yuan is directly challenging him. Therefore, their main concern should be the places they own in the city. She tells her boss that she will look deeper into his background to find out what kind of person he is.
The scene shifts to someone bringing soup to our boy.
It's Gaku Leo, pampering him while he plays. When he sees this, she tells him that he is amazing. He turns to her and asks if she isn't bored, taking care of him while he's just been playing for the past 3 days. She's been cooking, cleaning the house, and washing clothes. He thinks not even his mother took care of him this much. She says he can do whatever he wants, and she has no objection. However, he asks if she doesn't think he's lacking ambition. She says that he's been climbing the game rankings a lot, and that's incredible. Our boy feels a bit embarrassed, thinking it's shameful to be pampered because of game rankings. When he gets up, she asks where he's going, and if she can come along, but Chen Yuan just says it's not convenient, because it's some business. Chu Leo says it's okay. He starts to miss her. In this way, she will defeat all her rivals. At an event, the women comment that today the CEO visits everyone. Godrin is all dressed up to receive our boy. Suddenly, she makes a face that looks like Sid from Ice Age, but it's because she's excited that our boy has arrived at the event. As she approaches, he says she's too famous to come down just to talk to him. However, she replies that he is the main investor, so it's just a courtesy. She thinks to herself that recently Chen Yuan is becoming more and more attractive, as she feels very secure around him. Suddenly, all the men bow to him, saying they hope to learn a lot from him. Chen Yuan says that next time she'll keep it more reserved. While thinking that this damn Chen Yuan says that, but his face shows he loves it. The scene shifts to a meeting where they are discussing the plans for the broadcaster. The guy in front says the priority is to find a good location for the headquarters and that the city center would be perfect. Chen says that a large place in the middle of the city would be too expensive, so maybe a distant city would be better. When it's Yang's turn, he says he would prefer a place with lots of greenery nearby, as it would be good for filming. However, the three look back and ask what our boy thinks. He makes a strange face, asking if his opinion matters. Yan says yes, since basically everyone there works for him. He says he'll take a look, but these options don't seem good. He walks up to the map, draws a giant circle, and says that the best choice is there. The guy explains that this place is too remote and doesn't even have an airport, making it difficult to develop the area. However, Chen Yuan says he has a perfect plan to create a grand vision. The people discuss that they don't understand his plan, but a smart investor like him must have a good idea of what he's doing. However, our boy doesn't seem to want to succeed, as he thinks he's only investing there because it's his hometown, and he knows it's impossible for the place to grow. Besides, he wants to spend more money, and if he keeps making too much, how will he do that? With that, he sits in the chair, and the decision to invest billions is made. As people leave, they start commenting that they thought they were discussing 100 rivalries, not 100 billion. That CEO was either a genius or an incomprehensible demon. Meanwhile, he thinks they will need a lot more money to develop that area, and then he'll have to invest even more. Suddenly, he receives a video call from Shaya Yuki. At first, he thought she was going to do something bold, but she only talks about a meeting to recruit some people for the company. She sees that he's outside and looks confused, asking if by any chance he hasn't forgotten his obligations. He says he would never forget something like that and is just outside because he needed a signal. The poor guy is now in need of a place to hold this meeting. She starts explaining that after the conference, they received attention from several investors, but it's not been easy. They needed to conclude how the money would be divided with the streamers. The usual split is 50-50, but other platforms use 30-70 to exploit the guys, while they were aiming for 60-40. The problem is that the administrators said that 60-40 would make it hard for them to profit. Li said they would lose a lot of money with the 60-40 split. Our boy, with a horrible expression, asks what kind of business is this that loses money. Lean explains that the cat's company is already facing many difficulties and this would make things even harder. Staring at the phone, he says that it's really difficult to deal with these problems, but obviously he loves losing money in this situation. He says they have to aim for the platform's integrity and cannot exploit women like that. Everyone is confused by what he's saying. Our radiant boy says that his dream is to create a platform that. Meanwhile, Kiki thinks he is indeed making a super plan and is the visionary of the city. The only strange thing is that the money was transferred to her personal account and not the company's account. She concludes that he did this to give her maximum control in the company. She feels emotional, thinking about how careful and caring he is with her. It's at this moment that he remembers he should have transferred the money to the company's account. However, she sends a message calling him husband and thanking him. He feels motivated, thinking that it was a mistake that was worth it. Now that he's building an empire of companies, it will become easier and easier to burn money. As they start failing all their investments, they will need him even more and he will gain even more in return. The much-desired achievement of 100 points of favorability is now within sight. She then announces to everyone that she received another 5 billion. This money would be used to implement the strategies Mr. Yuan mentioned. She also informs everyone that their salaries would increase, and they would receive bonuses. She asks if they are motivated to make this the greatest company. Everyone shouts enthusiastically, saying they would definitely do it. Yuki was confident in doing her best to bring maximum profit to Chen Yuan. At night, our boy returns home and doesn't find Lil. He sees a note on the table and picks it up to read. She informs him that she had to take care of some business at home and unfortunately he will have to make his own dinner tonight. Our boy thinks that she was playing cat and mouse to make him miss her. He realizes very well that it was a pretext for her to show that she was taking care of him, and now she has withdrawn, making him miss her and feel uncomfortable. However, our boy was defeated as he thinks that even knowing all this, he still feels bad about her. Now he already misses how peaceful life is when she's around, but suddenly he stands up and wonders how his parents are doing. With that, he takes a train back to the city and then catches a bus. Man, his parents live far away. I thought this boy was an orphan. He arrives tired, thinking he didn't imagine it was that far, or maybe he has gotten used to living a very comfortable life. Obviously, he can't arrive there flaunting money, or his parents will think he's stealing from someone. Just then, someone in a car calls out to Chen Yuan. He recognizes him as a school friend named Jen Bu. The eternally youthful guy approaches and asks what he's been up to these days. Our boy responds that it's nothing much, just studying. The guy tells him to get in the car so he can broaden his horizons. Our boy remarks how amazing his Mercedes is. The guy smiles, saying he can call him brother, and mentions that he's making a fortune selling things on streaming platforms. Our boy says that his success is incredible, and the guy says he always told his father that he was the best in the city. On the way, they saw a girl standing who caught both of their attention. Our boy was just observing. He quickly remembered that her name was Wang Mang Ma. Wasn't there another Mang Mang in this series, or am I going crazy? Genbu comments that Wang's daughter is becoming so beautiful that she's surpassing the girls from the big city. With that, he stops the car in front of her. She immediately says that brother Chen Yuan looks more handsome and taller than before. Observing her, our boy thinks this girl has evolved a lot. He calls it genetic mutation. Unlike the women from the big city, she's much more innocent. He gently pats her head, saying she's grown a lot. She tells him that she's not a child anymore and has finished school, asking him to stop patting her head. With that, Jen Bu gets out of the car, saying she's indeed becoming more charming and they should enjoy life. However, she simply says that he's too chubby for her taste. The guy, drooling, says he just needs to lose some weight. She responds that he's too old at 22. Thus, the bootlicking operation begins. She has a 9.5 in appearance, which our boy didn't expect. Unfortunately, she already has a favorability score of 30. The system notifies him that it's impossible to counterattack someone who already likes him so much. Our boy is shocked that she has a 9.5. He imagines this is because she's never had any surgery, and all her beauty is natural. However, her favorability is too high, so he has to deal with it. He clings to his friend and says she must respect the chubby guy, or she'll spend her whole life as a village girl, suggesting she should give up studying and just take advantage of the opportunity with this guy. She immediately loses 10 favorability points. The chubby guy smiles and says that Chen Yuan is a pro at voicing his thoughts, while thinking that this idiot Chen Yuan studied for many years in the big city, but is still humiliated by him here. Suddenly, she starts crying, saying that he wasn't like this before. Her favorability keeps dropping, but the relationship with the bootlicker is formed. She runs away, saying she didn't expect him to change so much. Our boy apologizes, saying that 9.5 is very attractive. Back at his place, he calls for his parents. He knocks on the door for a while, but no one answers, leaving him confused. Then someone from across the street calls out, saying they need to tell him something. He gets confused and asks Uncle Lou what the problem is. The man explains that he has been away for a long time, but some things have happened in that house. Our boy questions if they want to tear down his village. The man says he's been reading too many stories to get those ideas in his head, and explains that actually his father ran away with Mang Meng's mother, while his mother returned to her religious home. He explains that his father's first love was always Mang Meng's mother. At that time, everyone thought they were young and the perfect couple. However, her family didn't accept Chen Yuan's father because he was poor, and in the end he was abandoned. When Mang Meng was born, everyone said she didn't resemble her father at all, so some DNA tests had to be done. He informs him that his father was about to be discovered as Mang Meng's real father, so the two fled. Shocked, Chen Yuan asks if Mang Meng is his sister. The aunt says it's probably a very high chance. Frightened, Chen Yuan wonders if the system really linked him to his sister. He slaps his own face, saying this is sick. The woman tells him to calm down, that it's not his fault. However, our boy, feeling desolate, walks away, saying he has to solve something. Idan thinks that the boy has a very strong sense of morality and will encounter problems in life because of it. Now our boy is motivated to make that damn Jen Bu stay away from his sister. At her house, Mongbing is wondering why he has changed so much. She's afraid of going to the big city and meeting the same fate. Someone nearby is kicking everything and asking where they went. It's Mongbing's father, saying today is a lousy day. She asks why he's drinking so much so early. However, he just says nothing while holding the bottle. He slaps her face, saying he's not her father. When he goes to throw a Mike Tyson punch, someone tells him to stop. When Chen Yuan enters, The guy thinks it's actually his father. The boy, realizing the man is this confused, knows he's very drunk. The man then bends down to grab a scythe and jumps at him, saying he's going to kill him. From the ground, Mang Ming shouts for him to be careful. However, the father goes full force, saying he's going to send him back to hell. Chen Yuan remains calm because he's prepared. He grabs the guy's wrist and crushes it in a second. The father is immobilized on the ground. However, he continues to scream, saying he better let go or he will kill him. Chen Yuan approaches and tells the man that he's getting too old to be confusing him with his father. The man shouts that if he is Chen Yuan, he's just as much of a disgrace as that damn father of his. Chen Yuan feels a bit insecure about what to do with this guy since he wouldn't calm down. He then tells Mang to go inside and look for a rope. He also tells everyone to stop recording and posting this on social media. People comment that he moved so calmly it was like watching a movie actor. Chen Yuan then speaks to Meng's father, saying he wants to apologize on behalf of his father. However, the man says he's damned for coming into his house, tying him up and then talking about apologies. Chen Yuan tells the man to give up on revenge and asks if there's anything that could compensate for his loss. The man smiles and says that if he wants that, he would have to castrate himself to end his father's lineage. But Chen Yuan reminds him that doing that wouldn't end the lineage. The man looks to the side, realizing that his daughter's lineage would continue the father's line. Chen Yuan asks what he thinks about financial compensation. The man says money wouldn't bring back his 10-year-old daughter and doubts that Chen Yuan could ever have $1 billion. Chen Yuan says he would pay $1 billion if he could forget all the hatred. The man tells him to stop lying because it's obvious someone like him doesn't have $1 billion. But when he sees the phone and starts counting the digits, he realizes Chen Yuan does have $1 billion. That makes the man thoughtful. He knows that with this money, he could start a new family and begin again. With such an opportunity, there was no reason to hold on to past hatred. It was an option with infinite possibilities. So he asks Chen Yuan if he's really going to give $1 billion. Chen Yuan says that to ensure trust, he would transfer the money to Manhwa and she would pass it to him over the next 10 years. The man doesn't seem to like it, but Chen Yuan says that's the only way he can trust this option. While Chen Yuan feels shaken having to resolve things this way, Mang is devastated by all the information she has just found out, that her father isn't her real father and that she is actually Chen Yuan's sister. What kind of mess is this? Where is this story going? Her favorability increases upon seeing him help her with the money, and it's not a small increase, it keeps rising. Chen Yuan notices that the system with her is different and wonders if it is because she was family. The father keeps an eye on his daughter. Suddenly she receives all the money. With that, our boy calls the father, saying that the transfer is done and there's no reason to fight anymore. The girl who wants to take our boy to court says she's scared and wants to stay at his place tonight. The scene shifts to someone saying they found information about Mr. Yun. It's the secretary from before who has all this information, but explains that something strange is involved, apparently related to his mother from 20 years ago. The man tells her to continue. She says that a record from 20 years ago stated that his mother was unable to have children, meaning our boy won't go to jail because he's not her brother. The man finds it interesting to know that he's not the biological son of the woman who claims to be his mother. According to the files, the one agrees, saying that's what she found out. Out of nowhere, the man slaps her, calling it a waste of effort. He wants to know where the money comes from, not a bunch of family drama. Startled, she says she'll try to get in touch with him. He grabs her and says she better solve this because if not for the Lin family, she has no value to anyone. He sends her away and tells her to maintain contact. The scene shifts to the boy's house. Obviously, someone is taking a shower. Our boy mentions that he found some of his mother's clothes and tells her to wear them after she gets out. She thanks him, calling him big brother. She thinks to herself that the whole situation is very confusing. At least she gained an older brother, but she wonders where he gets all that money from. She recalls that his family sold fruits, so maybe he's involved in something illegal. Motivated, she says that even if he's involved in crime, she'll help him overcome it. Meanwhile, our boy on the couch is angry at his parents for making him clean up this mess. Manhwa, who isn't his sister, comes out of the shower, saying she's finished. As she dries her hair, he tells her to stay in that room. He'll sleep alone in his room so she can call him if there's any problem. Out of nowhere, she clutches her shirt, explaining that she's very scared and asking him not to stay too far away. He sighs and says it's okay. He thinks that since they're close, there's no problem with them sharing a room. Thank God. He lies down in bed, thinking peacefully about the news he always reads. It has always been a dream of his to have a younger sister he could take care of. The next day, a train seems to arrive in the city. Song and the entire company team have come to visit the location. As soon as she observes the place, she thinks it's abandoned and very old. However, a man welcomes her to the city of Shaman and says he will take her on a tour. She thanks him and agrees to follow his instructions. She begins to get to know the people of the place, and some machines start working to build the structure. The man informs her that the entire area has already been analyzed by the team. Meanwhile, a seemingly innocent guy in the corner is just taking photos. Someone receives a message saying that the region has been chosen so they can initiate the plan. It appears to be the father of the pineapple head from the beginning of the story. He thanks them for the hard work and says he will send the money. The man instructs them to start buying everything for sale in that city to later profit by selling it to Chen Yuan. The assistant adjusts his glasses and says it's an incredible plan. The pineapple head's father says he won't mess with Chen Yuan but will profit significantly from him. With that, the guy with the glasses passes the information to another person to start buying the land there. Many people involved in these dealings also receive the same information. Meanwhile, someone picks up a pineapple from the ground. It's our protagonist, thinking it's strange that his parents fled and left everything behind. Suddenly, he receives a call. It's Gay Shang, who tells him that strangely, the prices in that area are all increasing. However, our boy smiles, saying that if prices are rising, they'll have to spend more money. Confused, she asks why he's happy about spending more money. He explains that he just means this is easier to resolve than she thinks. The system asks if he wants to make another transfer, and he says yes. However, he is informed that he is directly involved in this project, so he can no longer transfer money like this. He realizes he's in trouble because she exposed him to everyone, and now he is benefiting. He decides to transfer money to Gay Shang. However, the system says that since the money will be used to benefit him, it would be considered money laundering. Our boy feels desolate, realizing he can't help her. He then imagines that maybe the solution is to transfer it to Mang and have her handle these purchases. Just then, she comes over and asks our boy if he was talking to his girlfriend. The honest boy says he was talking to Gan Sheng, who wants to be his girlfriend, but he's not sure about it. His sister tells him to stop lying because Gan Sheng is an extremely famous star who is launching her own company. Our boy says he has an amazing idea and wants to discuss a plan with his sister. He explains that Gan Sheng is considering buying land in that area and that she could take advantage of this with the money she received. She looks confused and asks how she would do something like that. He explains that if she bought all the houses in the area, she could make a lot of money selling them to everyone. Moreover, the filming base she plans to set up there will attract many people. She thinks that the money she received is all from Chen Yuan, so maybe following his advice is the best thing to do. With a strange look, she says she'll consider it. His plan, our boy imagines, is that if she could make a lot of money in that place, she could live a prosperous and peaceful life. Suddenly, a bunch of cars approach and stop right in front of the boy's house. A girl steps out of one of the cars, asking what kind of place this is and why there are no decent roads. She approaches the protagonist and asks if he is Chen Yuan. He says yes, and she introduces herself as Lu Jiaolo, saying they've met again. Our boy is confused because he doesn't remember meeting this girl. With a strange look, he asks when they met the first time. Shocked, she asks how he doesn't remember. She was at the car exhibition and was the sister of Lin Shutong. Then he remembers this girl who was against the guy he competed with. She gets angry because she thought he was famous for being with many girls, but he doesn't even remember her. He says he remembers and asks what she's doing in that place. She asks if he always makes deals outside and requests to be invited inside. Our boy sees that many people are watching the situation. He turns and tells her to come in, but to be careful with all the plants. The security stays outside, blocking everyone. Inside, he tells her to explain why she came there. She wants to know if he's planning to exploit the investors. He's startled and confused, but she warns him that pretending to be clueless won't work on her. She knows very well about the announcement he made about investing 100 billion in a company initially, but this was passed on to Gwen, who has no idea how to manage something like that. And now that the information about this town has leaked, everyone is coming to buy land in this place. She says she understands that he's planning to sell the land he bought there to make a lot of money. Our boy is impressed with the plan that he didn't even have, but masks it by asking what that has to do with her. She's impressed that he admitted to this cruel plan without changing his expression, and begins to think it would be risky to be his enemy. She then says she came there to create a cooperative relationship with the Lin family. Suddenly, they hear someone outside saying that it's her house. It's the security guards blocking Mang from entering. She insists, but the guard says she won't enter until the meeting is over. Suddenly, Chen Yuan angrily tells him to let his sister go. The guard looks at his boss to see if he can release her. She is reluctant because Chen Yuan, who is usually calm, is now angry over this girl. But our boy starts to transform. He jumps toward the guard, grabs him by the face, and throws him away, telling him to let go. The poor guard crashes to the ground. Everyone is left speechless because no one knew he could fight. The girl is shocked as she heard he was just a spoiled boy with a lot of money. She remembers that the richer someone is, the weaker they usually are. Meanwhile, our boy tells Mangun that everything is okay. However, now it's complicated because the crazy girl says she has found the type of man she's always been looking for. Immediately, the operation begins, and she has a 9.0 appearance. Our boy notices right away that this woman doesn't have pure thought. He asks how she dares to come to his house and harm his family and tells his sister that this woman has a very low level of professionalism. But his sister is impressed that a girl who seems so young already has her own business. Embarrassed, Li Jello says the bodyguards were hired by her brother and apologizes. However, Chen Yuan curtly says there's no need to apologize because they will never negotiate together again. But Mengbiang tells him to stop being cruel and introduces herself to Li Jello, who awkwardly says her name back. They start talking about various interests and our boy just observes, wondering why his sister is being so friendly with the stranger. A long time later, the two are still chatting while our boy goes to peel some beans. It seems that Li Jello has told everything about Chen Yuan. With that, his sister approaches, saying she now understands why he is so incredible. Her favorability is at 35 while his sister is doting on him. Li Jello is observing in the background. She seems to be getting jealous of their relationship. Seeing him peel beans makes her conclude that his ambitions have already transcended those of normal people. To her, such a perfect man shouldn't even exist. As her favorability clearly increases, it's obvious she's planning something. That night, someone mentions that they don't know each other well enough for her to stay there. Of course, it's Chen Yuan telling Li Jello to leave. However, she insists on staying, saying she wants to experience rural life and that there aren't many people in the house anyway. Our boy doesn't want to accept, but his sister keeps insisting, saying she must stay. Suddenly, she pulls him by the shirt and gives him radiant eyes, asking him to let her friend stay. Our boy, feeling better, says there's no way to resolve it otherwise. However, his plan is to show her how cruel rural life is, since she wants to experience it. Meanwhile, she clearly has a plan to uncover all his secrets. Our boy tries to sleep while the girls keep talking. He thinks that maybe it's not bad to get closer to the Lin family since they can handle various things. The only strange thing is that they sent only the youngest girl. However, he decides he doesn't care since he will make money either way. In the morning, there's a commotion in the house. He wakes up angrily, asking what time it is. He goes to the door and asks what's going on. Li Jiaolo greets him with a good morning. He is startled. In the middle of the night, she hired a bunch of people to come and rebuild everything. She says that since she will be staying for a few days, she needs to make it as comfortable as possible. In one night, she renovated the entire bathroom and added a lot of imported things. She even bought a bathtub for each of the pigs they raise in the back. Our boy is confused and asks what the logic behind all this is. She says the most important thing is behind that door. She made an amazing room for herself and his sister, who is very happy, saying that the chair is extremely comfortable. Our boy, feeling desolate, says the important thing is that she likes it, while Li Jilo starts bragging about the materials used and the quality of everything. Now our boy wonders if his parents will recognize their own house when they return. His plan was to come home to relax, not to go through all this. Outside, one of the security guards is listening to everything. He passes the information to Lin Chao, saying that his sister has managed to infiltrate very well. Lin Chao instructs him to keep watching and ensure his sister's safety. Then he receives another call asking how things are going. Lin Chao responds that his sister is extremely talented and easily won over Chen Yuan. The secretary from before says that the Lin family always manages to get what they want. When the right time comes, they will abandon Chen Yuan and keep all the profits. Now that this part of the plan has succeeded, they just need to move on to the next. However, Lin Chao questions why she is thinking of leaving, saying she needs to stay there. She informs him that he will only receive the reward when she completes all the work. She leaves, thinking that both men will be defeated because of the women. Outside, a crowd of curious onlookers is gathered and everyone already knows what's happening. They see Chen Yuan stepping out and recall that the girl beside him had arrived in the neighborhood recently. They start wondering if Chen Yuan is the type of guy who sells his body. However, his old friend is furious, wanting to know what makes Chen Yuan so special. He calls out to Chen Yuan and says they can have some fun in the city today. Our boy asks where the fun would be. The trippy guy says their school group is having a reunion and it might be fun if he shows up. Our boy agrees since he will be free that evening. However, he is so tired of flaunting his wealth that he hopes it will be a normal reunion. Walking with Lu Jielo, he thinks he has a bigger problem to solve. Sometime later, they arrive at the cornfield and she asks why he brought her there, imagining it must be some special desire of his. Our boy immediately questions if she doesn't know what he wants. She starts screaming in desperation. He puts a bucket on her head and tells her to pick at least 20 ears of corn. She feels desolate, asking what this business of picking corn is about. However, she picks one and gets all excited, saying it's easier than she thought. But our boy already has a malicious plan to make her suffer. She picks corn and sweet potatoes and they head to the lake, apparently to catch some fish. Sometime later, they sit on a rock, with her saying that rural life is better than she expected. Our boy is now angry that this damn girl enjoyed everything they did. Suddenly, they hear someone calling for help nearby. A girl is fleeing from a guy. Unfortunately, she trips on a rock and falls to the ground, getting covered in mud. The men ask why she's running so much, pulling her by the hair and saying she's faster than they expected. They warn her to return now or face the consequences. Then someone shouts, telling them to let her go. It's Li Jilo, boldly telling them to release the girl. Our boy thinks she is brave to say that without any bodyguards. However, Chen Yuan starts to realize that this is too much of a coincidence. Chen Yuan calmly asks the guys to let go of the girl and disappear from there. However, one of them turns around, seething with rage, and asks who he thinks he is. In the next scene, the guys are lying defeated on the ground. The girl didn't even react, and everyone was beaten. Now Li Jilo was even more infatuated, gaining 10 favorability points per person defeated. Our boy approaches the girl and asks if she's okay. She says she's fine and introduces herself as Lin Gyung, adding that she will repay this favor 100 times over. Chen Yuan is startled, asking why she seems to want to seduce him. At that moment, the system activates, revealing another girl with an appearance above 9. However, she strangely has a favorability of -80. In addition, he receives a long list of skills ranging from disguise and infiltration to proficiency in various instruments and fluency in other languages. Chen Yuan wonders why this girl has so many skills. Moreover, the most peculiar thing is the -80 favorability, especially considering how she tried to seduce him. He knows something is wrong. The girl continues her act. Li Jilo asks if she's okay and who those guys following her were. She explains that she's fine but owes a lot of money to those people. She starts telling sad stories, saying her parents were always separated and her mother has a terminal illness, making things very difficult. Because of this, she had to borrow a lot of money from loan sharks. They wanted her to sell her body to pay off the debt, which is why she ran away. Li Jilo gets emotional, saying it's a very sad story and asks how she plans to resolve it. Lin Gyung replies that she doesn't know exactly, but little by little she will manage. Li Jilo says the girl's perseverance is inspiring. However, Chen Yuan wonders how she believes such a cliché story but decides to keep her around since life is monotonous, and it would be nice to have something different. Plus, he needs to find out who is behind this plan. He then asks Li Jilo to take the girl home to help her take a bath and clean up. He turns to Lin Shang and says that if she wants, he can employ her in his company. She makes a seductive face, asking if he really thinks it's a good idea, while thinking that seducing a man who can't control himself around women is extremely easy. However, since she doesn't give an answer, he says that if she doesn't want it, she doesn't need to worry. With that, she hesitates for a second and starts questioning why he seems to be changing his plan all the time. Li Jilo says that since she's so beautiful, she doesn't need to worry because she could get a job very easily. However, she turns to the girl and says that she can't compare to her beauty. Li Jielu says she has a keen eye for someone who called her a mud girl. Lin Shutong smiles, saying that beauty comes from the heart. However, she starts theorizing that Chen Yuan is interested but is just hesitating because the other girl is there. With that, Li Jielu also offers her a job, saying that way she wouldn't have to worry about Chen Yuan. This makes Lin Shutong angry because now it will be awkward if she accepts the boy's offer. Sometime later they return home, and it looks like he threw the two into the mud, which seems impossible. The guards, all smitten, approach Lin Shutong, asking what happened. Obviously Li Jielu gets angry, saying she hired them. Meanwhile, Mang thinks that even dirty, that girl is still beautiful. Seeing the way she looks at Chen Yuan, Mang is sure that she's another one who has fallen for him. However, Li Jielu also likes him, so it's starting to look like a soap opera. Mang approaches and asks if she's doing her homework. She ignores her and hugs him, saying it's incredible that he got two potential daughters-in-law so quickly. The two girls, embarrassed, start making excuses, saying it doesn't make sense, but Mang is more interested in making the house fun. Li Jielu brings a medical kit to help Lin Shutong. Lin Shutong says it's not necessary, but Li Jielu insists, saying she's a professional. Lin Shutong accepts, asking her to be careful. However, Li Jielu applies the antiseptic without mercy, using a lot of stinging medicine. Lin Shutong says it's okay and that it didn't hurt that much. Then someone holds her hand. It's Chen Yuan, saying she's too clumsy, so he'll take care of it. He starts cleaning the wounds, apologizing for what Li Jielu did. Blushing, Lin Shutong thanks him, saying he's very kind. However, he loses 5 favorability points, bringing it down to -85. He looks up, wondering what this girl wants. The timid girl asks if he has a problem. Our boy thinks she's a very good actress and says it's nothing. If it weren't for the favorability, he would really believe she liked it. Compared to the other girls, only Soil has such good acting skills. She's a very skilled opponent, so he will have to be cautious. Meanwhile, Lin Shutong imagines that our boy pretends to be innocent, but she knows he is a beast. Moreover, she has information that his mother isn't his real mother. This means that those two have no blood relation. She believes that Chen Yuan knows this information and is planning something malicious. However, she's there to expose all his deceptions. Half an hour later, she's all radiant, saying they've been very friendly. Even our boy is impressed with her beauty. Seeing the two girls in front of him, he can't tell who is more powerful. Chen Yuan approaches and says she would be perfect as his personal secretary. Immediately, she imagines the plan is progressing perfectly. She says she's not sure if she's capable, but Chen Yuan assures her she has everything necessary for the position. However, before starting, she would have to pass a special test. Nervously, she asks what this test would be. Our boy just turns and tells her to come along, and she'll find out. She doesn't know what awaits her, but decides to see it through. She grew up with the other girls, always practicing to serve the Li family, all to eventually serve Master Li Jiamu. So even if it means sacrificing her integrity, she will go through with the plan. For that, she has to pass the so-called test from this trashy Chen Yuan. Sometime later in the room, she says she's at his command. Our boy then asks her to pass along all the details of her bank account. She starts pulling out her card and says it's okay, thinking it's foolish of him since she has hidden all the information. Her bank account receives 100 million. She becomes shocked, never having seen so much money in her account before. She starts sweating, saying it happened very suddenly. Chen Yuan turns into Mr. Beast and tells her the challenge is to spend those 100 million by tomorrow, and if she manages, she will become his secretary. She is confused, wondering what kind of joke this is. However, she remembers he's a cruel person and must have something wrong with this plan. Chen Yuan leaves, saying he's looking forward to the results tomorrow. However, he warns that if anyone finds out about the test, it will be considered a failure. But our boy has already noticed that those 100 million have greatly affected her, so it will be easier than he thought. With that, he returns to the room. His sister asks how the test went and if he liked it. He just playfully taps her head, telling her to stop being so curious. He asks if she will buy the residences, and she says she will talk to some gentleman. He informs her that he's heading to the city. The other girl just observes in the background. He steers the conversation toward buying some land and imagines it has something to do with the television project. She knows that everyone is buying land in the northern part, but he seems to be focusing on the southern region. She begins to realize that all of this is part of his plan. While people fight over houses in the area where he pretended to be interested, he will grab everything in the south and profit. However, she's excited because unfortunately he won't do as well as he thinks. Meanwhile, his sister asks if she can go to the city with him. Our boy questions what she wants to do there. Embarrassed, she says she wants to buy a few things. He already knows this is influenced by Lin Jilo, who keeps buying a lot. He tells her she doesn't need to worry. They can go shopping together. Suddenly, someone catches them off guard. It's Lin Jilo announcing that if they're going out to have fun, she has to come along and could even bring the other girl to keep an eye on her. With that, everyone heads to the city mall. Our boy approaches Ling Shang and tells her to join everyone and get out of the car. She's confused, but he says it's obvious the SEC secret AR will have to help carry the bags. While walking around, he tells his sister to buy whatever she wants. She goes to a store and starts looking at dresses. He sees her from the corner of his eye and says that one is very pretty. When she picks up a handbag, he says it's beautiful and immediately buys one in every color. He keeps spending until she grabs his hand and says it's enough, mentioning that she now has an outfit for every day of the year. Our boy says it's strange because his hands are empty. She points to Ling Shang, saying the poor girl is suffering. He asks Ling Shang if she's tired, and she says she's actually fine. He then walks away, saying she should know she's easily replaceable, so she'd better work hard. He mentions it will be hard to take all these things home and tells her to buy an apartment in Mengming's name. Excitedly, she agrees to do it, but only because he's asking, thinking that this jerk is treating her like a toy. The scene shifts to a random bar. A car pulls up in front, and the guys recognize it as a new Bentley. The girls went shopping but apparently dressed up for a cosplay event. The guys remark that the person with the two girls looks familiar. Our boy calls out to his friends, saying they haven't changed at all. The guys are shocked, asking if it's really the Chen Yuan they knew. Someone nearby comments that it's impossible he bought that car. Chen Bayo tells Chen Yuan to stop acting high and mighty because everyone knows he has no money. Our boy is exhausted, thinking that every reunion is always the same. He wouldn't be surprised if others showed up to show off. Then a guy in a suit enters, saying no one there has seen each other in a long time. Chen Yuan remembers a shy kid from class and wonders if he underwent a genetic mutation. The girls are all complimenting him, saying he's changed a lot. The chubby guy is sucking up to him, saying they were wrong to judge him when he was younger. Startled, he sees the two girls next to Chen Yuan and asks him to introduce them. Chen Yuan introduces his sister and then introduces Len Jello. He says he brought them and hopes no one minds. The guys, of course, say that it's actually amazing of him to be so considerate. With that, Chen Yuan leads the group. Meanwhile, the guy in the background is wondering which of the two girls he will choose, but Chen Yuan already noticed this and tells him to keep dreaming. The group gathers around the table. The guy with white hair asks Chen Yuan about his plans after graduation. Eating a lot. He says he has no idea. He thinks life is stagnant with lots of beautiful women and endless money to spend. For him, life has been a bit boring lately. He says he doesn't see himself doing a regular job and will probably travel the world. The guy chuckles, saying Chen Yuan is very young, and offers him a position in his company with an incredible salary of $5,000 a month. Lin Jilo immediately spits out her drink. She apologizes, saying she heard something funny while thinking she admires the courage of that idiot for offering such a job. Chen Yuan smiles and thanks him for the offer but says he's not interested. The guy says that's fine and he won't force him. However, in reality, even that job offer was a lie and he is only interested in Chen Yuan's sister. The group asks about his work, and he starts talking about studying architecture and working with his father. Meanwhile, the chubby guy keeps sucking up, saying he's been innovating a lot in the city. While he's trying to show off, the protagonist is there, relaxed. The guy thinks that this bunch of country bumpkins is impressed just because he put on a suit. At that moment, he sees Lin Jilo laughing and thinks she is interested in him. Boldly, he asks if that smile was directed at him. She says no and just remembered something extremely funny. She gives a peculiar smile and it's obvious she already has a plan. Chen Yuan watches the scene unfold, thinking about how predictable these situations have become. Our boy is wondering what she is planning to do. The guy approaches and asks for her number, saying he finds her adorable and that they could get to know each other better. However, she just asks if he really believes he deserves something like that. People think she's arrogant for implying the guy doesn't even deserve to be her friend. The guy loses his temper and says she's very audacious, but she says she doesn't care.